outside. Start. Hey guys, start to make your way inside. Cool. Good morning. Seems like some people are a little bit hungover, maybe. How was your guys' nights? Did anybody do anything fun last night? You're all nodding your heads, but nobody said anything. So I'm assuming that it was boring. Did anybody go to the castle? The little castle bar? That was pretty fun. Yeah. So as everybody is trickling in, I wanted to have a couple of questions for you guys about who is coming from where. So who's coming from the East Coast? Raise your hand. Okay, so about maybe 55 to 60%. And West Coast? Very small amount. And then middle of the U.S.? Do you guys get pissed off when people call those states the flyover states? And then who stayed with friends versus who stayed in hotels? So who stayed with friends? Oh, wow. That's more than I thought. And who stayed in hotels? Oh, yeah. So look, yesterday was amazing. The energy was it was incredible. Court and I didn't get to sleep last night until about 1 in the morning because we were just texting, and then I was like, Court, where the hell are you at 6:15? And he was like, oh, I'm still sleeping. Give me a little more time. But yeah, no, we're super excited about today. You know, obviously, if you look at our speaker lineup, we have some really, really big speakers today. You know, including John Kemp, who in my eyes, like really one of the leading regenerative agronomists and consultants in the country. And you know, we'll have a little bit of Q&A on that end. So feel free to prepare some questions and yeah. So it's going to be amazing. And so Court, you want to come and intro our first speakers? All right. Round of applause for Court, please. That's all you guys got. Give it a little more. Come on.
Thank you. And yeah, let's definitely keep that energy going throughout the day here as people trickle in. Yeah, welcome to the second day of Regenerative NYC. We're really excited about the conversations today, and we're not going to delay any more than that. You don't need to hear any more from me. So we're going to kick it off with our first panel, a conversation around regenerative agriculture and investments in Indian country. And so I'm going to welcome to the stage Wayne Ducheneau and Kelsey Scott from the Intertribal Agriculture Council, Chanel Ford from the Native American Agriculture Fund, and Dawn from Akitan, sorry. And I will, they're coming.
If it's okay, I'm going to start up here, but then I'll sit down and grab a mic. So, Hamitake Pichante Washte Nape Chiuzapi, Wayne Ducheneau Imachiapie. Hello, my relatives. I greet you with a good heart and handshake. My name is Wayne Ducheneau. I'm an enrolled citizen of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. I live and work from our family's ranch in north central South Dakota. I'm the Chief Advancement Officer for the Intertribal Agriculture Council. So basically, I fundraise for the team. I oversee all of our government contracts, our government grants, our work in philanthropy, and with individual and corporate giving. So if you're looking to give to a good organization, please come connect with me after the panel or anytime today. And with that, I'm going to really wrap up and be button tight quick because a good friend of mine named Madonna Thunderhawk, who used to be, or still is, very heavily involved with the American Indian movement, talked about the role of women and men in AIM. And I love this quote. She said, "Men were the jawbone and women were the backbone." And I think that's very much the same here today. So I'm going to shut my jaw up and I'm going to kick it over to the panel. I'll ask Dawn to introduce herself first.
Test. Now we're gonna get test.
There we go.
Okay. Hi hani lakchi chante washte danya I wachiang kingte chaje lakota wanapi sapawi na mie chaje don labo Danya wa chiang kingte iu hatanya itachiapi itati pachola na o
Battery check. Check the batteries.
Okay. Itasi pachola no he numpa wakwa washte lakota uyate amataha. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here with you all. My Lakota name is Black Necklace Woman. It's my grandmother's name. I'm very honored to carry it. My English name is Donnie LeBeau. And in my Lakota language, I am without bows and 2 kettlebands of the Cheyenne River Lakota Nation, and it's good to be here with you all.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Chanel Ford. I'm the Director of Programs for Native American Agriculture Fund. I grew up on the Spokane Indian Reservation in Wellpennant, Washington. I'm an enrolled member of the Spokane Tribe. I grew up on a bison ranch. My dad raises Appaloosa horses. And I am so excited and happy to be here today. And also a round of applause for this amazing venue and setup and conversation discussion that the team put together. Yesterday was full of awesome conversation, and I can't wait to carry that on today. So thank you for having us.
Hihani Washte. My name is Kelsey Scott. I am the Chief Strategy Officer for the Intertribal Agriculture Council. I am also a cow-calf producer on the Missouri River banks of the Cheyenne River Sioux Indian Reservation, which is located in present-day South Dakota. My family and I own and operate a cow herd that we use to mimic nature and to mimic the role that bison, large cloven-hooved animals, had on our ecosystem. And I'm a soil nerd at heart and really, really love this embracing that's happening of regenerative systems kind of thought process in the evolution, not just of our production ways on the land, but in how we think and how we treat others and how we consider kinship with one another and the role that we play in this movement of reclaiming the food systems and the agriculture systems that were once beautifully intact on this continent, and systems where humans were really keystone species in the ecosystems.
Thank you, ladies. And what you have here in front of you today, y'all, is a really strong cross-section of regenerative agriculture in Indian country. You have the Native American Agriculture Fund, who helps fund that great work. You have Akiptan as a native CDFI, who lends to that work. And then you have folks from the Intertribal Agriculture Council, who we provide technical assistance and help the on-the-ground practitioners of that work. And so I wanted to start with Dawn really quick to maybe tell us a little bit more about Akiptan, but she also has a really good story about regenerative agriculture and that name itself. So,
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. So at Akiptan, we're a Native community financial institution. We're located in Eagle Butte, South Dakota. We serve producers in agriculture across Indian country. We have a team of 16. Part of us are remote in the Rocky Plains and Upper Plains area, and then we have 6 of us in the office. And so in Indian country, we don't necessarily use the buzzword regenerative agriculture. Across Indian country, it's more of we take care of the land takes care of us, and that definitely includes our food system, right? So I'm not going to walk into Kelsey's house at her ranch and say, hey, Kelsey, how's your regenerative agriculture practices going today? You know, if we say that to our producers that we serve, they're just gonna look at us sideways because one, it's innate to who we are as Indigenous people, and if you came to the film festival last night, you would hear that in all of the clips that they showed. And so that's how it is across Indian country. We take care of the land takes care of us, and so producers are gonna look at us sideways if we ask them if their regenerative agriculture practices are going wonderfully this year.
and then Chanel, maybe just a quick bite about NAF, how you all got started and what you do.
Yeah, so Native American Agriculture Fund, we're a private charitable trust. We're a drawdown trust. We derive from the Keep-Seagull v. Vilsack class action litigation. If you don't have any idea what that is, I encourage you to look it up. It's a very interesting and pretty powerful way we were created. We were created to bring opportunities and rights to Native American farmers and ranchers that they didn't have, that were taken away from them. So affording them the same rights, access, credit access, access to capital. And so we've been around, let's see, since 2019. We're a grant funding agency, so our job is to distribute grant funds to Native organizations, so CDFIs, tribal education institutions, 501c3s, and tribes and instrumentalities. You can apply for our funding if you are not a tribal-led organization, as long as the funds that you would be receiving would be going to a tribal community or tribal farmers and ranchers. So we're focusing on agriculture, farming, ranching, producing, and we distribute our funding across the country. So we have grantees that are in Washington State, where I'm from, up to Maine, down to Florida, in Louisiana. We have a couple grantees in New York, and Occupton and IAC are two of our wonderful grantees that we're really excited to work with. And so the interesting thing about us is we're not able to, due to our trust agreement, we're not able to distribute funds directly to a producer. So that's why it's important that we're doing, that we are able to distribute funding to CDFIs and to nonprofit organizations so that they can get that funding directly out to those Native producers.
And Kelsey?
That was meant to help communities withstand, recover, try to repair from what was happening with a series of natural disasters and events. You know, this is the days of a seat in the back of the USDA office being set just so that they could tell the Indian producer who was operating on trust land, you can go sit over there and we'll get to you later. And so what our mission for 40 years has been is informing positive outcomes in policy and the implementation of those, you know, frameworks through which USDA programming has happened, so that we have access in some of our most rural, remote, pristine communities and ecosystems to be able to continue to drive forward food and ag systems development, repair, and revitalization. And so we offer an array of technical assistance support, whether that's sitting across the table or across the pickup hood with a producer out in the field doing soil health sampling, to helping them sit down and do conservation planning, or maybe even applying for that NRCS EQIP contract, so for the first time ever, they can get a water line on their operation to water their cattle and help them be able to more aggressively distribute grazing and promote soil health and sequester more carbon, right? So it really starts at that ground level for us, and our belief that it is the producer's individual context and their cultural identity and the way that they define success that we're going to help them aspire towards. Because it's then when they accomplish that success, they're empowered, they're emboldened to define a new horizon of success. And so it's some of those steps towards, you know, self-defined success that helps us really drive this community-wide effort of regenerative practices, you know, practices that are rebuilding ecosystems that have been disconnected through many eras of removing that keystone species of human management from it. And, you know, my love for this organization and the work that we do comes because I don't just get to talk the talk of trying to help producers. I'm a producer myself. And so I know the value of what technical assistance offers. And, you know, on Monday, as I was getting ready to leave home, and I'm the 4th generation to get a chance to steward the land that was allotted to my great-grandfather, but most importantly to me now, I'm raising the 5th generation. And as I looked in his eyes, getting ready to travel across the country to the East Coast on Monday, that little 2.5-year-old staring back at me with curiosity in his eyes, I thought to myself, you know, am I really going to be able to make as much change in New York as I would if I just stayed here on the ranch, helped my husband put that cross fence up, because, oh my gosh, we got a lot of cross fencing to do this summer. and just taught my son about his role with nature. And it was unbearably hard this trip to change that hat, my cowboy hat, in for this blazer. So hard. And I'm one of the people that gets to have the good fortune of aspiring to regenerate our land. And I recognize that that is a privilege for me right now. And that's what drives me into this work with the Intertribal Ag Council, with my colleagues up here. We understand that there are so many systems, so many kind of barriers to being able to appreciate and honor that privilege, that ceremonial relationship with the land that we get to carry in production and regenerating our lands. And so we're standing at the computer desk on the nice sunny days, not working on that water line. We're on the phone with producers on our weekends, helping them through that CSP application. You know, we're believing in this mission, and through believing in that mission, we're recognizing that this whole notion of producers needing to be the ones regenerating the land, that regenerative mindset really truly is not happening at every level within this ecosystem of a movement. And so when I made the decision to leave home to come here, it was with the hope that we would see curiosity in all of your eyes. And it's been such a great experience so far, recognizing that there is a curiosity of how can we keep doing things differently in this relationship? How can we deconstruct the power dynamics at play in the philanthropic, nonprofit, stakeholder space and build something that truly is regenerative? We have a few ideas to share with you all today, and we're really excited to be here.
Thanks, Kelsey. I think I'd ask Don maybe to talk a little bit about, you know, some of the producers that you're working with and the missions they have and how they really exemplify regenerative ag.
Yeah, definitely. So Occupton was formed in about 2017, 2018. The idea came from the team at Intertribal Agriculture Council, and they were tired of seeing our producers struggle with capital, right? And so we offer two different lending models. We have our traditional lending model and our investment model. And so both of these models are unique in the fact that we offer longer lending periods, and then in our interest only, they're available to producers to have interest-only payments for up to 5 years, and then it becomes blended after that for 7. And so this gives them the opportunity to invest that money back into their operation. We see our producers as our partners. Their success is definitely our success, and so we offer the technical assistance like Kelsey mentioned. We do what we call quarterly check-ins with them, and typically that's not something you see at a bank, right? You make your annual payment and then you see your banker again when you need funding, but at the CDFI I work at, our roles are more than just a job. This is not just something we show up to and we're like, okay, clocking out at 4. This is our community, and this is the food that feeds our community, and so these producers are our partners, and we want to see them thrive. We want to see all of the animals that they produce and all the food that they produce being nourishing our communities. And so that partnership-based approach definitely speaks to our mission statement and who we are as Indigenous people, showing up and being there together to do the work together. And so when we do our quarterly check-ins with our producers, at first they're kind of like, oh, well, my banker doesn't do that. We don't need to do 4 check-ins a year, you know? And then soon their loan officer and the producer are building a relationship, and that producer is then calling their loan officer to say, hey, what would this purchase look like on my projections? How is it going to affect my capital? And then they learn about financial literacy with us and so many other things. We do webinars around succession planning because we want them to be able to understand how to pass that operation on to the next generation. And Kelsey is talking about leaving her son to come here, and in our communities, the next generation is what our communities have always been thinking of. We talk so much about the 7th generation, the next generation. How do we leave the world a better place for them? And so at Occupaton, that's what we try to do with our patient partnership lending and our technical assistance and sharing all of our best practices. We did a market study a couple years ago, and we're eager to share that information and help other CDFIs do similar models to what we're doing in the patient capital area.
Thanks,
you.
Don. And just kind of to Chanel, to your point earlier about like the scope and breadth and depth of the funding that you do at NAF, and can you help the folks understand through your grantees like the different diversity amongst regenerative practice you're seeing? Because when we talk about doing this work in Indian country, it's from Alaska to Florida and everywhere in between.
Yeah, so I feel like I might have confused people when I started off saying who we funded. So it's educational institutions, doesn't have to be a TCU, but educational institutions, CDFIs, 501c3s, and tribes or instrumentalities. So that really opens the door for us to provide these funding opportunities to these different entities and agencies that are focusing on, maybe it's a small community, a small tribe, like Wayne just said. We have grantees in Alaska, we have grantees in Hawaii that their impact might look like 5 producers. And then we might go to Occupaton and we might go to IAC, and we know that that reaches more than 5 producers. However, the point being is that we understand that the need for assistance to our producers and our farmers and ranchers is there. I don't have an exciting enough story of me leaving my children at home. I have 6 dogs, but however, I think about what both of them were saying when we're coming back into these scenarios and these sessions. I have 3 brothers. None of them are in agriculture. I am the only child out of our family that's working in ag, and I think about my dad and the hard work that he's put in to keep our ranch, our bison ranch, running. He works a full-time job and is also a full-time farmer rancher. So that's normal in Indian country to continue to be able to support your family in other ways. And so I was telling them this story earlier about regenerative ag and thinking about my dad. These individuals lease land. They have property below where my dad's ranch is. And they were getting upset when his bison were coming in after they were harvesting. And they were like, this is a nuisance, get them out of here. And my dad's like, they're helping your cover crops, they're helping your soil. They move in a different grazing pattern. This is helpful to you. And he's thinking regenerative. Like Don says, we don't just go out and say it's regenerative, it's just because it's what we're doing. So now fast forward 8 years later, they're like, oh, Monty, we don't mind if your bison are in our fields anymore. We understand. They're in the regenerative movement, right? Which is awesome. But thinking about some of our grantees, we're thankful that we have good partnerships with IAC and Occupaton. Occupaton last year received funding for us in our special emphasis category that was specific to regenerative ag, and I believe are doing some conservation work with that funding and providing trainings to the individuals that they're lending to. And then we have individuals in Hawaii. Their organization is a 501c3. They're called Makahana Kaike. They're looking at land stewardship, and they're training their farmers and their ranchers and their producers to understand regenerative ag and getting it to the next generation, because 1, they don't have a lot of land there. 2, they don't have opportunities for training. So they're taking a spin on it from looking at it at that perspective. So we're able to, and we're lucky to be able to fund in different regions. And I think it's important for us to be in this environment with you all, to share the work that we do, how it's so important to us, but also how do we get our producers and our farmers and ranchers into discussions with you, or how do you serve them resources, or vice versa. So we're really happy to be in this setting, and the more we learn, the more we know, the more we can help producers, and the more we can put a spotlight on regenerative agriculture.
Thanks, Chanel. Kelsey, I know you have some thoughts as well.
Yeah, I do. I really appreciate the notion of, like, let's bring more producer voices into this mix. And so I sometimes probably should be getting in trouble for being a little vocal about some things, being a producer that gets to be in this mix because of my role with this organization. And so from my perspective, from a producer's perspective, what I see is, philanthropy, foundations, investment opportunities, entities they see an opportunity they want to invest in regenerating ecosystems. Nonprofit organizations want to invest in supporting the producers who are actually doing the work on the ground to regenerate those ecosystems. And producers, they just want to make it through harvest. Like, that's the situation that many of them are trapped in. That's the cycle. It is, oh, if I can just get to selling my calves this fall, right? There's not very many of them that get to take their head up and look out long enough to think about, am I building something that my kids can inherit? They're stuck in a very short cycle system in what they can focus on because of many financial constraints and many burdensome processes that have to happen. And that's magnified in Indian country because we don't just work with the United States Department of Agriculture to try to get access to conservation infrastructure support. We also have to then go get clearance, not also from our tribe, but then Bureau of Indian Affairs, right? So there's these additional bureaucratic processes that we have to navigate and nuances that are maintained oftentimes to our disadvantage as producers. And so there is the need for that additional technical support to be available. There's the need for the sounding board of having 4 quarterly check-ins. Like, that is so invaluable because of the additional complexities that happen within a singular year for many of our producers. And so when we talk about shaving a few interest points off of a loan, we are talking about that next acre, right? Yesterday we were talking about 1 acre at a time. I think it was Anthony who was saying that. And we are talking about that next practice on the next acre. Every single dollar that gets freed up for the producer, for us to operate within from a capital standpoint, it is so meaningful because it then gives us the opportunity to grow and enhance our production practices. And so what I would say to that is, recognizing that producer perspective and the paradigm shift they're having to make in their mindset to enhance those regenerative practices, how are we doing that in this space, right? So when was the last time that we, in our unique roles of an organization, said, you know what, I'm gonna figure out how my mission fits supporting that group of people? A lot of times that's not what the request for proposals process looks like. It's like, here's this new sexy terminology. You tell us how your mission can design something new and fit within that portfolio of what we want to fund. And I'm not saying that that's everywhere. Like, there is this change that we're seeing in a lot of investment entities and philanthropy doing things differently. And if you are, kudos to you. But if that's not the case, I might challenge us to think about that thought process we're asking our producers to embody in changing their practices on the land. And maybe we should do that in some of the approaches to how we're navigating our day-to-day business as well.
Right on, and I love that thought around paradigm shift, because I think what you're hearing from this panel today is we are generating that, right? Our paradigm shift is this work is really less about that return on investment and more about helping producers get to their vision of success, right? On their terms, reinstituting some of that traditional ecological knowledge. And Kelsey, I know you got a really interesting thought about ROI and that acronym.
Yeah, so I think that we should really think differently about ROI in this space. So rate of a return on investment, right? Like, how about instead we think about our rate of impact? And when we're talking about producers making that transition, oftentimes it's, the ugly duckling phase, right? Your land has to basically detox from some of the management processes that the industry tells producers to do in a more industrial or conventional process. And so the land has to detox and recover just a little bit, and you do see this kind of slump in productivity, and then there's the curve, right? Upward, the trajectory towards a very robust living system when you make these transitions. But not a lot of investment into these spaces allow for us to appreciate that ugly duckling phase. And so when we're talking about our rate of impact, we really should be challenging where is our money sitting, and what's the potential for impact that it has in pushing this movement sitting where it's sitting. And if it's sitting on Wall Street, is that actually going to drive any of the change on the land? Is that few percentages that we are, required by law to get given out to maintain our tax status actually going to catapult forward this change and get folks through that ugly duckling phase and on the trajectory up in regenerating their lands? And so what I value and appreciate so much about, Akiptan's model as an example is that interest-only opportunity to help folks through that transition, through that ugly duckling phase, and then start paying back that principal. Because it's in those first few years as a producer, when that cross fence isn't gonna make you any money.
Back that principle. Because it's in those first few years as a producer, when that cross fence isn't gonna make you any money. But it's in year 3, 4, 5 where your grass is really starting to boom because you've been able to give the land the rest that you need, or you've been able to finish that water line infrastructure and change your rotational patterns. And then your balance sheet is an entirely different story for you. But if you can't get from year 1 to 5, you're not going to be able to ever truly embrace the ability to really starting to boom because you've been able to give the land the rest that you need, or you've been able to finish that water line infrastructure and change your rotational patterns. And then your balance sheet is an entirely different story.
Investors, they understand the impact that we're making across independent producers, and they know that that impact is 10 times more important than that 2%. And so we sometimes get zero cost capital dependent on the level. Our investors, they understand the impact that we're making not doing this and listening in on this, right? Like the inequitable food systems, the inequitable access to capital, we're in it right now, and so that's the risk. We're seeing it right in front of us.
When we think about the diversity in the stakeholder role grant, talk about why that diversity is important and how you.
Yeah, so even just hearing what Kelsey said about the ugly duckling stage and phase, and that's so true. We've had a lot of organizations come to us in their application and be like, we're setting up a tribal department of ag. We don't know how we're going to do it. We need to do a feasibility study. We know we need this, but we know it's going to take a long time to get past that ugly duckling stage. Is that fundable? Would you fund it? The answer is yes, we would fund that because we understand that those growing pains are so necessary in order to get to where we need to be. In the ag especially, we need to do a feasibility study. We know we need this, but we know it's going to take a long time to get past that ugly duckling stage. Is that fundable? Would you fund it? The answer is yes, we would fund that because we understand that those growing pains are so necessary in order to get to where we need to be. In the ag especially, we need to do a feasibility study. We know we need this, but we know it's going to take a long time to get past that ugly duckling stage. Is that fundable? Would you fund it? The answer is yes, we would fund that because we understand that those growing pains are so necessary in order to get to where we need to be. In the ag especially, we need to do a feasibility study. We know we need this.
Later, they're thriving. So I think it's looking at just exactly what both of you said. It's giving them that opportunity, but us understanding that at the end of the day, starting out ugly or starting out rough, or even in that feasibility, that building level, that foundational level, that we're going to get to the top of that mountain, however long it takes, we're here. We're patient, and we're here to help build that.
Thanks, Chanel. And I just want to, Cortland, a quick time check. One agenda said we had till 10, one said 10 till. Where are we at on time? 10 minutes left. Awesome. That's more than enough time, y'all. We even started late, so heck yeah. Great job, ladies. So, so what you're hearing about us talking about investing for impact, about investing in impact rather than return. I really want you all to kind of delve deep into what does that mean here and now for the folks that want to engage in Indian country regenerative agriculture. And Chanel, I'd like to talk to you especially, or have you kick us off, considering like the Native American Agriculture Fund is a spend down trust. Right, so they go away in a few years. And what can other folks help to do to fill that space when you all sunset?
Yeah, so as Wayne said, we are drawdown, so we won't be around forever. I believe 2038 is when we'll start kind of exiting. well, what we did was we created sister organizations because we can't receive funding, right? Our goal in these spaces is to help get resources and help connect you to some of our farmers, producers, ranchers, and then our other organizations that we work directly with that are hands-on with farmers, ranchers, producers. But we created a few sister organizations. Nicole Devon is sitting here. She's the director of Tribal Agriculture Fellowship. They're looking for funders and people that are interested in helping enhance their organization. We also have Sovereign Equity Fund. That's another organization that's working in the ag space, and then also NAFS. So I'm happy to talk more about those organizations afterwards, but it is understanding that we have to collectively work together in order to get this work done, but showing our grantees that we currently have, like that we try to help each one of them plan for a future without us, that our funding isn't going to be here forever, and having those hard discussions of, okay, well, who else can you lean on? But also, what does it look like for yourself in terms of self-sustainability? And a lot of these programming, these organizations, they're providing that, and that's what's really mostly important for the individuals that we're funding is still making sure that that piece isn't left out.
Thanks, Chanel. Dawn, your advice to folks that want to engage in Indian country regenerative ag?
I would say if we want long-term impacts, we need to think about long-term investments. We're definitely happy to have those type of conversations. And as we said from the jump here, we're always thinking about our children. And my daughter's actually in the audience. I brought her with me. Sorry, Kelsey, that you had to leave your baby at home. You could have brought him. I brought her with me, so think about what do those long-term impacts look like, and what do those long-term investments look like? We're happy to have those conversations.
And I'll speak a little bit, from a producer's perspective. Decades of disconnect between the keystone human species, the stewards that cared for the prairie that I now get to call home, can't be fixed in 3 production seasons. Decades of decimating the living, functioning system and losing our songs that were talked about yesterday, losing our ways of connecting with, in a deeper way to these different parts of the system, that won't be regained in one harvest. And so I think from an individual producer's perspective, that's why it's so important for me to think about how do I, at 2 years old, start to teach my son how important it is that he is a caretaker for nature. Because it's going to take multiple generations to repair what has happened. And just with that, we can't expect generational change to happen in this space on a 2-year, $250 grant cycle. Right? We can't associate and demonstrate impactful change that our children's children need to be able to benefit from at the rate of engagement that we currently have in this space. And so for me, from a producer's perspective, it then comes down to, okay, well, what do I as a producer need in my day-to-day to be able to allow myself the space, the bandwidth, to start to have that paradigm shift in my production systems, to start to embrace a different way of thinking than what the industry is trying to cram down my throat. And for me, a lot of it always comes back to capital access. It always does. And because our cash flows in production ag are so tight. The video yesterday where, glorified garage sales, I had to laugh and then shed a little bit of a tear. But when you start to find ways to think differently about the living system that's around you, it truly, truly makes that glorified garage sale role so much easier to navigate. I get to talk to a lot of people about the work that I get to do in trying to regenerate our land and trying to regenerate my relationship with the land and rebuild it. And I've seen, one of my goals when I moved home from college was I wanted Kelsey tall grass on our ranch. And I've seen it happen now. And it made me so excited to see that in just 3 years. We've got our Indian grasses coming back. We've got our tall grasses coming back, and it's so great. But I'll tell you the most powerful experience I've ever had. It was we have a direct-to-consumer grass-fed beef business that took a lot of investment, personal investment, to get up and running in our community. And when I got to deliver a bundle of grass-fed beef, nutrient-dense, safe, locally raised, protein-packed meat to a household with no windows in South Dakota, because I was able to accomplish getting SNAP EBT authorization. And when I dropped off a quarter of beef, holy smokes, you guys, I got to believe that I was contributing to a better food system. And that is the most powerful experience I've ever had as a producer. And that, in my opinion, is what is wrong with our food system, is producers don't get to feel that power ever right now. We got to figure out how to make that happen again, because that's what makes the long nights, the long days, the cold winters worth it.
And all that cross-fencing. Thank you to Cortland and the folks here for the opportunity. And I just kind of want to end with inviting you all, like Greg from Union Grove Farm said yesterday, a shovel will always tell the truth. Come dig in with us, and you're going to see the truth about the power of regenerative agriculture in Indian country. Thank you.
Would you guys mind just hand that? Thank you to the whole panel. And talking about being able to see your own products out in the marketplace, if you haven't heard of them, Wild Farm is a really interesting story of how they were able to take a lot of these products and actually, instead of having their grain and their flour produced elsewhere and never actually seen and eaten by themselves, they started producing these mills that allowed farmers to actually go to local bakeries and try their own bread. And it's a great story of agency in their own supply chain. So I suggest looking it up. But it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who's really a leader in the regenerative agriculture movement. I first had the pleasure of going to one of her conferences in Brussels a little over a year ago, where I really started to get to know this community, and then more recently in Colorado. And she's really a pillar in this community. So please help me with a big round of applause for Sarah De Levesque, Rachel from RFSI. Thank you so much.
All right, so I need a clicker and a microphone.
The green button.
We'll see how this goes. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. What a great panel discussion to start the day off this morning, so thank you guys. That was truly inspiring. And thank you, Cortland and Jackson, for putting this program together. Super excited to be here to speak with you guys. As Cortland said, my name is Sarah De Levesque. My colleague is Rachel, which is why he said Rachel also, so I'll make sure she knows she got a shout out here. I'm founder and managing director of Regenerative Food Systems Investment, and I'll do this. And our work centers around trying to build a capital ecosystem for resilient and regenerative agriculture and food. We do this by trying to connect capital players with each other and with folks who are doing the work on the ground to build food systems, and also by facilitating education. A large part of our work, as Cortland mentioned, is convenings. And so our next convening is Women Transforming Food and Finance, which is actually next week in Atlanta. And Kelsey, a lot of what you were saying really resonated with that program. And then our biggest program is the RFSI Forum in October in Minneapolis, October 7th and 8th. So I was asked to come here today to talk about the state of regenerative agriculture and food investment, and we have a very short amount of time, so you can tell I'm already talking fast. I will try to slow down every so often, but I have a lot of slides to get through. Two of the biggest things we've learned in our work so far, we've been doing this for about 7.5 years. One is that there is a tremendous amount of growing interest and action in investing in regenerative agriculture and food, and that's because of the impact and return potential, and also because of something that was mentioned yesterday, which is the potential to really address a lot of the risks that are in our system with those investments. So the way we usually start talking about investment in this space is from a systems-based approach, right? So just like regeneration can't be successful if we don't look at the entire system, investments in the system can't be successful if we don't look at investing across the system, right? So here's a very simple design or layout of what the value chain can be for agriculture and food. We have inputs on one side all the way through to the consumer. The idea of this is just to show you kind of the diversity of opportunities that there are to invest within the system. Okay, so you see like equipment and seeds and transition finance, all the way to emerging brands on the right-hand side. And then we have underneath enabling investments, and these are investments that we think can happen throughout the value chain, and are things like data and measurement and transition finance, and even investment in policy or lobbying. So you can see with the diversity of options on this chart that there's also opportunities for different types of investors and funders to participate at different places. And so I want to talk really high level first, which is where do we think the pools of capital are coming from? And so we start, this is the way we think about it at RFSI, and the first is markets or market mechanisms. And the idea behind this is a lot of the stuff we talked about yesterday, which is market premiums for regenerative, saving on input costs, or things like ecosystem services. Public funding, we all should be familiar with that, government grants and loans and incentive programs. Corporate financing, which is really how are we creating financial incentives for the players within a supply chain, so industry players maybe supplying their farmers and their supply chain with technical assistance and finances. And then private capital, which can be direct investment or investment through funds from impact investors, from institutions, from asset managers, from insurance companies. There's a whole diversity of players underneath that kind of banner. So we need all of this. We need all of these pools to participate. Unfortunately, we are facing some headwinds with all of them mostly, and mostly they're just not acting fast enough or as fast as we all might with the urgency of the challenges we're facing. Markets in particular are interesting because we'd like to think that regeneration can just fund itself, but premiums aren't all the way there yet, right? We don't have a lot of regenerative premiums yet. Ecosystem services are very nascent, so they're not developed yet. And oftentimes, even if premiums exist, they're not aligned with when transition needs to happen. So take agroforestry, for example, where you're planting your trees and you're not going to get to your crop for another 5 to 8 years. You don't have that to fund your transition. Public funding, if you read the news, you know that's dropping off in the US, so that is not something we can rely on for the next few years at least. And then corporate financing has great impact potential, but it's slow, it's bureaucratic, and we're dealing with entrenched systems and mindsets. And so while I've seen a lot of good things happening here, it's going to be slow and not reliable. And so that brings me, you can see I'm a little biased here, it brings me to private capital, which I see as an opportunity space. And that's because while it might not be moving fast enough for many of us in the room, it still has given us some of the early adopters in the space in terms of investors. So, and that's partly because some of them have the ability to determine what kind of risks they want to take on more chances, and try new things, because this is a new space. So I'm going to focus on private capital for just a moment. And this is a chart I put together, and I'm not going to go through all of it. It's a lot to go through in this very short presentation. But I wanted to kind of share some of the pathways there are for private capital to come into the system. And so those first 4 columns there are the asset classes: real assets, private equity, venture, private debt. And they all represent a different pathway for capital to come in. They're going to come in general into the system at a different point in the system, and they're going to create different outcomes, okay? So different expected potential impact and financial returns. So I won't go through these, but you'll look at the venture capital row and the debt row, and they're very different if you start digging into what you see there. And then I included philanthropy on here too, and not because they're necessarily an asset class, but because philanthropy has a really important role, and it is a pathway for private capital to come into our system. And their role can be diverse, but the things that stand out to me is that they are often able to fund underrepresented communities and projects, underfunded communities and projects, and also they play an important role in de-risking projects before they are necessarily investable. Okay, so RFSI has been tracking deals from these kinds of pathways informally since 2019 and more formally since 2022. We don't capture everything that's happening. Not all deals are disclosed. Not all deal amounts are disclosed, even if the deals are disclosed. But we do think it serves as a representation of what's going on in the system and can teach us something. So in 2024, we tracked 101 deals that represented more than $1.75 billion. And then we also, on top of that, tracked $1.54 billion in fund closes. And then finally, we tracked 18 new regenerative, or what we call regenerative adjacent, so moving towards regeneration, vehicles, funding vehicles, which we think is pretty cool. Like, just one, that we're actually starting to see what numbers are behind this, but two, because we know the numbers are bigger than this, because this is a baseline, so we're getting somewhere. It's pretty solid. Now, in comparison to what's going on in the rest of the investment space, this is small, very small. So I will keep us grounded in that. And then the last thing I want to point out is that last line there, which is when VC investments kind of peaked in 2001, we've seen kind of a decline in investments since then. We have found that investments in regenerative have kind of weathered that better than other investments. So there is a resilience component in investing in this space, which we think is really interesting. Other things we learned from 2024, you'll see that on the very far, this side, whatever side that is for you guys, venture tech, those deals, that represented the biggest portion of deals that we tracked, okay? Followed by real asset and private equity investments. But if you look at the deal amounts, that's flipped. So real asset and private equity deals in 2024 represented a larger portion, a much larger portion. That's 2/3 of what we tracked in 2024. And then venture was a smaller portion of the deal value. And that makes a lot of sense because venture investments in regenerative right now are small and early stage, so smaller ticket sizes. And then the themes, the top themes, by far, biologicals is the leading type of deal that happens by count, by deal count, followed by farm and practice transition. And then secondary themes that we saw were data and measurement platforms, supply chain and processing and food brands. And I will say the supply chain and processing is pretty exciting because as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, there was a lot of noise in the space, if you were paying attention, saying we need to invest in the middle of the supply chain. So that's exciting for us to see. I will say these trends tracked have stayed consistent in Q1 2025, but we're obviously paying close attention to see what happens throughout the rest of the year. Some of the things we're keeping an eye on, the impact of the current political and investment environment on investment allocations to the space. In particular interest to me is who steps up, or does anyone step up to fill some of the public funding gap that we're seeing. We're looking at the continued movement towards natural capital, especially by some of the world's largest institutions, and what that means for bringing more capital to agriculture and food. And if they do that, how do we hang on to the integrity of regenerative as we make that shift? We're always watching the incumbents, so global food companies, and how they're continuing to figure out how they play in this space, how they drive regeneration, and how they actually provide some of the funding associated with that. And then some of the stuff that I think our previous panel mentioned, there's a lot of finance and investment innovation going on in this space, and we're keeping an eye on that. Especially work in the insurance space, which should be really interesting coming online in the next few years. And then there's a lot of work on bioregional and landscape level investments and the use of blended capital, so both private and public capital working together. And finally, I will close with this. That was a lot to pack in, so I'm happy to talk to anyone about any of this in much expanded conversations later. But if the goal here is to increase investment in the space and get scaled investment, and that is our goal at RFSI, then we really need to address what's holding that back. And there's a lot of reports out there that talk about what the obstacles are to regenerative agriculture and to investment in it, but I'm going to generalize it for a second. And those things to me are unknowns and complexity. And so we don't yet know what returns look like in this space because it's so new and we're still investing and waiting through that timeline. We don't yet know how economics play out on the farm and in operations in all the different complex ways that it can be integrated into the system. Yes, we'll have some great speakers here today that talk about the economics of it, and we did yesterday as well, but there's still a lot to learn. And even when we know it, we're not talking about it as much, so keep talking about it if you do know. And we don't quite know how to do these investments all the time. Some people do. So there's a lot of learning and then dissemination that still needs to happen, and we're still very early in this. So if we're going to get where we want to be with increased investment, we need to continue to build the understanding of economics for all the stakeholders across the system. We also need bold pioneers, and some of them are here today, but bold pioneers who are willing to authentically go first and invest in this space. And then we need the followers. We can't forget about that. That's very important. Once we are starting to prove it out, how do we get folks to come on board with us? And then finally, we need a willingness to continue to innovate an approach and continue to bring that regenerative mindset to this investment landscape. So that is all I have for my presentation, but thank you. But I would like to welcome, we're going to dig in now. We get to dig into this with some real asset investors. So we're going to dig into a panel discussion now in transition. So I'd like to invite Martin, Paul, and Francisco up here. And I think probably you need to grab some microphones on your way up. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yay. Thank you. I didn't know I was going to get one. Thank you. Okay, I get to sit down now. This is great. All right. So this is the fun part. We get to dig into all the details with those pioneers I was referring to. So these gentlemen have all been working in the space for quite a while and have a lot to share. What I would like to do is just give them an opportunity first to introduce themselves briefly, and then we're going to dig into their strategies and talk a little bit more about how the way they interact with investment and with farmers, what that means for transition and for farmers themselves. So Paul, do you want to kick us off?
Great. Thanks, Sarah. It's working. Oh, there we go. How's that? Better? How about now? Oh, there we go. Okay, it's working. Great. Well, thanks, Sarah. That was a great tee-up, I think, of what we're going to discuss today. My name is Paul McMahon. I'm one of the founders and managing partner of SLM Partners. We are an investment management company. Our whole mission is using capital to scale up more regenerative farming and forestry systems. We've been at this for quite a while. We started in 2009, and we raised our first fund in 2012. And we now manage around $750 million in assets, so we've actually grown quite a bit, especially I think exponentially in the last few years as we see more interest in this sector. And we invest in regenerative and organic agriculture in the USA, in Europe and Australia, and we also invest in forestry in Europe as well. We've also published a couple of white papers on this topic, which I think have been somewhat influential, and we like to push out research and really try to spread the message. We're firm believers that regenerative agriculture can be very good for the environment, but also very profitable and produce good returns for investors.
I'm going to interrupt and say, he says somewhat influential, those white papers. They're very influential, and you should check them out on the SLM website. Martin.
Hi. No. Hello? Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Martin Lemos. I'm Director of Impact and Agriculture at Dirt Capital. Dirt Capital is an impact-first farmland investor focused on the US. Prior to working at Dirt Capital, I was a co-executive director of the National Young Farmers Coalition. I was a farmer for 10 years before that. I'm currently a farmer. I manage a diversified vegetable and sheep operation in Mohawk Valley. Our work is focused on supporting regenerative farmers in accessing farmland. Farmland is one of the main challenges for young farmers, beginning farmers, farmers of color, and regenerative farmers. So what we do is work with partners, farm partners. We make farmland accessible. We bring in real estate expertise. We partner with them, and our exit strategy, our impact strategy, is that by 10 years, they are the owners of that property. So we work hand in hand with farmers. We've been doing this for about 10 years. We are managing our 4th fund, and we are now across the US. So we have projects. We were primarily started out in the Northeast, but now we are working across the US with projects in California and Washington, Montana, and in the Southeast as well.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Roca de Pino. Thank you, Sarah, for the introduction. So I am one of the 2 co-founders of the Land Group. The Land Group is a company we set up in 2016 with a Uruguayan partner. We are a real asset manager, natural capital manager and regenerative farmland operator. We currently operate 40,000 hectares of land in Uruguay and Paraguay. That's about $120 million of assets under management. Still a way to go to reach SLM. Our work consists in essentially buying extensively or conventionally managed farmland and convert it using regenerative practices on behalf of family offices and institutional investors. We did not come to this sector from an ideological perspective at all. Actually, we stumbled upon regenerative agriculture back in 2019 because we started our company by turning around distressed land assets. And as we're confronted with degraded soils, we started applying what to us looked at the time like common sense approaches, like introducing livestock, increasing rotations, and so on. We saw that was working quite well, and then we started refining our model over time to the model that we have today, which is primarily focused on regenerative grazing or grazing. From a personal perspective, I live in Portugal, where the company is established. I have a very nice family, a wife, 3 kids, and on my free time I surf big waves in Nazaré. Where I set up a team to essentially help develop big wave surfing talent, do educational projects related to the ocean, because usually you take care of what you know, and on a more for-profit basis, we organize offsites for companies to take some of our learnings in resilience and so on. And resilience plays a big role in my life, both in farming and in surfing.
Thank you, guys. So generally, the premise here, for those of you that don't have an investment background, is they'll go more into their strategy, so I won't make it too, I won't butcher it here too much. But the idea is that there's capital coming into funds or vehicles. They purchase the land, and then they are improving upon it. Okay, so, but I think, like I mentioned in my comments, there's a lot of nuance to the way we invest in this space and the way they approach what they're doing. And how they do that exactly determines kind of what outcomes they get and the relationship with the farmer. And so what I would love to hear from each of you is a little bit more about your strategy and how that means you engage with farmers or land managers and with the land itself. So.
Yeah, happy to go first. Yeah, and I think our approach has evolved somewhat over the years since we started our first fund in 2012. I mentioned we focus in Australia. We're investing in grass-fed, pasture-raised livestock on a large scale for beef cattle, using holistic plant grazing and grazing techniques on a pretty big scale, at one point over 1 million acres. In there, we built our own team. We built our own farm team led by specialists with real technical expertise in holistic plant grazing in Australia, and we've hired and supported that team ever since. And that work to an extent, but it is also a lot of work and a lot of headache and pain and a lot of decisions come with that when you take full, let's say, operational risk and try and build operating teams. I think we've evolved an approach now. Wherever possible, we prefer to partner with farmers, where they are. And our approach now is we're trying to identify, great regenerative organic farmers who have some experience, who want to then expand and scale up. And then we help them by giving access to land, which is what they're really hungry for. Now, even within that, there's different ways that can be structured. Our core strategy in the US is not too dissimilar to what Dirt Capital do. We partner with organic farmers who are looking to expand. We then find land, we acquire that land, we enter into long-term 10-year leases with those farmers. We're able to offer a below-market rent over the first 2 or 3 years while they're transitioning to organic certification and making those changes, and then more of a fixed rent plus a profit share. So we're solving sort of 2 problems for the farmer. We're giving long-term access to land, but second, we're sharing some of the financial risk of that transition. And sharing some of the upside as well. And that's been very successful. We work with over 30 farmers in the US, and I think there's a real demand amongst US farmers of that long-term lease approach. We've also used different models, and we're also investing in Spain and Portugal in orchard crops, and there we partner with local operating teams and businesses. They're effectively for example, we work with a walnut company who have a walnut processing facility. They manage walnut orchards. They need more volume of production. They don't have the capital to buy more land. So we've acquired land. We put capex to plant new trees, and they bring in the teams and do the operations. And we should share economics, OpEx, revenues, through a sort of a partnership model. So we've done that. We've also done actually at least one JV investment. We've invested alongside a large organic farm in the US where we've actually come in and invested 70% into his business. He's kept 30%, providing more capital to help grow. So even within the partnership model with farmers, there are different ways you can do it. And I think it a little bit depends on the different cultures and structures that you see across the world in different farming environments.
So again, investments and strategies approaches are context specific too.
Yeah, I definitely would build on that and say, our approach is very farmer-led and farmer-focused. And so the strategies, the investments, the structures that we deploy really depend on the farmer, their business, and the land. So typically the way our process works is farmers come to us. They have a piece of property that they are looking to finance, or they're in the market. They have a tenuous land lease. They need to secure land to really ensure the future of their business. And so they come to us and they identify a property, or we work with them to identify a property, and then we try to figure out what financial structure makes sense. Typically that's a lease to purchase, where we set the purchase option, purchase price at the very beginning of the lease term, so that holds over the length of the lease, and allows for the farmer to build equity and allow for them to refinance it at a much lower, usually typically below market rate for that piece of land. We've also done joint ventures, we've done mortgages as well, but typically it's our land lease project. What we also do is we come in and we partner with the farmers to find other ways of unlocking value to bring down the purchase price and to make that land more affordable. We have about 2/3 of our project we've worked to secure conservation easements. So we sell those easements to land trusts, to governments, and that revenue goes towards offsetting the purchase price at the end. We've also done construction on projects, we've done subdivision, we've placed agrivoltaics on properties. We find ways to make that land more affordable for the farmer in the long term. Really what we're doing is buying time for the farmer. These are farmers that have really strong businesses. They just need time to scale up and to become really creditworthy and really, really strong options for typical conventional farm credit FSA. So by the end of the 5-year, 10-year, whatever the purchase option time is, the business has grown, the purchase price is way below what the market would require for that piece of property. They have a demonstrated history of paying leases that support future mortgage, and they are able to exit. And so we've had 45 projects, we've had 13 exits, all successfully to farmers. 9, I think, have been to the original farm partners. 3, we've had to find new farm partners. So the strategy has worked so far, and I think we're We're still experimenting with different ways of structuring. I think we've started to do some joint ventures. We've started to do some additional investments in infrastructure. But the typical strategy that we have is working with farmers, finding ways of unlocking value so that we can make that land affordable and then allow them to have a pathway to ownership.
Thank you. Our model is very different from these two models, and I'm going to try to answer this question from two perspectives, from the perspective of our clients, the investors, and from the perspective of the farmers. First of all, we are not a fund manager, we are an asset manager. So the difference is that we manage the assets directly, we are an operator. And we do that on a non-discretionary basis. What does that mean? That means that the investor basically the investors can be as involved as they want in the management. Typically what happens is they are quite involved at the beginning, and then as they see things cruising along, they take a step back. And they have direct ownership of the assets, not via a fund structure, but directly through an SPV that they own directly. And they very importantly, they retain the right to kick us out on a very short notice, which is different from a fund, because usually funds have 10 years of life, and the investors are a bit more remote from the asset. That means that for us, this approach helps us convince investors to work with us, because they know that if things go badly, they can replace us. That keeps us on our toes, and the investor feels very comfortable having full transparency over the process. The drawback of this approach is that it's hard to scale. Every single investor is different. Every single investment is going to be dealt with in a different way. We have investors who are very detail-oriented and that get involved and ask a lot of questions. Some others are a bit more relaxed, but ultimately it makes it harder to scale our business, but that has served us quite well up to now. From the perspective of the farmers, we do not partner with farmers, we actually hire them, and I'm going to explain what I mean by that. Because we are an operator, we operate the land ourselves. And what we do is we hire people with farming backgrounds, usually little farming background. The background usually comes from their families, families that have been involved in farming for a very long time. But we tend to hire quite young agronomists with limited experience. And this is also quite context specific, at least in our case, we find that works very well in Uruguay, because by hiring young agronomists with still limited experience, they are much more open to adopting regenerative practices. They are much less set in the old ways of their parents. They question everything. They are more enthusiastic. They have more energy, and all of that compensates for the lack of experience. Then there's another important element to that, is that the agriculture sector is prone to a lot of leakage. It's a sector that is difficult to control. It's very hard for a couple of heads of cattle to disappear, for the inputs to be sold, for the inputs to be sold both from friends and things like that. So hiring these younger people means that they haven't yet been inside the sector for 10, 20, 30 years. So they are not corrupted, they are not subjected to those temptations, and therefore that allows us to keep costs and revenues under control. And that has been working very well for us, but obviously we also need to offer them an incentive. So generally our staff, our agronomists, our farm managers are paid above market rates, and they have part of their compensation that is flexible, and very importantly, because they are young, they see very interesting perspectives to grow with our company. That also has an impact from a more systemic perspective, is that by hiring younger people that we convert philosophically to regenerative agriculture, we know that they will have a bigger impact, because they will be longer in the market, essentially replicating what we do. Now, we also deal with farmers, tenant farmers, and about 12.5% of our Uruguayan portfolio is still crop leases, where we have tenants. This is a legacy business that we are now trying to phase out. And we are trying to phase it out for very similar reasons to the ones I just mentioned. Usually our tenants are older people, they've been in the sector forever, and we've been trying for the past 5 years to convince them to adopt more regenerative practices in their cropping operations. And essentially, it's impossible. It's impossible because they are set in their own ways, and there is an inherent conflict of interest between a tenant that wants to extract as many nutrients as they can on the short term versus the interests of long-term interests of the capital holder, the landowner. Obviously, there are ways to address that, and I think Paul mentioned one, which is having low rent to keep them incentivized, but it's been a problem for us. Another aspect is that the law in Uruguay is slightly skewed against the landlords, and so we've experienced that, and we've decided not to phase out this activity and be full operators. So we are literally this week harvesting our first soybean, which was planted and managed regeneratively, and I just received pictures yesterday, and it looks like it's a success. Too bad that the soybean prices are lower, but so far it's been a good experience.
Thank you. Okay, so audience, I am going to open it. I'm going to have one more question for them, and I'm going to open it to questions from you guys. So start thinking about questions. Okay, so the potential for environmental impact from land transition is probably fairly well known in this audience, but I would love to talk a little bit to kind of the social impacts or outcomes that can come from this kind of approach, or each of your approaches. So if each of you could briefly kind of tell us a little bit about your theory of changes and how social impacts come into that, that'd be great. And Martin, why don't we start with you this time?
Yeah, so we have an impact framework that we use to assess new opportunities, and that impact framework includes one theme around ecological stewardship. We're looking at operators' approach to managing soil health, managing livestock, managing water resources, really looking at that entire breadth of ecological stewardship. But we also have a couple impact themes around farmer equity, so the strength of that farm business, the opportunity to expand, the demographics of our farmer operators, farm partners. We also have a community benefits theme where we're looking at what are the impacts on surrounding neighbors, what are the impacts on local food economies, what are the impacts on racial equity. We believe really strongly that regenerative agriculture, the goal shouldn't be just to scale, I think it should be to distribute. I think in this sort of push to be really single-minded about ecological stewardship, about the kind of environmental side, we really fall into this impact pitfall of really prioritizing certain metrics, right? We prioritize conversion to organic, which means therefore that you're gonna manage for that, you're gonna try to find the largest farms, the largest operators, and try to find ways to incentivize them to change, or provide some funding, or talk to them. What we feel is that actually there's a lot of investment that needs to happen to existing regenerative farmers who don't have land access. If you focus on just converting, if you're just looking at big acreage, we know in the US, 98% of farmland is owned by white operators. The average age of farmers is around 60 years old. Focusing just on that metric really leads to a really single-minded approach to impact, where we believe the impact of regenerative is much larger. The focus should be on distributing regenerative agriculture, making it more accessible, bringing it to more communities, making sure the impacts of nutrition, of ownership, of livelihoods is distributed across the US. So we use a pretty nuanced and pretty large impact framework with the 21 different outcomes that we assess opportunities. And soil health is one of them, and it's really important. We want best-in-class regenerative operators, but we also want farmers who have thought about their social license to operate, right? Who are thinking about how to develop their own markets, who are serving their communities. We've had a farmer in North Carolina who converted their milking operation to water bottling during the hurricane. So just completely stop production to shift to create bottling water for their community. We've had folks who donate tens of thousands of pounds of produce to local food banks, with or without those contracts, being frozen by the USDA or this administration. So, we think all of that is really important, and it's also a really important investment approach, right? We want farmers that have thought about their business through this larger lens, right? Who are thinking about their community, their social license to operate, who have built social capital, who are embedded in their community and are also amplifying the impacts of regenerative agriculture in their community.
Paul?
Yeah, I almost separate between direct and indirect social impacts. Like, I think the direct social impact we're looking to achieve, and I talk about the US in particular, is allowing great farmers to access more land and work their magic on more land, through these long-term leases. Martine mentioned the average age of farmers in the US being around 60. I think the average age of farmers in our portfolio is 34. So we're actually tending to work with younger farmers, progressive farmers, ambitious farmers who are growing. We often get asked the question, well, what about land grabbing? Is it right institutional investors should own land? Should not all land be in the hand of the farmers? The farmers we work with tend to be medium to large scale, slightly more commercial organic regenerative farmers. They want to own a certain amount of land, they want their home base, and they want a certain amount of acreage, sort of in the core. But they're often very happy to lease a land around that to scale and expand, because they don't want all their capital tied up in land or to be taking on huge debts to buy more land, because that's actually is a lot of risk, and they want to free up more capital to invest in machinery and to build a team and for working capital. So we're finding, especially in the US, that blend of owned and leased land seems to work really well actually for these ambitious younger farmers, and that's where we can help. So we're giving directly helping those younger farmers access more land. The indirect way is probably around the demonstration effect. To an early point that Francisco made, like we're also not in the business of training or convincing farmers to change practices. We're trying to work with farmers already doing it and helping them scale. But if those farmers are successful, their neighbors will notice that. People look over the fence. And so the best way to convince people to adopt regenerative organic practices is to see lots of successful, profitable farmers who are doing really well. And so we're trying to achieve that by working with these local farmers. And we try and get the message out. We publish a lot, we have white papers, we publish books, we publish case studies, and we try and spread the word, about what our farmers are achieving on the ground.
Francisco.
So our ambition is to have quite a big impact on the agricultural sector. The issue we face is that historically our clients have no interest in impact. And that comes from the origin of our company, which was turning around distressed assets. And when you are turning around distressed assets, the owners are not really worried about the impact, they are really worried about recovering their investment. And nowadays, still a large part of our clients are legacy clients. And so impact for them is not that important. That is changing as we get new clients and we find people who are more inclined towards impact. So really what we do is we try to appeal to our clients' greed to have a bigger impact. And what I mean by that is that we focus on regenerative practices that are more profitable than the conventional practices. And not all regenerative practices are those. And that's the reason why we focus a lot on regenerative grazing, because we found that, at least in our experience, especially in Uruguay, it works very well. It works very well because we're able to take conventionally operated extensive grasslands or even crop pasture systems, and by applying pretty simple regenerative grazing techniques to increase our stocking rates, therefore have a high yield, to reduce our costs, and unfortunately we are not yet able to get a premium when we sell our meats, but hopefully that will happen in the future. And so that this appeals to our investors because they see that that has a direct impact on the numbers, and also on the perspectives of selling the land at a better price 5, 10, 15 years down the line. So so that's the first dimension. Then the second dimension for us is by creating skilled jobs, as I was mentioning before, hiring younger people, training them, and making them proficient in our regenerative grazing techniques, and over time they will have an impact, either because they move on, which hasn't happened so far, but if they move on, they're going to go somewhere else and do it somewhere else well, hopefully. And obviously that has an impact because interestingly, all these guys that work with us, they come from very conventional farming families, and initially it was a difficult conversation because they bought into the regenerative practice idea, but they felt conflicted with their families. So that was we had very interesting discussions with them. But over time, that is improving, and hopefully they are converting their families and their friends and so on. Then, from a more systemic perspective, we want to prove that regenerative grazing can be applied at scale very profitably. And Uruguay is a perfect place to do so, because Uruguay is a country with 17 million hectares. 11 million hectares of that are basically native grasslands. Uruguay is inserted within what's called the Brazilian-Uruguayan ecoregion. So it's essentially grasses. The soils are not fertile enough to do crops for those 11 million hectares, and most of that land has been farmed in the same way for the past 300, 400, 500 years, which means extensively, which is beautiful. It's very romantic, but it's not the most efficient way to produce beef. And it took us a while to get to our model of regenerative grazing, but now that we are there, it's fairly easy to replicate, and it's highly scalable because there's not, besides buying the land, obviously, which is capital intensive, the infrastructure is fairly affordable, and our model can be very easily replicated. So we can, having proven, we have proven our model, and hopefully more people will start following us and applying that, whether that's in Uruguay or other countries with large expanses of native grasslands to replace CAFOs or extensive productions.
Thank you. Okay, audience, it's your turn. What questions do we have? I don't think we have a mic. I won't get there fast enough, but if you want to stand up and speak loudly.
I'm intrigued with the idea of ecosystem service payments. Can you explain maybe what the deal flow would look like?
Ecosystem service payments was the question, and interested in that. And maybe I'll reframe that, because carbon is probably the ecosystem service payment that is most furthest along, maybe. And so maybe you guys could talk about whether ecosystem service payments or carbon plays into your strategies, and if farmers and or investors are asking for it. Would that do the trick?
Yeah, maybe I can take that. So yeah, our strategy very much real assets plus. So we invest in real assets and farmland, and they have to be good, productive, profitable farms, and then we try and layer on ecosystem payments, wherever we can. And largely that's carbon at the moment, and we've done a lot of work on this. I'd say it's very country specific. So for example, in Australia where we invest, I always say Australia is probably around 10 years ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to carbon markets and land. They have a very developed market, a regulated market. The government has set the rules. The government's created a source of demand by effectively a cap and trade system where large polluters now need to buy credits. And we've set up early projects starting in 2016 around regenerating native woodland and some of our big grazing properties. I think we generated and sold 1.8 million tons of CO2 credits, generating well over 25 million Australian dollars of revenue. So it has been a significant part of our strategy down there. Interesting enough, we hadn't modeled it in. That was always like an upside we talked about if the policies evolved, and they did. Soon after we started, so we were able to capture the opportunity because of the regenerative grazing system that we use, very similar to what Francisco is doing in Uruguay. We have put a lot of effort in the US, seeing if we can layer on soil carbon, onto some of our, especially Midwest organic grain farms. We've done some trials with ESMC. We've done some work Indigo Ag. So I think it's, I'd say we're still almost in trial phase and pilot phase. I think there's a lot of uncertainty around the methodologies, around demand, a lot of farmer reluctance, to dive in. So I'm not quite sure what the path's going to be. It'll only ever be a small, little bit of icing on the cake, I would say, on the quite high value farmland we do. And same in Europe, we're really pushing hard on developing new methodology for actually Mediterranean orchard crops. So for permanent crops like nuts and olives, but again, it's pretty nascent, not clear where demand's going to come from. It's again, the icing in the cake. But we always want to be in the vanguard and be ready for when those policy changes can drive really serious, robust compliance markets, and then participate in those.
And just a comment, if you want to talk about investment in ecosystem services, if that kind of deal flow, I think there's sessions coming up later, and we can talk about that afterwards too, for sure. So for those of you that didn't hear it, he said that he's a farmer. The model that Martin has sounds good, but how are you able to make it financially sustainable for themselves, for you guys?
Yeah, we're very grateful to have impact-focused investors who are willing to take impact-first rates of return. So we have a lot of flexibility. What I mentioned earlier about finding additional sources of value to come in, like conservation easements. We've worked with farmers who want to develop parts of their property to have like housing for their farm staff. So there's different ways that we can add value that allows us to get that return on a property while maintaining affordability for the farmer. So conservation easements are a big part of what we do. They're not applicable everywhere. The pricing is very variable, and a lot of that is U.S. government funded as well. So there's some challenging coming up on that. But typically the lease to purchase has worked for farmers. We set the purchase price at the very beginning. We set an appreciation rate that's equal to inflation. By the time it comes to time for them to execute on the purchase option, they can go to FSA and farm credit, and it's viable. They're a viable loanee. So for us, a lot of the revenue comes in from things that we do to add value to that project. But also we do a lot of work in underwriting our projects. We spend a lot of time in the very beginning with our farmers. We know them really, really well. We visit them. We visit the property. I speak with about half of our farm partners probably weekly, everybody else maybe quarterly at least. We visit annually. If we're working on a project together, it's pretty frequent communication. So we're really invested in them, and we're really invested in their success. We haven't had any write-downs. The model works because we invest in really strong farmers. And so the risk that we're taking is, we think, really minimal because these are really strong farmers. It's a real asset that we own. And so we are able to pass on, and our investors want to pass on whatever returns we can get to them to make that affordable, to make this impact possible.
Thank you. Okay, we're just about, I teased you guys and we were able to take 2 questions, but I'm gonna close with one final question that should be brief in the interest of time, and it's a pop quiz because this is not what we prepped for our final question, but we have a very general audience here, folks who are diverse, that are working in different points of regeneration. What is it that each of you wants them to know or take away from this conversation on real asset approaches to investing in regenerative? And we'll start with you, Francisco. Put you on the spot first.
Sure. Well, I used to work in the renewable energy and carbon credit sector 20 years ago, and my conviction is that we are right now with regenerative agriculture where we were with renewable energy 20 years ago. And that means at the time you still had plenty of first movers, mostly developers that were basically aggregating portfolios and proving and building some of the projects and proving the viability of renewable energy. And 20 years ago is when you started seeing a lot of institutional capital coming into the sector. And nowadays, I wouldn't work in the renewable energy sector for a very specific reason, is that it's dominated by utilities, pension funds or other institutionals, and infrastructure funds, which have a very low return hurdles. And it's become extremely competitive, which is good for the sector because you see the evolution of renewable energy over the past 20 years, and it's become a very sizable portion of our energy matrix. It did not replace conventional energy. It will take a very long time to replace it. I think we'll need to get nuclear fusion for that to happen. But we've really mitigated a significant part of the negative externalities of the conventional energy. And I think we are now with regenerative agriculture still on those early stages where we are proving the concepts, showing that these certain projects can be done at scale and can attract institutional capital. And hopefully 20 years from now, we'll have regenerative agriculture being a large part or a significant part of the food matrix, and or the agriculture and food matrix, having replaced a lot of conventional, and hopefully that will happen in a shorter time than 20 years.
Thank you. Martin, you want to go next?
Yeah, just really quickly, I'd say, I think a lot of the discussion around investing in farmers is about risk. Farmers are very risky. Farming is risky. What we've seen is that investing in committed regenerative agriculture, committing in farmers who have developed business models around it, who have really strong connections to community, who know how to manage and steward their land, is not risky, right? These are really strong operators. These are really smart folks. And I have the privilege every year of just seeing folks execute on their purchase option because they've been able to grow their business, right? We have a farmer right now who is this farm family, they're gonna purchase their property, and they've scaled from when they started out with their capital around $250,000 in annual revenue. They're now at $750,000 annual revenue. They are paying their farm staff, $20 an hour. They're compensating their housing. They can make it work. So I just, I push back on this idea of like, oh, farmland investment, it's so risky, but it's really not. If you invest in the right farmers, it's not risky.
Yeah, I just said, farmland is emerging as a new asset class in a way, as Francisco alluded to. Actually, right now, in parallel to this conference, there's another conference going on in Midtown Manhattan, the Global Ag Investing Conference, which I normally go to. If you think this conference is a little bit overpriced, not that I think it is, that one's $4,000 to $5,000 a ticket, and that's where the real money is. That's the institutional money, the pensions, insurers, the big managers, they're all sitting in Midtown now, and they're dealing with billions of dollars investing into farmland, and so there is money moving into the sector in a big, big way. We think if we can capture some of that and channel it towards regenerative organic farming, we actually think it'd be more profitable. And on the white paper we published this year, we talk about this regenerative edge, where you can have higher returns from premiums or higher yield, lower costs, ecosystem service payments. But put all together, we think our farms are more profitable than conventional. And if we channel that money to the right farmers in the right way, we can have a very positive impact as well by helping those farmers scale and have access to land. So there is a very shiny double-sided coin here of financial return, which and the characteristics are appealing, but also social, environmental impact as well.
Love it. How about a round of applause for these gentlemen? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next year, we're going to charge $5,000, so get ready. Take this mic for me. Okay, so we're going to jump down to our coffee break, and just wanted to say a huge thank you to Utopian Coffee for the sponsorship. It's always amazing to have regenerative products for you guys to try out, and as you can see, across the whole stage, we do have regenerative products, and we're looking for more. So anybody who you want to recommend, or just let us know and get in contact. So thank you. You guys have something to say?
Yeah, we're going to kick off the next session with Keith Burns and Rick Clark promptly at 11:10. You're not going to want to miss this conversation, so make sure you're back here. Thanks. minutes. We're going to kick this session off in just 1 second here. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Hey guys, well, as everybody kind of comes to take their seat, I want to introduce Keith Burns and Rick Clark. Keith and I originally met. Keith hosts an amazing event. It is private, right? Can I still talk about it? Yeah. So Keith hosts an amazing event and is the operator of Green Cover. And their Regenerative Nexus is where I met a lot of the folks that you'll see speaking today, and it's just really like, you know, the who is who in regenerative ag. It was in Phoenix, and has done a lot of things for the regenerative community, you know, outside the Northeast that Court and I haven't really connected with, and so it's been so great to kind of see somebody else coming from a bit of a different location. You know, there was so many different farmers at that conference, right? And yeah, so I'm really looking forward to the two of them. So please put your hands together.
All right, well, thank you. So, you know, we've spent the last day and a half learning that regenerative ag is great. We've talked about all the benefits. Everybody knows it's the way to go. So why isn't everyone doing it? And we get that question a lot. Rick, I'm sure you get that question a lot as well. Super valid question. You know, with all of these benefits, how comes everybody's not doing regenerative ag practices? Well, you know, the answer is it's complicated. And so Rick and I are going to talk a little bit about some of the barriers that exist that prevent more farmers from adopting these practices. And we're going to talk about it mostly from a farmer perspective because we're both farmers, but we also talk to lots of other farmers. So I think we've got pretty good perspective on some of these barriers that exist. So my name is Keith Burns. Like Jackson said, I am with Green Cover. My brother and I started Green Cover back in 2009, but we're farming on the same farm that we grew up on. We've been farming there. Our family's been there for 125 some years, but we started Green Cover as a way to help people regenerate, steward, and share God's creation for future generations. And we do that by providing cover crop seed to thousands of customers across all 50 states, but we also provide a lot of educational resources. So if you haven't picked up one of our soil health resource guides, we encourage you to take that. We've got some great webinars online that you can watch as well. And we get to work with lots of great customers across the country, and many of them are here speaking and sharing their information. And so it's a great honor to share the stage with Rick Clark. You know, Rick is not just a customer, he also grows some of our cover crop seed that we sell. But more importantly, I consider him a friend, and he's a great influence and a great operator. So I'm going to let Rick introduce himself, and then we're going to jump right into the topic since we have a limited amount of time.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great being here. How's everybody doing? That's good. Yeah, it's great. I start every presentation with this slide right here. This is my immediate family, and you need everybody on board. And everyone in this picture has my back, and that allows me to do the crazy things that I want to do. And I've often said that if you have negative people around you, you've got to get different people. There's no one negative in this group. Everyone's positive. There's a lot going on. This notion of regenerative farming, it's not a notion, but the journey of regenerative farming is a moving, dynamic, living organism, and it is changing rapidly. So you have to be able to flex and move with it. So I always start with that. Thank you, Keith. Keith put these slides together, so thanks for putting that in. I appreciate it.
So you can blame me if they're not any good. And just a bit of context for Rick, he's very humble, but he farms in Indiana and is both regenerative and organic, which is difficult to do, and doing it at scale, which is even more difficult. And so he has great perspective on some of these barriers because he's had to overcome them all. And like I say, you travel extensively just like I do, and so you have perspective of not just your journey, but working through other people's journeys as well.
Yeah.
And so we're going to talk about some of these barriers to regenerative agriculture adoption, and we're going to talk about it from a farmer's perspective. And we'll not only talk about them, but in the short amount of time we have, I've got 8 barriers that we need to get through here, but we'll try to talk a little bit about how do you overcome those as well, because it's no good just to identify them if we can't talk about how to overcome them.
Oh, that's right. We can take John's time. John's on right now.
John said, okay, John said we could have his time. Great. I appreciate that. Well, he's a very...
He's obviously not in the room, or he would... It's okay.
He's a very giving guy.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, number 1, regenerative agriculture has increased management requirements in order to implement it. It's harder to do than conventional agriculture. And I like to say that, biology is better, but chemistry is more consistent, and it's just easier to do, especially as you're scaling it up. So I think one of the barriers that prevent people from jumping in is that it's going to take more work to do, and a lot of people are stretched so thin they don't feel like they have that ability to do that. So Rick, talk a little bit about this from your perspective.
Yeah, from my perspective on this, I didn't even know it was called regenerative. We've been doing this for about 17 years. But when we started down this road, it was more difficult to research online and find other people that were doing it to the degree that we needed it to be done. Fast forward to today, there are all kinds of resources, like conferences like this. There's conferences all over the world. I think you could probably go to a conference about every week in the wintertime in the United States. So, and there's people now that are opening up their farms to people to look at. All of these things make this a little bit easier because the folks that are being totally transparent are giving not only the candy canes and lollipops, all the rah, but they're also giving the steps that are hard to get and keep moving forward. And, a lot of the stuff that we've done on our farm is research that we've done ourselves. I mean, we collect data. You have to collect data. I'm sure everyone in this room collects data at some point. I mean, these right here are the best data collectors in the world. Now, the question is, what are you going to do with that data? So figure out how to crunch it and get it to be to your advantage, because data is power.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And Rick's right. There's a lot of resources out there. People in this regenerative movement are, very open. They're very honest. They're very sharing with their information. And you don't see that in a lot of other segments or a lot of industries. And so it's a great way to do it. But for the person that doesn't have that right mindset, they look at this management requirement as a barrier. That learning curve can be a barrier. And so, if you're working with growers who are interested in starting this, I think you need to start small. You need to start by doing a lot of research. Yeah. And I know I've heard you say this many times, don't bet the whole farm on something that you're not comfortable with.
Yeah, do not jeopardize the livelihood of the farm or your business or whatever. I mean, one of the main, if you don't know what the 6 principles of soil health are, you got to write that down, look it up, and know them by like the back of your hand. And there are aspects of those principles that work in any business, like diversity. It works in it's not just a farming principle. Diversity is everywhere. So we have to understand how to become diverse. But when you get started on this journey, you have to go slow. And my recommendation is to always try something that more than likely will have success. For example, soybeans planted into cereal rye. That will just about always have success. Because if that first time out, Keith, a farmer does not have success, or it doesn't go the way they think it should have gone, that's two different things.
They're done.
They're done. They're not coming back. So we have to be careful how we are asking them to try something different.
Yeah. So, Yeah, so the increased management requirements can be overcome, but it has to be done right.
And it can be overwhelming.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming. So number two, I think that this is a barrier in that people don't, farmers have an improper understanding of the risk versus reward, because it is risky to change. It's risky to do something different, and I'm not sure that they understand all of the rewards versus the risk. And there's different ways to mitigate the risk as well. And we kind of talked about that a little bit. But Rick, talk a little bit about what was some of your thought processes as you converted in a big way. How did you look at that risk versus the reward?
Yeah, when our system right now is geared toward one main goal, and that is human health. That's all I'm in charge of the farm right now for today. And my goal is human health. What does that mean? That means what all of you first think it means. Increasing nutrient density of your food, taking the pesticides, the herbicides. We've eliminated all inputs. We haven't used any inputs in 11 years. Take all of those things away. Now that's the first side of the human health that we really want to look at, and it's extremely important, and it's mandatory to get done. The second side of human health that I look at, and again, this is from the farmer perspective that Keith said this is what this was going to be leaned toward, is our health. I can't believe what the farmers have been asked to do over the years of these. Do you folks realize these chemicals have skull and crossbones on them? That's death. And we are asked as farmers to be around these chemicals and use these chemicals and make food as cheap as we possibly can. That system is broken.
And people don't understand all the risks associated with that.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And the dollars that are spent. So when I look at this, I'm looking at it from a way different perspective than mainstream farming is looking at it. Mainstream farming is looking at yield. It's all about yield. How am I going to either A, out-yield my neighbor, or how am I going to beat the county average? And it's all based on yield. I mean, I have been to conferences where we talk to farmers just out in the halls, and they don't care about anything as far as profitability is concerned. They are there to get that next item they can add to get to 330 bushel corn, no matter what it takes. That's not going to work here. So we have to understand this is not a yield game. This is a return on investment or a profitability, which is no different than any other business. You don't just grow and sell cover crop seed to sell it, do you? You're trying to make a little money.
Just to you, Rick.
Yeah, just to me. Yeah. But the point is, we've got to get this thinking process changed from a yield reward to a net dollar per acre reward.
And I've got another barrier coming up here later that we'll talk about of why yield is such an important deal in this situation. But if we want to help more adoption, go across more acres, we have to help these producers understand how to minimize the risk while maximizing that reward. And some of that reward, a lot of that reward is going to come from the market. And I've got some other barriers here that have to do with the market. But we've heard a lot of talk, at this conference about, how do we do that? How do we minimize this risk? How do we maximize that reward? And that has to get conveyed to these producers in order to get them to change, because they're operating on such thin margins, they can't take on much more risk.
Right. I think the next phase of this push for the regenerative movement is the consumer has to be educated, and they have to understand, and I don't want to point blame anywhere, but when the consumer walks into a grocery store, this is just Rick's brain thinking here. When a consumer walks into a grocery store, they're going to look around and they're going to say, why in the world would there be anything on this shelf that's going to be harmful to me because my government says that it's safe? Okay? That's their way they're thinking. That has to change. Yesterday in D.C., Bobby Kennedy just had a great event. They're taking all of the dyes out of our food now. Finally, it's going to happen. That is the beginning of what needs to happen. But the consumer needs to understand why. They need to understand how much sugar, for example, is in the food we're consuming. It would blow your mind. How much, when I'm at home and I see my wife baking something, I'm like, how many cups of sugar are you putting in that thing? And, and then you just really start to realize, and I know I'm veering off here, Keith, I'm sorry, but that's what has to happen. And then the next thing that has to happen is we need more teachers in the field teaching the farmers how to do this and do it correctly.
So that kind of leads into the economics and the market. The market is going to have to drive this, and we can sit here and talk about the lack of government funding for incentive programs, but that's not going to drive it long term anyway. The only way this movement gets any legs and keeps going and is there for the long term is the market has to drive it. The market has to say, this is what we're choosing, this is what we're going to make more profitable. And so, when farmers look at that, again, it kind of goes back to that risk versus reward. Is there going to be a reward for having things grown in a regenerative way? Well, those markets are coming online. They're growing slowly, but they're growing surely. But we need to ramp that up because, one thing about farmers, they're just like anybody else. They're going to follow the money. And if the markets say there is going to be a financial advantage to farm in this way, and they're convinced that that's not just a year or two thing, but it's a long-term thing, there's going to be a lot of switching done to get there. Don't you think, Rick?
Yeah, I agree. But it also goes back, I think, to my comment earlier about educating the consumer. The consumer is going to drive this. If the consumer is demanding a product of less inputs, there's only one thing the farmer can do, and that's change. That's how I see it. So you're exactly right. Sometimes, though, that market needs to be created to entice that farmer to want to make the change. And I don't make anything from plugging companies, but Regenified is a really good company at doing this. They're young, they're just getting started, they've got markets opening up, and there is a premium to be able to sell into that Regenified market. And there are other markets like that.
And that's going to be a market where you don't have to go completely organic, but you have to really go a long ways that way to stay with the Regenified certification. And so I think that, some of these barriers are just perceived myths. So I think there's a myth that your yields are going to go way down if you start farming this way. You're going to make far less money. And so if we don't take all of John's time, he's going to come up here and share with us that no, your yields don't have to go down when you're switching over to these methods. You may have to change your management. It's going to require more management, but the yields don't have to go down when making this transition. But I think that's a myth that's out there.
It is. It is. But you have to remember, when you are in a system that is high tillage, high fertility, just high chemistry, high input, everything, what in the world are your microbes even doing? Because A, most of them are gone, and B, let's just look at the nitrogen fixing bacteria. What job are they going to do when you're already supplying all the nitrogen they need? So once you start taking that away, they need that stimulation to get back to doing the job they're doing. So there's going to be a little lull, but then almost every time it's a ramp up to exceed what you were doing before. Now, I don't want to use the word yield, but we exceeded our yield before we started the regenerative practices. So there's a slight drag. It depends on the situations. I don't want to, John's going to give you more on that, but we saw some decline, but we also saw instant change in the soil.
Yeah, and you can accept a little bit of a yield decrease if your profitability is maintaining or going up.
You're spending less money on inputs.
Yeah. So the next one is that I think is a big barrier: policies that incentivize commodity crops, and specifically crop insurance. And this is one where farmers are almost forced to chase yield, because your crop insurance policies are all about yield. They could care less about profit, but you have to keep your APH, your approved production history, as high as possible so that you get the best insurance deals. And they make it very difficult to switch over to new crops because you have, really good, hey, we have a really good APH on our corn, so we're going to plant more corn because it looks like a tough year. We don't hardly have, if I planted wheat, I'd have to take the county average because I don't have that. So there's policies that incentivize commodity crops, and I don't know, it might have been Will Harris I heard, or somebody said, our farming system isn't broken. We're getting exactly what it's been designed to do, and that's produce large amounts of cheap food. And so we're kind of getting what the system has been designed to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, policies promote poor farming practices. It's just about that simple. On our farm, we haven't taken any government payments since 19. Haven't had any crop insurance since 19. So it can be done, but you have to understand too that there's more at play here. The lending institutions are pretty much requiring that a farmer takes a multi-peril insurance. So it's almost out of the farmer's hands at that inception of talking to a bank or a lending institution. Now, for whatever reason, I've been able to talk my folks away from that. But one thing I'm going to be very proud of is I'm going to think within a couple of years we're not going to need to have any line of credit. I haven't borrowed any money to farm for about 4 years. So yeah, thank you. So I have to be very careful though, because we are extreme as they come. And I do not want to tell anyone that they need to farm like we do. That's not why I teach. We teach to give ideas of what we're doing and take these ideas home to your operation because, again, principles of soil health, context. Where are you? Where are you on the journey? Where are you in the world? Where are you in life? What's your risk tolerance? All of these things matter. So I have to be very careful that I'm not up here promoting that I want you to take everything away. I think someday that could happen. But we have to be very careful. I mean, we've been on a long journey to get to this point. So we have to bite off little bites as we go. Now, one last thing I will say here, and I'll stop for a second. Of the people that we've consulted and helped on this journey, not one of those people has said, I'm not doing this anymore. The usual answer is, why didn't we do this 10 years ago? It's every time. And I'm sure John can tell you the same thing with his company. When they step on with their product, why didn't we do this, 10 years ago? So it's just getting the comfort into that farmer, because you have to understand, this is their legacy, or this is their heritage. Their grandfather taught them, their dad taught them. Everything that they know has been brought through the generations, and you don't want to piss them off. Because human nature is very predictable. If you push on me, what am I doing? I'm pushing back. Well, I don't want them to push back. I want them to understand we're here to help.
Yeah, and we're not up here saying that a change government policy is going to solve all the problems, but we need to make sure the policies aren't penalizing people for switching over, and right now some of them are.
And it's come a long way, though. RMA is the branch of the USDA that creates the rules. It's the risk management arm of the multi-peril insurance. They create the rules on what the farmers can and can't do. Now, they have come a long way. I believe, John, help me out here, when Jason Mock does the relay cropping, I believe that is an accepted practice now. So it's people like Jason Mock, Lauren Steinlage, there's others. So that's what we need. So at least the organizations are receptive to change. And that's a good thing.
Yep, and we need to keep pushing them to continue to change. Here's another one that I think could be a barrier, and that's a lack of livestock integration, because one thing about implementing regenerative practices, they are all so much easier if you have livestock as part of your operation, because you can turn a beautiful cover crop like this into beef or into lamb or into pork even. And so the financials look so much better when livestock are involved. But so many people, you know, they've torn out all their fences, they've gotten rid of all their livestock, and they just don't know how to get back into it. Now you've got some livestock on the farm.
Yeah, we've got some sheep and some cattle. Now I'm not a grazing expert by any means, and I don't try to be one. We'll create paddocks that will be big enough for 4 or 5 days, because honestly I don't have the power, the people power to make this do the right way. And you know, I'm a very simplistic type person. I like to go up to 50,000 feet and look down and just see what are the validations. Because we have to be, in life, you have to find things that validate what you're doing. And when I look at the livestock across the landscape of our farm, and I look at the next cash crop that is grown behind that cattle. So the cattle were in this field right here. We moved them off, we came in and we planted a cash crop, whatever that is. Let's say it's corn, whatever it is. That field of corn where those livestock were will out-yield any other cornfield on the farm. That's a validation that is working. I don't need a bunch of tests to tell. And now, I'm sure the tests are going to validate all that, but I'm just saying common sense, that validates that the livestock are a huge impact. Now, sometimes, Keith, the best livestock are your neighbor's livestock. You call your neighbor, you call with dairy.
As long as they're not there just because they got out.
Well, no, yeah. Well, yeah.
It needs to be intentional.
Yeah, this needs to be intentional, but you let them worry about keeping them alive through the cold winters in the Midwest and work out a deal. I mean, I've always tried, I've never succeeded yet, but I've always tried with dairies. Let me take your replacement heifers for 90 days. And we'll work out a daily arrangement for pay, and you get them back. I just can't get them on board. I will, but I haven't got that pulled off yet.
Yeah, so that's a great point, Rick. You don't have to own livestock. Evo, in California, in your vineyard, you have sheep come in. They're not your sheep, but you're utilizing a local source of animals as a tool in your regenerative practice, but you don't have to have ownership, and when they're done, you don't have to worry about them. They go somewhere else. So yeah, the really good operators are very creative in forming these partnerships and these networks and understanding how to utilize livestock as a tool without having to have that investment. Because I'll tell you what, if you're going to go buy cattle right now, you better have a big fat checkbook because they are expensive.
It's expensive, yes.
Yeah, but they're a great tool, and it's, we love working with people that are integrated with crops and livestock, because cover crops are a very easy sell to them. So just a couple more here. I think this is a barrier. The industry and a lot of universities that are supported by these industries, they don't want to change the status quo because they're doing quite well. Do you recognize that building, Rick?
That's Purdue over there.
That is Purdue.
Right. I might know that school.
And I put Purdue on there because I heard you mention sometime fairly recently that a lot of these Purdue University agronomy folks, they don't even know you exist.
No.
And that's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I went to school there. The farm's about 45 minutes from the campus, and it's hard to get Purdue there. Now, that's okay. I'm not going to dwell on that. There's other eager people that want to do things, but yes, this is difficult because but things are changing. I mean, everything in this world is changing and evolving. There are actually schools now, I don't believe Purdue's one of them, but there are schools that have regenerative degrees now. So we're at least taking steps in the right direction. But it's amazing how many young folks come out of a agronomy program or a biological program or something, and they say, I've got to unlearn what I just came out of college, and I got to redo this on the Mother Nature way of thinking about this. And that right there is so disheartening because they're being set back and taught old ways that aren't really being know,
Yeah,
use.
and the previous panel, one of the speakers up here said we like to hire young agronomists because they don't have to unlearn a lot of things, and that's so true. I was with a client in Florida, and they're fighting the citrus greening in the citrus industry down there. He said the number one biggest impediment to the citrus industry is the University of Florida, because they just won't get behind, because he's demonstrated these regenerative practices are saving these orchards, but they just won't get behind that. Two more, and this is just a real quick one. I think short-term land leases, you will not find a farmer that's going to invest in these regenerative practices if they don't know that they're going to farm that ground next year or 2 years or 3 years, because so much of this, they understand that is an investment and that there's a short-term return. Some things you see come back to you right away, but other things they compound and they cascade. And you're not going to get those benefits if you're not farming that ground. And so, and again, as Paul was talking up here, they like to have long-term leases because they understand that they're not going to get a tenant to do these practices without a long-term lease. And so, if you have access to landlords, landowners, and so much land is going to transition in the next few years, we need to really get in front of this new base of landowners and help them to understand this, so that they're not out there just looking for the quick fix. Because I promise you this, if you're a landowner and you are all about getting the top dollar rent, whoever is renting that ground, they are going to extract every bit out of it as they can. Because they have to, because you're charging in top dollar.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're about out of time, and I'm going to say just one more thing here. If there are any landowners in the room that are in this situation, I would highly recommend you have a fertility clause in your contract. So whatever the fertility levels are going in, again, data's king. Baseline that farm, get the data, and collect that data and see and make sure then that when that farm is done at that 1 year, 2 year lease, it's back to the levels that you all agree on.
Yeah, and there's some really creative ways to do these land lease agreements, and the previous panel up here, they're doing some of them. So there's ways to do this, but when it's not done, there's no way regenerative practices are going to be implemented on this type of a thing. And then here's the last one, and this is pretty big, it's pretty important, and that's just the cultural and social resistance to some of this. There's better ways of doing things, but no thanks, we're too busy. We've never done it that way. This isn't how my dad did it. This isn't how my grandpa did it. And so you can have people right across the fence from you, and they're looking to see what you're doing, and they're just going to resist that change because they just, they may not want the social pressure of going to the coffee shop and being thought of as the weird guy. Now, many of the innovators, the early adopters, they don't care. But it's as we move into this next early majority type people that we need to get adopting if we're going to get this to scale, they are going to care.
I had somebody tell me something the other day that has really stuck with me, and it's probably going to stick with me forever. The innovators are not the people that are going to create this movement of the masses, because we're too radical. We're out. I mean, I've taken everything away. That's too scary. It's the early adopters who are going to be the ones that are going to be moving the farmers.
And they've got to influence the early majority, which are the ones that are going to be more.
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah.
It's profound.
So somehow we have to, work within the confines of this. And I think it's important to build these networks. It's important for people to find others who are doing similar things. But this is a much bigger one than most people think.
Yeah, it is. We're out of time. So are we out of time?
We are out of time. But I think that even in spite of all these barriers, we talked about some of the ways, the education, the networking, all of these things can help us break through these barriers to bigger acres of regenerative agricultural adoption. And as John comes up and talks, one of the ways, if people are convinced that they can switch and not lose yield and profitability, it will be a much easier change. So that's our segue to John. How's that?
You.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Keith's organization, Green Cover, I just forgot to mention, so they're actually a sponsor and they're supporting us. So we just want a huge round of applause for Green Cover. Thank you so much, Keith, for your support. So they help with cover cropping. So they actually have their own mix calculator where, when you're cover cropping, obviously a huge tenet of regenerative agriculture, they have a bunch of different offerings and they make it really easy to do the job. So the first time that I met John Kemp was actually at Sarah's RFSI, the Regenerative Food Systems Investment Forum. By the way, an amazing conference, especially if you're interested about the finance side of things. Sarah's just been able to pull together some really, really great people, and it's part of the reason that Court and I are so ingrained in the regenerative movement. And so I was talking to Lizzie and Park, who are advancing they both work at Advancing Eco Agriculture, John's organization, and I asked them to intro me because we wanted to get the best speakers, the biggest speakers to come to our event. And so they bring John over and he kind of gives me a look like, well, I'm here. Like, what? Let's go. And so he just looked at me with that intensity, and you'll see that he carries the same intensity towards his work, and I'm so fortunate to have him here today. And I also want to just note that he is Amish, so do not take any photos. That would be amusing. Let's be respectful of his culture, and you can take voice recordings, and we will have his session recorded as well. Besides being he can tell you more, but besides being the CEO of Advancing Eco Agriculture, he also hosts the Regenerative Agriculture podcast, right? And something that Court and I have been listening to and have appreciated. And I believe he's been in conversation with Rick Clark and some of the other amazing speakers that we've had here today. So with that, I will welcome you, John Kemp. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Jackson. You have a handheld mic here as well?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Yep, thank you. All right, welcome everyone. I've never been described or introduced as being intense before, so I'm not quite sure how to follow up from that one. Yeah, welcome. It's good to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for having me here. It's interesting to meet many new faces, and one of the things that I'm really excited about, thank you, is the way that this space has grown. So. In the agricultural community, in the investment community, just the conversations around regenerative agriculture. Jackson mentioned Sarah's work at RFSI, which is, I echo his sentiments, is an incredible event. 5 years ago, RFSI was 100 attendees, and now it's 500. So there's very rapid growing interest in this space, and it's extremely necessary. It's extremely necessary. It's very needed, as we all know. And it's very needed to think about facilitating the adoption of regenerative agriculture from an economics perspective, from a financial perspective. Because the foundational premise of the marketplace is that you achieve what you incentivize. Rick spoke to this, and Keith spoke to this a little bit. You achieve what you incentivize. And right now, we cannot fault the farmers in the countryside for the production model that they are using, because they are producing using the exact production model that policy has incentivized. Government policy has incentivized the production of cheap food and cheap calories as efficiently as possible, and that's precisely what they've done. So the foundational premise for this talk came from a series of experiences as I started our consulting work at Advancing Eco Agriculture. In the very early days, we had some interesting experiences on our own farm where I came to realize that when we grow healthy plants that are resistant to diseases and insects, they have a functional immune system, we have this vibrant health, not only do we have resistance in the field, but also they transfer that immunity to people, and we can start having a legitimate conversation about food having medicinal value and medicinal quality. So I became very inspired by that idea, the promise, the potential of that idea of agriculture as public health. And then in addition to that, I came to the realization from some experiences that we had on our farm and on farms that we were doing consulting work for, that when we grow these really healthy plants, we also regenerate soil health. So there has been this idea in agriculture, particularly for the last 6 decades, that agriculture is somehow, by its very nature, inherently extractive. The process of growing a crop is going to remove nutrients and going to remove carbon from the soil, and that the very process of growing a crop is going to deplete the soil of nutritional reserves. And then we grow a cover crop to replenish those reserves. You stop for a moment, you just think about that dichotomy. What's the difference between a cover crop and a crop that is growing? And I came to the realization that when we grow these vibrantly healthy plants, we can also regenerate soil while we are growing a crop. It was fascinating to me when I started going back into the agronomic literature, studying how crops were grown and how they were managing agronomy 100 years ago, 150 years ago. You don't have to go back in history very far. 70 years ago, the prevailing belief and understanding at the time, you asked the question, all the leading agronomists of the day, if you were to ask the question, what is the fastest way to build soil organic matter? The common understanding was that the fastest way to build soil organic matter was to grow corn. Today, we believe the fastest way to lose soil organic matter is to grow corn. So what's changed? What is different? What is different is in the way that that crop is being managed, the way the nutrition of that crop is being managed. So early on, I became very inspired by this idea that we can grow plants that are so healthy that they're resistant to diseases and insects, that they can provide food as medicine, and that we can regenerate soil health. Who would be opposed to that? That's something that we all want. Of course we would do that. But in having conversations with growers, I soon came to the realization that as I was having this conversation with farmers, this was something that I was very inspired by. And farmers were also inspired by the idea. They'd say, oh, that sounds interesting. Of course we want to do that. But nothing would change. They were motivated by the ideal, by the vision of what was possible, but not to the point of action. Not to the point of changing what they were doing for all the reasons and more reasons that Keith and Rick described. And so I realized if we truly want to have an impact, if we truly want to move the needle and facilitate significant adoption of Regen Ag on scale, if we believe that you achieve what you incentivize, we have to demonstrate a pathway to greater profitability. This is going to be the claim, I believed, that moves the needle. And we started in 2013. We started making economic evaluations of every field and every recommendation that we were making to growers. What were the applications that provided the greatest ROI? What were the management practices that provided the greatest ROI? And as a result of that, this type of analysis escalated our learning about agronomy and accelerated it, is the word that I was looking for, accelerated it to a remarkable degree, because we quickly discovered that there were many types of applications which were very popular and which received a lot of confirmation. There was a very strong feel-good factor, but they didn't move the needle significantly. Compost application is a good example. So there's lots of benefits, supposed benefits for compost application from a carbon sequestration perspective and from an improving soil health perspective, but there wasn't actually a strong ROI for the grower in most cases. So from 2013 onward, we started making this financial evaluation and trying to understand where are the trigger points, where are the leverage points that we can make changes in agronomic management practices that will produce significant economic outcomes immediately in the first year. Because there is this prevailing belief, this paradigm in the regenerative agriculture space that we should expect to have a yield drag. We should expect to have a yield loss during a 3 to 5 year transition period, and that as soil health recovers, Eventually, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years down the road, we will be back at similar productivity or profitability levels as what we were previously. Well, guess what? Most farmers do not have the economic ability to survive that type of 3 to 5 year transition. They simply don't have the financial resources to weather that. So if we want to facilitate regenerative adoption on scale, I'm of the persuasion that we must show a pathway to immediate economic responses. In the first year, and in the second year, the third year, there has to be consistent economic responses, not asking growers to make a significant investment with the hope of some future payoff. There has to be an immediate payoff in the short term. And this is a challenge, this is a conundrum. And it's a conundrum because what we are attempting to facilitate from an agronomic perspective, a technical perspective, is we're attempting to provide an on-ramp for biological nutrition and an off-ramp for chemistry-based nutrition. And that's quite difficult to do. It's a little bit like taking antibiotics and probiotics at the same time. They tend to cancel each other out. And so in mainstream agronomy, many of the tools and the technologies that growers have used historically, pesticide applications and fertilizer applications and so forth, have a detrimental effect on the biology that we are seeking to build to provide more plant nutrition. So the question is, how do you provide an on-ramp and build up biological populations, build up biological nutritional delivery, while providing an off-ramp for the chemistry and the pesticides and the fertilizers and so forth? The traditional answer for many, kind of the default easy answer, if you will, has been to say you have to go to rehab. You have to discontinue all the pesticides, cold turkey, incorporate livestock, start no-till, minimize soil disturbance. And with this type of approach, if you just discontinue the use of all pesticides on soil and crop systems that are now drug addicts, you should expect a crash. You will have a crash. You will have withdrawal symptoms. There is a withdrawal that happens anytime you remove an addict from its addiction cold turkey. That's what the historical framing has been. Now, in that type of approach, in that type of context, it is absolutely true that you will see yield drag. You will see yield losses. You should expect to see them. After all, that's a definition of withdrawal symptoms. However, that doesn't have to be the case. I just lost my train of thought there. It was an important point. Yeah. So, from my perspective, if you have a yield loss, if you have a yield drag effect that is consistent, I mean, any farmer can tell you that agriculture is inherently wildly variable. There's variation from season to season, field to field, and so forth. But if you observe consistent yield drag and yield loss effects through a transition period, I'm of the opinion that that is not a result of transition, that's a result of bad agronomy. That's simply a result of poor agronomic management. And in many cases, that poor agronomic management obviously is not deliberate, it's not by design, it's simply because people don't know what they don't know. Agronomists don't know and don't understand how to facilitate the simultaneous off-ramp of drugs and the on-ramp of biology. And farmers don't know. This is a knowledge base, a knowledge set that there are many individuals with experience who do know, but the majority of the farming population has lost that knowledge. And it's very expensive to them to try to regain that knowledge through experience. So it has been the focus of our work at Advancing Eco-Agriculture has been to describe and to understand what is the best pathway to facilitate an on-ramp, a simultaneous on-ramp for biology and off-ramp for pesticides while maintaining or increasing yields. And at its foundation, there's two foundational pieces that I'll mention, and then Jackson asked me to open this up and to have a discussion, some Q&A, so I'm going to open this up for questions in just a bit, but there's two key pieces that I want to mention yet. One is that we live in a very different world from a plant nutrition perspective and a technology in the marketplace perspective than we did 10 years ago or 20 years ago when I first founded Advancing Eco-Agriculture. 20 years ago, it was almost the default position that any fertilizer that you applied, any fertilizer that was available in the marketplace, you could expect, almost by default, to have a negative impact on soil biology. Today, that is no longer true. Today, there are many forms, there are many innovative companies who are developing products that will enhance plant growth, that can provide nutrition to plants without having a negative impact on soil biology. So these are very necessary and very powerful tools for facilitating a transition. This is a key phrase. They are important and powerful tools for facilitating a transition. The intention should not be to simply supply or exchange one form of input for another form of input, to change one form of nitrogen for another form of nitrogen. But you can change a form of nitrogen that is detrimental to soil biology to a different form that is beneficial to soil biology that helps accelerate the on-ramp for biology instead of suppressing it. So that's a very, very important mental model for thinking about how to use nutritional inputs. I believe that nutritional inputs through a transition are fundamental. They are fundamental because they will accelerate the development of biological nutrient delivery without causing a yield drag and delivering profitability and economic returns in the short term. A second piece that I haven't talked about, and I missed the first few minutes of your conversation, Rick. I don't know if you mentioned this or not, but one of the foundational pieces that is ignored in much of mainstream agriculture, your social standing, your status in the community is not measured by profitability. It's measured by yield. You think about what I just said. Your status in the community is measured by your ability to produce yield, not profitability. That's a powerful driver of change or lack thereof. It's a powerful motivator in many cases to not change because you don't want to be the odd guy out at church and at social gatherings in the community. It's on and on. But one of the things that we have observed is that as you change nutrition management to a biology-centric model and you have good agronomic management, then this is true for all crops, but there is a varying degree between crops. In fruit and vegetable crops and in higher value crops, we see significant improvements in profitability as a result of increases in marketable yield. Now, if you're growing a corn or soybean crop, to a certain extent, a pound of grain is a pound of grain, or a ton of grain is a ton of grain. You occasionally will see modest quality bonuses for improved protein content or improved oil content or something like that, but they're relatively small. But in the fruit and vegetable production world, this is a very different story. Because it's very common for a tomato producer or an apple or a cherry producer, it's common for 40% of the apples on the tree to never get shipped, to never make it through the packing line because they're not perfect enough. They're not the right size, they're not the right shape, they're not the right color. You can change, so in the fruit and vegetable production world, profitability is not so much a function of yield as it is a function of marketable yield. And in this space, in this context, proper nutrition management can have a marked and direct impact on improving profitability. So for the last decade, our mantra, one of our mantras in our work at AEA has been helping farmers be more profitable with better nutrition management? We don't even talk about regenerative ag. We're associated with that in many other ways. But the reality is that mainstream nutrition management, if we made an analogy of mainstream nutrition management in agriculture and transferred an analogy to humans, it would be like we were insisting on feeding everyone a diet of only French fries, peas, and chickpeas, and insisting that that was a balanced diet. It is mainstream agronomy, for the most part, focuses on providing plants with nutrition of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and everything else is just a convenient excuse to assign problems to. And so there is, even in the mainstream agricultural world, there is so much opportunity. We don't have to, one of the challenges with organic agriculture and organic certification inside the farming community is that as a standard was developed with clear, distinct boundaries and clear, distinct lines in the 70s and 80s, it created an in-group and an out-group, an us versus them dynamic. And that us versus them dynamic created alienation within social communities, within the social fabric of rural communities. And in my opinion, this is something that we should work hard to avoid in the regenerative agriculture space, is creating this us versus them dynamic. We want to, I believe we should frame this conversation as broad and inclusive, and this transition is a transition and an opportunity for all growers. And to the point that Rick made, he is too extreme to appeal to most farmers. But we can, if we can show that you can improve yields with better nutrition management. I know that, by the way, when you start incorporating cover crops, you can reduce your herbicide applications. When you start doing relay cropping, as the work, I think, Rick, you mentioned Jason Malk's work. Jason Malk is a farmer in northern Indiana, is doing some fascinating work with relay cropping, where he's planting wheat in strips and then planting soybeans in strips into the wheat. And so you could say that he's getting a 50% wheat crop and a 50% soybean crop on the same land. At least that's what he's planting. He's planting 50-50. But he has this overyield benefit where he will get 100% of a soybean crop and 60 to 80% of a wheat crop on the same land. So he's actually getting anywhere from 160 to 180% yield. But that's just a side benefit. The real reason he's doing it is because when he plants his soybeans into a wheat crop, it's eliminating his need for an herbicide. So he's replacing his herbicides with cultural management. Those are the types of practices that are accessible to anyone. Any farmer can do those. And they're very low risk. So those are the types of conversations that we need to have, and we need to clearly articulate, in my opinion, that this is regenerative agriculture, and this different approach to agronomy is an approach that is inclusive of everyone. We want to bring everyone along. My desire would be that in a decade and a half from now, there is no longer a need for the term regenerative agriculture. It's just agriculture. This is the way we do things now. Because after all, this is the way we used to do things 60 years ago. Let's get back to that space. We would all be better for it. So I'm going to pause there for a wrap. I'd love to see if you have any questions on what I've talked about so far. Thank you. Everyone has all the answers. It's time to go home. No questions. I'm not going to ask the question. Yes. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, can you repeat the question? It's very good.
So question was, today's agriculture produces supposedly lots of calories on a cheap. We are very proud of that. And we are, as far as I know, we spend 2.5 times more on healthcare per capita than next nation, and we are number 52 in health. So therefore, this cheap food is killing us. But nobody includes that into price of food. So how can we do a better job and convince government to consider that?
That's a great question, Ivo, and I've wrestled with this a lot because merely the suggestion that food justifiably should be higher priced is a political non-starter. It's a political no-go conversation. You cannot have that conversation, but you're absolutely correct that we have these tremendous social costs, and we have, from a public health perspective, and we also have all the externalized costs from an ecosystem perspective, that our focus on cheap calorie production means that we have, arguably, there are some who would say that we have an agriculture that is very efficient. I would say we have an agriculture that is extremely inefficient because it has not been motivated, has not been incentivized to innovate. One of my mentors led a research project, collaboration between Purdue University and Iowa State and Illinois, I think it was Western Illinois University, in the late 1970s, 77, 78, 79. They did a 3-year study to try to identify, with the knowledge they had at that point and the corn genetics that they had available at that point, what were the yields and what would be the yield outcomes that they were able to produce. In a 3-year trial across a 3-state area, including 11 farms, the lowest yield that they produced was 420 bushels per acre. The average yield across the country today is 155. That's a different way of saying what we knew back in 1970, the 1970s, has never been applied to this day. Still is not being applied. I asked him the question, why have we gone backward? Why are we not achieving the levels of yield that we were achieving back then? And his answer was, well, we haven't had the need to. There was no need to produce higher yields from the farmer's perspective, from the researcher's perspective, because we were able to, in essence, incentivize and throw a lot of acres at the problem. So rather than farming well, we simply farmed extensively and poorly. We threw a lot of acres at production, and so now we have all of these externalized ecosystem costs where we are polluting groundwater and rivers, et cetera, et cetera. We will all know the impacts of an agriculture that is done poorly. And so the answer to your question, Ivo, or the best answer that I have at the moment, is that we, from a policy perspective, we would have to be willing to look at all of the integrated costs. We'd have to be willing to look at the externalized costs, and we have to be willing to look at the social costs. And if the government is taking the position that from a policy perspective, it is in their best interest to keep food cheap, all right, we can compromise on that. I don't have an objection if food is cheap, but can we also have it be cheap and quality at the same time? We can incentivize the production of quality and cheap simultaneously. It doesn't have to be just cheap and poor quality. In fact, it's not significantly more expensive to produce high quality as it is low quality. So I don't have a better answer for you at the moment. I would welcome input from anyone else who has thought about this. And yes.
Is this working? Okay.
Now it is.
Thanks, John. I have a separate question, but maybe somewhat related too, is how do we get the data for this kind of movement? Rick talked about data and Keith before you, and you've sort of mentioned data-driven work that y'all are doing. Are there, when you're going to understand a farmer's context and sort of what's the right path for them to try to achieve profitability in year one, what are the kind of data points that you find to be the most useful to gather about their context?
All of them. It's a great question, particularly because the technologies to evaluate the state of health and the ability to deliver of the soil microbiome is just emerging. That is just emerging technology. So there is a very, agriculture and agronomy for the last 70 or 80 years has been defined largely in terms of chemistry, NPK, calcium, zinc, manganese, phosphorus, etc., for the very good reason that chemistry was the one thing that we were able to measure well. We haven't been able to measure biology historically very well. I mean, we were limited essentially to microscopes until just quite recently. And so, if we want to, I didn't really get into, I mean, I certainly alluded to it, but I didn't get into details of how biology can deliver nutrition, and I don't really have the time to get into that conversation either. But the short version is that, and I'm sure many of you recognize this, but soil biology is to the plant what our gut microbiome is to us. Soil biology, there is this beautiful relationship in healthy ecosystems. There's this beautiful relationship between soil microbes and plant microbes. When you start really studying plants and biology and their interactions, you reach a point where it's very hard to identify where the biology ends and the plant begins, because they are so intricately intertwined. We have microbiome communities. We understand that within our own bodies, we have 10 times more microbial cells than we have human cells. The same thing is true of plants. Plants have more microbes and microbial cells than they have plant cells, both within the plant, on the plant leaf surface, on the root system. So you have this incredibly rich microbial community that has the capacity to grow a high-yielding, healthy crop and deliver all of the nutrients that are required for that crop once you stop killing them. But there's an important point here that we are asking biology not just to deliver as it does in most native ecosystems, but beyond that. When you think about what most native ecosystems look like, a forest ecosystem or a bog ecosystem, almost any type of native ecosystem, we're not expecting nearly the degree of productive output, the production of fruits or berries per acre, as we are in our domesticated ecosystems. So that means in our domesticated ecosystems, I'm of the opinion that biology can deliver as much nutrition as that crop requires, as the output requires, even in those domesticated ecosystems. But we have to understand that we are asking it to do a lot more than it would do in a native ecosystem. That's an important point. We have to understand we're asking it to do a lot more. So, to bring this back to your question, AJ, what we are measuring today is we are doing kind of the mainstream soil analysis that most everyone is familiar with. You're using ammonium acetate and MELIC3 soil extractions for the mineral profile. We have experimented with the Haney soil analysis and with PLFA analysis, and we find that they have some strengths but also significant weaknesses. We certainly have not yet adopted their use as a mainstream or as a primary agronomic tool. We are starting to use DNA sequencing and DNA analysis to measure the soil microbiome as a consistent tool, but that's in the very early days. We don't yet have enough data to support that for the long term. The ultimate report card that we rely on at this point is plant analysis. And if you're familiar with our work, Eric is over here clapping his hands. If you're familiar with our work, we primarily use plant sap analysis as compared to tissue analysis, but the bottom line summary, just if you compressed it down to its most basic fundamentals, you would say that plants are the ultimate report card of their environment. Plants are the ultimate report card of the environment. So if you have a plant that is showing you by sap analysis or by tissue analysis that it doesn't have enough of a certain nutrient, then that is an indicator that the biology isn't delivering enough of that nutrient, and also perhaps that you haven't addressed it well enough with your agronomic practices. So plants are the ultimate, plant performance and plant absorption of nutrients is, from my perspective, the ultimate report card of the functionality of the microbiome. Did that answer your question? Yeah. over the course of the next year or two, we expect to have a significant index of soil microbiome DNA sequencing indexed with SAP analysis. And I'm really looking forward to being able to analyze that data extensively, because what I expect to discover is, I've got a couple thoughts I'd like to express here. Well, what I expect to discover is that I think we will find that biological nutritional delivery is not a function of a specific microbe or a small group of microbes, but large groups of microbes. That's what I expect we will find. I don't know that. You know, I'm going to take a slight, bring in a thought that I think is important to mention, given the fact that we're here in New York City. I try to deeply understand what are the first causes, what are the source root causes that contribute to why we have the challenges that we do in agriculture. And whether that's from an agronomic management perspective, whether that's from a business environment perspective. And I would suggest that a major contributing factor to our state of agriculture today, possibly even you could argue the primary contributing factor, is our intellectual property protection framework. If you want to develop a product that you can protect and market and get returns on, the historical framing, this has begun to shift a bit more recently, but the historical framing is that you needed to have a known mechanism, a known mode of action. You had to be able to describe specific results from specific actions. And so that resulted in developing, let's use microbial, that was the, you could argue that that was the cause of genetic modification becoming a significant stake in the marketplace right now, is because genetic modification was something that could be IP protected. In the biologicals and biocontrols world, we have had over the last 20, 30 years, we have had many biological inoculants developed and put in the marketplace with the foundational premise that we have this one bug, this one bacteria, that is going to solve this problem. We have a particular bacteria for powdery mildew control and a particular bacteria for downy mildew control, except natural ecosystems don't work that way. Biology doesn't work that way. There is almost never, in biological communities, there's almost never a single microbe for a specific problem. There are communities that work together in concert with each other, where you have dozens of microbes working together and supporting each other that solve particular problems or that prevent particular problems from showing up. And if we had a framework for protecting that type of intellectual property, we would see a proliferation of innovation in this space. But we're not seeing that right now because of our intellectual property protection framework, in my opinion. So that wasn't an add-on to the question that you asked, AJ. But we have any other questions? No? I think we'll call it a wrap. Oh, we got one over here. Come on over.
I had a question, John, about, so since this is about profitability in year one, about sort of ROIs, and since you guys have done so much pioneering work on this front, if a farmer decides on doing both systemic changes, let's say he makes a decision, I'm going to go down a path of better nutritional farming and regenerative farming, I'll do some systemic changes, you know, move towards no-till, add compost and prebiotics, go on an AEA program for nutrition as well. Whether it's a grain farmer or a veg or fruit farmer, what kind of ROI can they see? Is there any analysis that you guys have been able to do? You know, in year one, yes, it's profitable, but how much more profitable maybe is it than status quo chemical agriculture?
Oh my goodness. The range is almost infinite, depending on, depending on the farmer and the context and the crop. The best ROI that I have seen from a single application, which is what we've measured the most, but from a single application, as in a product application, was a 48x ROI. I'd like to find a lot more of those. But most commonly, many of the ROI adjustments are, or the ROI responses are somewhere in the 2 to 8x range. Our target is 3x and above. But most of what I'm describing, most of that is from product applications rather than from cultural management changes. I don't have good data on cultural management changes, largely because the costs are so hard to associate and to tie to what exactly were the costs of making these changes. And this brings another thought to mind. There are, when farmers are approaching managing agronomy differently and approaching plant nutrition differently, there are many expenses that are included in our recommendations that arguably should not belong in OpEx. They belong in CapEx. So there are investments that need to be made. The reality is that many of our soils have been so systemically degraded that there is no soil in continental North America that I'm aware of that has adequate levels of iodine for growing a healthy crop. They've all been eroded and degraded out as a process of soil weathering over millennia. There are very few soils that have adequate levels of selenium and cobalt. And while those things are relatively inexpensive, these elements that I've mentioned, by the way, are extremely important for livestock health and for livestock performance, and arguably they should be applied on all agricultural soils for the benefit, as a public health benefit. They're not that expensive. They're $10 to $15 to $20 an acre, depending on what your native soil levels are. And when you make those applications, they should reasonably be expected to last for decades. They're extremely important from a public health perspective. The payoff from a farming perspective, in most cases, if you're producing a higher value crop, is within the first year or two. But if you are a livestock rancher in Montana or the Dakotas, where you get 10 inches of rainfall a year and it takes 20 acres to support one cow, it's very difficult to economically justify treating 10 acres or 20 acres to get a nutritional benefit for one cow for a relatively small part of the supply chain. So it's in those contexts, because we have data from such a diversity of contexts, it's very hard to develop consistent patterns of ROI numbers. And I would argue, this goes back to our previous conversation, if we have a discussion about producing not just cheap food but also quality, this is the type of investment, this is these capital contributions is what we should be supporting from a policy perspective. You know, I'm going to talk about selenium for just a little bit. I've talked about selenium a lot recently. Half a dozen years ago, one of my good friends and colleagues pointed out that he had conducted an extensive review of the literature on selenium and its treatment for various types of cancers. And he said, John, you can go to Google Scholar, and in a matter of half a day's work, I found over 400 papers that reported significant positive benefits from using selenium both as a prevention and as a treatment for dozens of different types of cancers. There's no money to be made in that, of course. So I started looking at selenium from an agricultural perspective. As it turns out, when plants have adequate levels of selenium, it has a very strong antiviral effect. It doesn't prevent the virus being there. Viruses are ubiquitous in our environment, extremely large populations of viruses in our soils and in our plants, but it prevents viral expression to the point of being a problem, to the point of causing a disease or being considered pathogenic. And we know that it has a similar effect. The two nutrients, the two minerals, not including vitamins here, but the two minerals that are known to have the strongest effect on suppressing viral expression in our bodies are zinc and selenium. At the beginning of COVID, I wrote a blog post commenting on this connection between selenium and viral load susceptibility. And I asked the question, what if we considered producing biofortified food that had adequate to generous levels of selenium and zinc as a public health benefit, and the impact that that would have on our society from a public health perspective? Well, you can imagine the hate mail that I received for that blog post. But several academics took the idea and ran with it, and 2 months later, they published a paper where they had overlaid a map of soils and their selenium status in China with the Chinese COVID incidence, number of cases per capita. And there was a perfect correlation that the areas that had the highest selenium levels had the lowest incidence of COVID. Now, I bring all of this up because selenium is a nutrient that about 70% of our agricultural soils are severely deficient in. And it costs about $10 to $15 an acre to add enough selenium to our soils for at least a couple decades long supply to produce exceptionally healthy food. But there are no incentives for farmers to do that. And so they don't. And we know that there are the four minerals that are most severely and most systemically deficient across our entire population are magnesium, boron, iodine, and selenium. And we could have significant public health benefits if we simply started focusing on growing food that is not just cheap, but also nutritious. All right, I'll get off my soapbox now. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much to John. It's always a pleasure to hear him speak. As you probably know, we're about to start lunch, but I just wanted to say two things really quickly. One, if you enjoyed that happy hour yesterday and the cheese and meat spread, then please go and say thank you to Christina Graber over here as a part of the Ann Saxelby Legacy Fund who made that happen. So a big round of applause, please. And then the second thing is, you may have noticed yesterday that we have compostable plates, spoons, knives, and napkins. Unfortunately, the forks are not compostable, but the rest of it, please make sure to put it in the compost as well as the food waste. We don't want anything going to the landfill. Thank you so much. Testing, testing. Hey everyone, we're going to get this next session started in just a few minutes here, so please make your way to your seats. Thank you. Testing. All right, everyone, please take your seat. We're going to start this next session. All right. Well, this next conversation is incredibly important. And it's a not so simple topic on how brands can work directly with farmers. So please join me in welcoming Amanda Hart from Soul Simple, Leah Wolf from Simple Mills, and Matt Cohen from Simply. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll kick it off with intros. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Wolf. I'm the Senior Manager of Sustainability and Mission at Simple Mills. Simple Mills is a better-for-you snacking brand. Our mission is to revolutionize the way that food is made to nourish people and the planet. And regenerative agriculture is really foundational to that work. We're working to embed it across as much of the organization as possible. So it looks like embedding regenerative agriculture into our innovation process. So we have a set of requirements that a product needs to meet in order to move forward in the innovation pipeline. And we also have regenerative agriculture programming across our top 5 most impactful ingredients, which account for about 75% of our ingredient volume. And one of those regenerative agriculture projects is our direct trade program. So our direct trade program is working with organic sunflower growers in the Midwest. To date, it is 13 farmers, 3 states, and nearly 3,000 acres that we've worked with. And We designed it essentially to do a better job of sharing risk with farmers. I think that most of us in this room being here probably know that farmers share a really unfair burden when it comes to regenerative agriculture transition. And so this looks like a few different things for our direct trade program. It looks like per acre payments for implementing regenerative agriculture practices. It looks like covering the upfront cost of planting seed, covering the cost of cover crop seed. It can also look like guaranteed offtake. So if farmers do a really great job and yield more than they thought they were going to per acre, we will still purchase that excess yield for contracted acres. And finally, the last thing I'll say is we're really excited about something we were able to do in the 5th year of the program this past year. We implemented our first multi-year contracts with some of the growers in our direct trade program. So something that we were hearing through conversations with these growers was more than educational resources, more than technical assistance, and surprisingly, at least to me, even more than higher prices, what they really wanted was stability through multi-year agreements. And so we were able to enter into these multi-year agreements with some of our direct trade growers this past year, which is very exciting, but it also has a benefit for us. It helps us weather the volatility of the markets together. And so that's a little bit about me and Simple Mills and how we're working directly with farmers.
I love the Simple Mills trajectory. I've been in the natural products industry for about 15 years now, and I knew Simple Mills as like a gluten-free alternative natural product. How old is Simple Mills?
Oh, you're quizzing me. 12 years old? Yeah.
And now it's really like becoming a pioneer in the regenerative movement, which I think is really cool to see this brand kind of extend their impact. Really cool. So I'm Amanda Hart, and I am a fractional impact advisor for Soul Simple. This is a social enterprise in Nicaragua that sources directly from 1,000 smallholder farmers, passion fruit, dragon fruit, mango, pineapple, and we process it for our retail brand, which is the Soul Simple retail brand here, dried fruit that can be found in the Northeast in Whole Foods. And I just wanted to give a little bit of a call out because there's a connection here that the Utopian coffee that we've all been drinking sources their coffee from the same farms that we piloted for the regenerative organic certification for the bananas that we source from and dry in our Sun Mix, if you've tried our Sun Mix. And so Soul Simple has been very instrumental in working with farmers, and I'm going to talk very much shortly more about our social impact focus as a foundation for regenerative building, because we're very much focused on the social foundation first. But we were instrumental in the pilot launch of Regenerative Organic Certified. So we are based in Nicaragua. All of the processing is in Nicaragua. All of the sourcing is done there. And so they needed a feedback loop of the standards, how that sits with Nicaraguan smallholder farmers. And we provided that feedback. And in that pilot process, we certified agroforests. So that's banana and mango. And those are the same farms that regenerative organic coffee that is certified from Nicaragua are also buying from. So we were able to get that banana certification first, and then those farmers, those cooperatives then were able to enroll coffee under that regenerative organic certification. So I thought that was such a cool connection to see this Utopian coffee. And I love this branding. I love hummingbirds, and I think it's really colorful. So I just wanted to make that call out. And I think that's it for me. Matt?
Thanks. My name is Matt Cohen. I'm the co-CEO of Simply. We are a leading regenerative organic brand focused on pantry staples. First of all, I love to hear of that type of collaboration for us to really have momentum in our industry and to just make progress. We have to do it collectively. versus individually. So when we had that type of cross-brand collaboration at the same farm level to promote regenerative agriculture, I love just hearing those success stories. For Simply, we started in 2020, and we've been able to scale quickly because of what we stand for is just bringing a very high-quality product to market. We are really focused on creating a gold standard within the pantry staples categories so that consumers have the option to enjoy nutrient-dense, clean ingredients so they can perform well, whether you're in the office, you're on the field, you're out hiking or on journeys. You just know that you feel good because you're having good quality ingredients in your meals. We are located throughout South America and Europe. Peru was the first country we launched with, and followed by Greece. And we saw the opportunity of not only seeking out the best quality ingredients, but by working directly with farmers and having that authenticity and product integrity, it really made us stand out. And today, our 3 pillars from day one stand for quality, social impact, and environmental impact. And that's really aligned us to Regenerative Organic Alliance, and that's how we kind of evolved into a leading regenerative organic brand. But excited to speak with everyone and talk a little bit more about the farms in just a little bit.
Awesome. Well, we're going to be doing this panel a little bit differently. It's going to be more of like a fireside chat. So we're going to be asking each other questions rather than having a moderator ask us questions. So I'm going to ask the first question to Amanda. And my question is kind of what motivated your brand to move away from or beyond the more traditional procurement model and toward kind of taking that leap to working and building direct relationships with farmers?
Yeah, so Simple is about a 20-year-old brand at this point, and it is a very unique model. They really focused on the farmer first and then built a market and a value chain from the farmer, which is very different from having a product in sight and then going back and then building out the ingredients you need. I keep saying they. The founder, Will Burke, was teaching in Nicaragua 20, 30 years ago, and he saw a lot of waste. So there was overproduction of fruit in Nicaragua, and the farmers were sitting on essentially products of value that they couldn't realize the value for. They didn't, the local market couldn't absorb anymore, and they didn't have good access to export markets. So Will started getting in his truck, going to farmers, knocking on their doors, saying, hey, I want to help you realize this value, but I have a goal in mind to connect you to the eco-conscious marketplace, and I want to help you amplify the sustainable practices that you're already achieving, but with slight tweaks. And so that model is, so the model that was built was to develop in-house agronomic expertise. Extension services were hard to come by in that area, and they really wanted to get the organic, the fair trade, and now the regenerative organic certifications where the demand, if there's more demand for the regenerative organic certification, which I hope there continues to be. And so they kind of operate on a donor-funded approach to increase capacity in the company. So that means they need some donor funds to grow capacity, that is, to fund agronomic expertise in-house, to pay for the certifications, to develop an input credit program that farmers are not paying for these things. They're using inputs, but then they are paying with raw material purchases later in the year. So we pay for the cost of certifications. So it was all of this foundational support that we provided to the farmers so they don't have to feel the burden. And we also built collection centers throughout the country so that we work with 1,000 smallholder farmers. That's a lot of independent farmers, 2 hectares or less, as well as cooperatives. So the 1,000 smallholder farmers doesn't even include this Pro Cafe cooperative that we're talking about. And so we built roads, and we didn't build roads. We built collection centers so we could meet the farmers in the regions to, again, offset the burden of transporting that harvest. So there's just a lot of support that we provide to the farmers to offset that burden and to help de-risk. And when we invest in these capabilities internally, then the raw material purchases will fund that consistently and sustainably. It's whenever we want to expand or grow our capabilities, which is new agronomic expertise, new certification costs, that's when we reach out to donor matching funds to support that growth. And then with raw material purchases and sales, then we can continue to sustain that. Oh, and then I need to ask a question. So Amanda asks Matt, what are some of the challenges involved in maintaining and scaling a transparent supply chain, especially when working directly with smallholder farmers? Sorry, I had to read that. I can't see.
So the challenges that come with scaling smallholder farmers, I would sum up in 3 areas, which is around trust or commercial relationships being 1, accessibility being 2, and capital being number 3. Starting with trust, so for us, we really look to instill ourselves within the communities we work in. So Peru, Paraguay, Argentina, South America, Greece, Spain. We also have 3 other countries we're going to launch in by the end of the year. And we really look to leverage local organizations that are truly entrenched and have long-term relationships with the communities or the farmers, and to build off of that. We look for long-term relationships with all of our farmers. Happy to say that every farmer we've been working with since inception, since we started the company, we still work with to this day, and it's very important for us. But we look for other ways to really instill ourselves in the community. And one way, an example of that is our first community that we were able to get Regenerative Organic certified in Puno, Peru, which is 14,000 feet up in the Andes. There was a farmer named Mario who was an agronomist by trade, but he was a farmer. His parents were farmers, his grandparents were farmers. And we met Mario, and once he understood what we stood for and what we're trying to influence within our food system, he was immediately bought in. So much that not only did he participate in the program, got his community and cooperative to participate in the program, but then he also became an employee of Simply. And now he's one of our community managers within that region of the Andes and outside in Puno of enticing other farmers and other communities to join Simply, to join through the journey. Whether you're conventional or you're organic and you want to become regenerative organic, Simply has a place for you, and will meet you where you are to achieve those goals. The second is around accessibility. For us, we focus on pantry staples because we really lean into the ecosystems of the farmers, of how do we not only create that primary crop, the cash crop that farmers have, but how can we also facilitate a secondary or tertiary crop for those farmers, so that it's an additional income stream for the farmers, but it also promotes regenerative organic agriculture, and so that leads to a successful relationship from that regards. Lastly, it's capital. It's extremely capital intensive, especially when you work with smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers don't typically have access to capital. They're putting up personal guarantees of their homes, and even then, you're talking about very small loans that are just a piece of the pie that they need to have to operate properly. So we really lean into how we can support farmers and pay up front for harvest, but then that becomes capital intensive for us as well. So we're asset light. We don't own the farms. We don't lease the farms. We really meet the farmer where they are. But we're capital intensive because we're paying farmers up front to help support farmers and help incentivize them to go through the program. So generally speaking, I mean, those are the kind of the biggest challenges. And sorry to circle back to the trust, we see farmers all the time that get burnt. There's large corporations that will come into the communities, they'll agree to a long-term agreement or a multi-year agreement, but then they leave 1 year, 2 years. And you see these communities make major material investments to support these type of commercial relationships, and then for those type of partners to just leave out of nowhere. So you really have to start with building with trust. And that's really what we stand for, is building long-term relationships with all of our farmers. So speaking of investments and everything that goes into farmers, Leah, if you could speak to, I mean, the challenges of, you make these investments in farmers, do you see the challenges of farmers maybe stepping away to go into competitors? And how do you kind of defend that?
Yeah, okay. Well, that's a juicy one. I think that supply availability and supplier confidentiality are always a topic of conversation, and protecting our trade secrets is really important as a food company. That said, we are also very public about our direct trade growers. They are prominently featured in our impact journal. They are all over our social media. We take people on visits to their farms, whether it's like Simple Mills employees or retailers or other farmers. And I think that from an outside perspective, or like a more traditional procurement team might see that as pretty risky. But I think that that's why that multi-year contract is actually a real win-win. I think that, as Matt was saying, like a competitor could come in, could find Luke on our Instagram and like reach out to him and offer him more money, but like, are they going to be there next season? Are they going to be there 5 seasons from now? And I think that we've proven through the relationships that we've built with these farmers that like, we're going to be there and we're going to stick around through that transition. And the reality is too, like farmers, deal with a ton of uncertainty, and like year over year contracting is always really stressful and unpredictable. And so that's like just another part of sharing the risk. And I think like ultimately our founder likes to say, rising tide lifts all boats. And like, if brands are fighting over a regenerative grower, like that's a win for everybody. And so, I think that's kind of how we think about it. But I'm going to turn it back around to you now and ask kind of, because Simply is so known for their investment in farming communities and like building those long-term relationships, what does that long-term, more equitable partnership between a brand and a farming community like really look like?
Yeah, so we have the framework called the Regenerative Pathway Program, or RPP for short, and that really focuses on meeting the farmer where they're at and understanding what the farmer's goals are to then come up with a plan that's mutually beneficial for the farmer and for Simply to bring great quality ingredients to market. Getting back to our name being simple, we try to be simple when we want to approach these farmers around the world, and ultimately it's around just supporting farmers so they can truly be stewards of their land, to focus on the health of the soil, to grow great quality, clean, nutrient-dense products for us to then bring to market. And that's kind of, from a simple standpoint, like our business model, what we really focus on. So we look to incentivize farmers to go through the journey, and whether they're conventional, organic, or transitioning organic. And it could be technical expertise, it can be financing, it can be education kind of opportunity, resources even for cooperatives, whether they need like legal, accounting resources. Those are ways that we'll try to support the communities and really meet where they are and be a value add for the communities that we work with around the world. So it seems that like so far it's worked out really well, but it's also because of the success and the track record we have with the communities, and that word of mouth gets around. So that's how we've been able to spread quickly for the regions that we're in. And kind of shifting back to capital, and if we think about just the current landscape, for you, Amanda, have you seen, have you had to kind of like shift your strategies or structure or sourcing parameters because of what the current environment looks like?
Yes and no, because one, I don't know if I said this yet, but we're really a development agency turned market partner. And like I said, we do require donor funds to help us with our impact, because this is a social impact company that happens to sell fruit as a means to meet our social impact goals. And we are victim of, as many in the industry are, to funding constraints. We were slotted for a USAID grant to expand to Guatemala, and that for organic passion fruit, we were going to expand there. And it's possible that that was going through a cooperative in Guatemala, and we're the implementing partner. And that it looks like we're looking for a proxy. That cooperative might have found a proxy, whether it's a German development bank or some other European development agency that is kind of going to replace those USAID funds that are no longer available. But some of the challenges that we've had, to be honest, we are helping farmers with their practices. Many of them are agroforests. They're already growing with a lot of responsible practices. They haven't had a lot of access to conventional inputs. But we want to get the certifications as a third-party expert. I mean, it's a great signal that this has been vetted and validated, and so we want those certifications. But we also do a lot directly with the farmers, those services that we have, which I'll talk about in a moment. But the ROC is still gaining traction in the marketplace. So we lost a buyer for ROC mangoes. So we suddenly had all of this ROC mangoes that we didn't have a premium buyer for. And so then that hurt. When we don't have that demand, then that kind of hurts what we can purchase. If we could have more storage, but storage is expensive. So, it is a very complex value chain. It's very ugly. It's very unforgiving. And we try our best to support the farmers, but sometimes things are out of our control. And so I don't know, maybe we're looking at how can we guarantee purchases? How can we increase storage? But these are all unknowns right now. We're continuing to apply the regenerative practices. Whether or not we'll get an ROC certification depends on our buyers and our off-takers. Are they going to want to pay that premium for coconuts? Are they going to want to pay that premium for dragon fruit? But because we have all of these services in-house, we're certifications and we have these on-the-grounds initiatives in our in-the-field direct trade model. And again, that goes back to the in-house agronomy teams that come up with the nutrition plans, pruning, proper use of inputs, collection centers to reduce the costs of transportation. There's a few more subsidies. So when the farmers do honor their contracts, we don't obligate farmers. We engage in transparent pricing. So we tell the farmers, hey, this is the volume we're going to buy. This is the price we're going to buy it at. And so they know, they have visibility, but we do not oblige them to sell to us. And so sometimes that is a risk where they will, like Matt had said, there might be a flash of competition that will come through and take your raw materials because they'll give a higher premium at the last minute. But yet we've created all of this foundational support that's about 8 to 10% of our revenues annually is going into these direct and indirect benefits that we're using to support the farmers towards this eco-conscious value chain. So that was a long-winded answer to the whole reason that our panel is titled Not So Simple. And I think our names are doing the industry a disservice because it's so simple, it's Simply, and it's Simple Mills, and there's nothing bleeping simple about it. And so we all have to work really hard on our marketing, on our messaging, on our storytelling to share with consumers, customers, and the industry, all of the direct relationships that we're working towards. All right, let's see if I can do a better job of reading my question. So the last one that we're going to end with is for you, Leah. Why should we be investing in brands that are working directly with farmers, even though we know it's really hard?
Well, I can't overstate from the brand side how beneficial it is to be able to have conversations with the growers that are actually growing the ingredients that go into your products. All of our programs are really iterative because we get that feedback from farmers, and particularly the direct trade program. And they just know what's best for their context, right? Like they know what grows well in rotation. And so you have the opportunity to ask them, like, what are you growing? What are you excited about? What works well for your land? And it can lead to some really cool benefits for consumers and for brands also. And one example of this is through having all these conversations with our sunflower growers. They were telling us that they're really excited about buckwheat and how it works, you know, just plays really well with sunflower in a rotation. And so now we're working to try to find delicious homes for buckwheat in our products. And so like there's just the opportunity for tremendous benefits for like soil health and for ecosystem resiliency and for biodiversity and for dietary diversity. And all that comes from working more closely together and having those conversations and being willing to be flexible. And so, yeah, I think like top down just doesn't work. We've been trying to do top down for a long time. And I think that everyone here is working to make a market for farmers who are growing what works really well in their regenerative context. And so, yeah, I think it's important for brands to be listening to farmers and being able to create that market. But in order to continue to do that, we need like consumers and investors to prove that they want that. And so I think that's what's most needed from the broader market for brands to continue doing this work.
If I could just add one other thing, just to add on to that, I think regenerative agriculture touches on so many society issues at hand right now, whether it's health or climate. And collectively, everyone in this room, I know we have brands here, I know we have investors here, policymakers, even students who are going to be leaders for the next generation. We can't do this individually. We have to do it collectively. And regenerative agriculture is a viable solution for a lot of challenges we're facing. And I think we're at a moment that between all the issues at hand is going to act as a catalyst for really to push forward regenerative agriculture. And I know that us collectively doing it together will definitely accelerate that momentum and really push forward with regenerative agriculture, regenerative organic agriculture.
Testing. There we go. Hi, now before we kick off our next panel, I'd like to briefly welcome to the stage Heidi from Unified Mills Flour and Grain, who has a topical note.
Hi, everybody, I'm Heidi. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Heidi. Just a quick PS after yesterday's amazing day, today's amazing day. Some of you may have seen Klaas Martens, if you were lucky enough to see Klaas. He was talking about an amazing wheat that his family grows on their farm in Penn, New York, and it's so great that Wegmans uses it for all of their bread. And I just thought I wanted to make sure you knew this, is especially for the bakers in the audience, the bread bakers especially, that you can now get that very same flour. My brand is called Unified Mills Flour and Grain, and this is the exact same flour. This is Klaas's wheat, and my brand, I get flour from independent millers, non-commodity flour millers who get their grain from farmers like Klaas who are growing sustainably and regeneratively, and it's a short supply chain, and it's really important because the grain system and the flour system in this country is broken, as we all probably know. So I hope you come find me, and I'll tell you more, and yeah, I feel like you will enjoy this flour. Oh, sorry.
You're good. Thank you, Heidi. All right, and now for our next panel on how to build just and inclusive food systems. Please join me in welcoming Tegan Engel from Yale and the Table Underground, Doug Adams from ESMC and New Brooklyn Farm, Steph Wiley from Brooklyn Packers, thank you. I almost said Brooklyn Grange. And Gabriel Morales from Brand Workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. So nice to be here with all of you. I wanted to just start for a second before we let our three amazing panelists dig in about their work, to just frame our conversation for a second. So it's great that we're following a panel talking about farmers and farm workers, because when we talk about regenerative practices, we sometimes don't remember the humans, the people that are involved in regenerative agriculture. And agriculture without people is nature, right? People are what make agriculture agriculture. And so it's really important that we're using regenerative, life-giving practices in the way we deal with the humans in the food system. And then in a moment where diversity efforts are under pretty serious attack by our government, I want to just frame that talking about diversity and inclusion in the food system is based on the fact that our food system, it's not broken, right? It's actually designed to be inequitable. It's based on stolen land, it's based on stolen and enslaved people and exploitation, often putting profit above all else, right? And that's some of the things that we're trying to address here, is how do we actually care about the earth, care about the people in a way that regenerates life. And so we actually just need to be intentional about having practices that care for all the people and all of the parts of the ecosystem. And so I just want to reframe diversity in that way, because it is getting a really bad rap in this moment. So I'm going to turn it over to each of our wonderful panelists to give us a little framing about their work. Steph Wiley, who's here from Brooklyn Packers, I'm wondering if you could just give us an overview about, if you want to introduce yourself a little more, and then what is Brooklyn Packers and what do you do? In particular, if you want to start mentioning some of the things you do, actionable steps to address inclusion and equity in the food system. But tell people what you do first.
Yeah, sure. Hey, everybody. I'm Steph Wiley. I am founder of Brooklyn Packers, also known as Brooklyn Supported Agriculture. And we are a worker-owned cooperative, a food distribution cooperative in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York. We typically pack, source, deliver for small food delivery companies. We distribute food for nonprofits who get funds for their food programs and distribute it to pantries. We help mutual aid groups source food for their neighbors, especially during the pandemic. We were moving food for thousands of people through our makeshift food hub in Brownsville, and to get food to the people in the neighborhood. So we do work like that. We have a couple of refrigerated vans that we shuttle food from place to place. We have very intentional relationships with farmers in the Hudson Valley, mostly Black, queer, trans farmers, people of color, small farms that we bring into the city for different programs. We also, in a non-transactional way, get farms and farmers, funders, technical assistance providers, co-op developers, nonprofits together in a room a couple of times a year to convene around what it is to be an ecosystem that is interdependent, and how do we work together instead of competing for the same, less federal dollars this year, but the same dollars that exist out there for our food programs. And how do we work together? How do we aggregate food? How do we aggregate resources to bring food into not only New York City, but anywhere in between the Hudson Valley and the city? So thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll dig into more detail in a minute. Doug, I want to turn it to you. You're here from Ecosystem Services Management Consortium, and you're also the founder of New Brooklyn Farms in the DC area. Can you give us a little overview of the work you do and how it addresses inclusion and justice and equity?
Absolutely. Thank you for the intro. Yes, my name is Doug Adams, everyone. Slight correction. I work with Ecosystem Services Market Consortium, affectionately known as ESMC in this space. Some of you all may have heard of us. So essentially what we are is a science and research-based nonprofit organization. We operate a consortium of 30 plus members across the ag value supply chain with the purpose of feeding program and project development into our market program called Eco Harvest. So what Eco Harvest is that's our business product at ESMC. It's a platform where we have built an internal MMRV data platform, and we essentially pair large buyers, primarily in the food and beverage space, CPG companies, and now increasing interest from textile companies with sustainability, net zero, ESG targets. And we match them up with ag producers in their supply chain who are, currently growing or producing conventionally and are looking to transition to regen. The producers are compensated for practice implementation and then the production of the environmental outcomes, primarily right now is soil carbon, with water quantity and quality up next, and research and development going into biodiversity. So we're producing these stacked outcomes that help the large buyers meet their sustainability goals and improve the livelihood and well-being of producers in their supply shed. So yeah, at ESMC, I have two roles. I lead our engagement with our members. So that's the buyers, the CPGs, the textile companies, as well as an array of different project developers, NGOs, folks in academia, et cetera. And then I also lead our equity work. So right now, what that looks like is obviously, in this current climate, we have been in 2020, we had a commitment to inclusion and racial justice. What that was is intentionally engaging historically underserved producers, ensuring that they have a seat at the table in this regen ag movement by way of our Eco Harvest program. And at this point, we're kind of going through somewhat of a rebrand, and we're kind of referring it more to a social impact, which I encourage everyone who's still doing this kind of work, read the room, consider updating your buzzword inventory, your glossary, your taxonomy, and keep doing the work. But yeah, I lead those kind of efforts to pilot program development, social science research and engagement. And yeah, that's a bit about me. I think I've said enough.
That was a great start. We'll dig in more. And Gabriel, can we pass it to you? I know you have some slides. Do we have slides queued up, or?
I do have slides.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So tell us a little bit about brand workers.
Well, I can't without the slides.
Without the slides, okay.
I can't. I'm completely helpless.
You're helpless.
No.
I hope not.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gabriel. I lead brand workers. Hi, Regenerative NYC. I'm Gabriel Morales. I'm the executive director of Brand Workers. We are a worker center that helps organize food workers. And so the first thing I want to do really right now is to thank the food workers, both here in this facility and all across the country, that allow us to be here today, that allow us to have the opportunity to sit here and talk with each other. Food workers, they allow society to exist. When we think back of, I don't know how many years ago, I'm not a archaeologist or anthropologist, however many tens of thousands of years ago, there were no philosophers, there were no poets, there were no bricklayers, there were no kings, there were no presidents before there were food workers. We made food for each other, and we allowed each other to do all the things that food workers freed up people to do the things that we're doing here today. And so to me, being able to support food workers as they organize their workplaces is one of the great privileges of my life. And I think my slides are about to come. They're just pictures, really. They're just pictures. But yeah, so we're here talking about like actionable steps to, oh, here they go. Actionable steps to build more just and inclusive food systems. And, thank you. Thank you. To me, I have my notes here also. Yeah, so food workers, they create society. That's supposed to say create society, I'm sorry. So they don't just make our meals, what they do is make possible for every other profession to function. And so we build worker power, is what we do. Let me go back. Hold off on that one real quick. New York City, we're a 24-hour-a-day city. And these workers, they're working through the night. They're making the food that you find in your cafeterias, in your cafes, in your grocery stores. They make all of the food, and they make it basically in nameless factories all throughout the city. There happens to be a very like prominent industrial corridor that runs through like Western Queens down through Williamsburg, where there happens to be a lot of these factories that are fueling New York City. You just would walk by them, and you have no idea that they're actually food factories. Like my apartment, for example, I live on top of a bakery. If you walk by my apartment, you'd have no idea that there's a bakery there. There's no signs, there's no signage, there's nothing that indicates that there are food workers inside of this building, except for the fact that every morning it just smells like cinnamon rolls. And so that's kind of like the big tip-off, and you know, every morning I would smell that, and I kind of figured that there was folks in here that are making food, and so I'd kind of peek around, and like it turns out like they're making, it's okay if I name them right. I think they're called Gregory's Coffee. They make all the pastries for Gregory's Coffee, and so like if you go to the Gregory's Coffee chain, you pick up a pastry, like they make them right there, like at my apartment building. And so yeah, so what we do is we help support these workers because their work is repetitive, their work is dangerous, their work is undervalued. And us, we're conditioned to see their value as like marginal, or even as mechanical, as what they're doing is something different than what we do in our kitchen. It's something different than like actual food makers or actual chefs. But what they're doing is care work. What they're doing is community care work. It's the kind of work that's always been undervalued. And, you know, I happen to have been reading the late David Graeber lately, and he talks about this. But if you read, you know, prominent feminist philosophers, they say the same thing. This work has always been undervalued, and it has been since the beginning of humanity. And so, but it happens to hold societies together. So brand workers, let me kind of push through the rest of this real quick. We build worker power. We support these workers every day. We help them build committees of coworkers coming together. They form a workplace organizing committee. They come together. They make democratic decisions about the things that affect their lives in their workplaces, things that they want to see changed. They have conversations about it, and they talk about it. Like, what of this stuff should we prioritize? What of this stuff do we think is most important? Which of these things should we elevate to our bosses? We help build campaign strategy based on our understanding of best practices. We help people like one-on-one and through group coaching because this stuff is hard. Raise your hand if you've ever had a job. Okay, wow, that's a lot of you guys.
I'm just curious. Raise your hand if you've worked in food, if you've produced food, whether it's agriculture or in a kitchen.
Right. And so you guys know, those of you that have had jobs, you guys know that there's sometimes where you're at work and like things aren't great. They're not the best. it's work. And so you feel like, hey, maybe I should talk to my boss, talk about some of the things that I would like to see changed. And you know that there's a moment where either you make a decision like, yes, I'm going to say something, or no, I'm going to say something. But that moment is scary. That moment is scary because you know that if you talk to the wrong person or you talk to the wrong boss, you're putting your job on the line. You know, food workers, they're putting their entire livelihoods on the line. You're putting your mortgage on the line, or your rent on the line. You're putting your kids' health care on the line. You're putting their schooling on the line. So actually making the decision to organize your coworkers is one of the scarier things that we do in society. It's just a scary thing. It's a scary thing. So we help workers like navigate through that. It's just scary. It's just scary. And then I think importantly, like we help build community so that people have know that there's support out there. And like I'll just kind of leave it at that. Like, you know, I hope that today we could talk about regeneration, but like regeneration just not just about carbon in the soil. I mean, that's important, right? But it's also about like how do we as a community, how do we regenerate dignity? How do we regenerate respect? How do we regenerate justice in workplaces? And ultimately, how do we regenerate power amongst ourselves as workers? And that's it.
Yeah.
So support these workers.
Yes, support workers. So yeah, I want to ask you if you could explain maybe in a bit more detail, and then we'll come to each of you to explain more detail. Part of what you're talking about is giving workers agency, right, in their workplace. And I wonder, and you talked about helping people sort of overcome the fear of organizing. They might be scared of losing their job, scared of any number of things. What are some of the actual practices that you do to help workers overcome that fear and take some of those steps to organize and build power together?
Yeah, a lot. And because I think that maybe not taking issue with what you said, but like maybe reframing what you said a bit, because I see it sometimes in even in our writing that sometimes we use language like giving agency or empowering,
right?
When it's
People
really
have
about
it already.
surfacing that agency and like surfacing that power. We're not empowered like we're a king, like bestowing it on a knight.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
And so the only reason I bring it up is because like when we talk to workers and like one of the reasons that I'm passionate about it is because I was a food worker. I happen to be in a different part of the food chain than these workers. I was I was a server in a restaurant and in a hotel, but like I was also a part of our food chain. And so meeting other food workers, like some of the craziest stories that I would hear about people overcoming odds and overcoming things in their lives was from my coworkers, like somebody that worked in room service with me, crossed the border on foot with their kid on their back. And so like hearing these stories, like I think that our role as organizers oftentimes is just like, how do you remind people about the powerful things that they've done in their life? And the problem is that like our society there's such a strong push for us to forget those things, to forget that you have power, to forget that you're powerful, that you've done important things in your lives, that you've done scary things in your lives, that like all we're doing is we're telling our shift supervisor that we want to polish the silverware at a different time. Like it's scary. Yeah, it is scary because you are putting your livelihood on the line, but you've done scary things in your life. You can do it, and we can do it together, most importantly. Like we can take the individual problems that we have as workers and like figure out like how to collectively solve that. And that's kind of the central problem that we face. Like how do you take individual problems and work towards collective solutions?
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Steph, I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit in terms of these actionable steps for inclusion and diversity, how you have worked to sort of build the network of farmers that you have, Black and brown and queer farmers, to include them in this food system. Like, what in practice are you doing to build this network and help create a market for their work?
Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit. Every January and March for the last couple of years, myself, as part of Brooklyn Packers and with some farm partners at Rocksteady and some partners from Northeast Farmers of Color Land Trust, we hold a couple of convenings, one in Poughkeepsie, which is really close to most of the farms in the Hudson Valley, kind of a central point. And then also we had, for the first time, in Buffalo this year. And we bring together all parts of the food supply chain and also people who, and organizations that support the food supply chain through grants or through philanthropy or technical assistance, organizing. We bring them together because a lot of the times, you know, especially farmers are off farming in their own kind of corner of the Hudson Valley, and they know each other, but they don't talk to each other. Again, they're competing for the same dollars that exist out there, and we get everybody in a room, and we talk about all the things that affects us as people in the food system, and also how can we create an alternative, the one that is intentionally leaving us out of the equation. And so we do that every year. We plan on doing it, and every year it gets bigger. And we plan on bringing it to other parts of the Hudson Valley and giving people and small organizations and big organizations like the chance to hold their own convenings and give them kind of a blueprint to do it, so they can bring maybe the people in their region together to do the same thing. And we help support that. And that's what we did in Buffalo this year.
That's great. I love that both of you are talking about sort of, in terms of addressing diversity and equity issues, the importance of people not being isolated and building community so that people feel, they feel that sense of power and agency because they're not alone and they see that they have partners, right? I witnessed some really cool stuff at your convening in Poughkeepsie. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about this. You know, part of this is sometimes we make change from within, and sometimes we build systems, new systems outside. Can you talk a little bit about sort of the network of farmers up and down the Hudson Valley and into New York and the way they are sharing different resources to sort of build a supply chain, like a mutually supported supply chain?
Yeah, it has been pretty cool to like sit and witness like firsthand things in real time. So you have a bunch of farmers and you have, you know, oh, you have a truck and you have a van and you have, you know, and you go to the city on Wednesday and I need something delivered on Tuesday, and how in real time people are sitting at a table and like figuring out transportation routes. Like it's a powerful thing.
I got some extra storage space in Brooklyn.
I got cold storage. Like we have cold storage in Brooklyn. You can bring down, you can store it. Somebody can come pick it up on Friday. Like those types of things are happening at these convenings. Like this year, they were figuring out at the one in Buffalo. Actually, they were like, "Oh, I need a lot of cabbage in Cleveland." You know, it's you don't think like this is not a conversation you would have unless you were all together in a room. You know, somebody makes kimchi in Cleveland, and somebody in Ithaca grows a bunch of cabbage, and literally they're like sitting down figuring out like how to get the cabbage from Ithaca to Cleveland. And it seems so simple, but it actually is a really big thing to figure out. And how much is it going to cost? Who is going to bring it? How are we going to pay for it? I mean, they literally figured it out in like an hour. And it probably wouldn't have happened in any other way, because these are not folks that normally talk to each other, actually. Like, they know each other, but they're not, like, trying to figure things out day to day. So it was really, like, it's like a highlight of, like, the organizing that I helped do.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's so important when we look at like communities that are underserved and under-resourced intentionally in our society, that these opportunities for people to get together and share resources and then have like really big outcomes that come from it. So bringing people in a room is important. And speaking to that, some of the work that you do is really, can you speak a little bit about the way that you're helping to get resources actually, whether it's money or other kind of resources, actually into the hands of farmers of color and other under-resourced and underrepresented farmers?
Definitely. Yeah, let's talk about the money. So as it pertains to the regen ag landscape and this movement, why we're all here today, yeah, when you think about the producers, there have been a lot of conversation about concerns and aversion to the risk of transitioning to regenerative if you're currently in a conventional, acreage or production system. And, when you think about the risk that is taken on by the farmer, decreased yields leading to decreased profitability, risk to your business, that's a big concern for all farmers. But then when you think about Black, Indigenous, Latino, or minority farming groups and communities, it's 10x because they already are in many instances, an existential crisis. And so I think that at ESMC and with many of the partners that we work with in our project designs, we try to really be thoughtful and intentional about how we can de-risk for the inclusion of those producers in those communities. So I'll give you a quick example of one way that we've done that is we are currently building out phase 2 of a regenerative cotton pilot project. And what that looks like is targeting a region of the U.S. and trying to enroll a small cohort of farmers who are growing cotton conventionally and are interested in transitioning to regen. But now they have to consider the upfront costs, the investment of time, data management that's required to enroll and transition and then be compensated on the back end for the outcome sold to the buyer of that cotton. So in our approach, we right now are working with Forum for the Future, who's in the room today. Forum for the Future has done a lot of work and has a lot of theory and research development around the right ways to engage farmers first, developing feasibility studies, understanding what the costs are upfront, financial and non-financial, and then ensuring that the payment structure of our program for the producers we enroll is such that it makes sense and it's de-risked. So you get an incentive payment on the front end upon sign up, and then you're compensated upon implementation of your regenerative practice. That's all on the front end, and many other programs and competing programs do not do that or do it with the level of intention we do. And then on the back end, once the regenerative cotton is produced and sold back to the buyer, the producer is compensated again. So we're built on transparency at ESMC. We formed as a nonprofit that was very strategic. We are ag data. We're great stewards of ag data. We have a third-party certification in that, and as well as the verification of our outcomes. So it's all about transparency, but then also being really thoughtful in accommodating and being inclusive to producers who are already facing these increased challenges in these historically underserved communities. So that's what I would say. Want to add one more thing too here on this piece is that I had the opportunity in summer of 2023 when I first joined ESMC to go to a field day in Arkansas that was hosted by the National Black Growers Council. So that was my first experience outside of owning my own urban farm in the DC area of really being amongst black producers of commodities like corn, soy, wheat, sorghum, and overwhelmingly, I'm thinking, hey, I'm a black farmer too, for what it's worth, and you guys will want to hear me out on enrolling in our programs, but the camaraderie is there, but when it comes down to business risk is a whole nother conversation. And it just was a huge flag to me that the approach of trying to include underserved producers in regenerative farming, it needs to be rethought. So that's what we're doing at ESMC with our partners, and
Thank you for that. You just mentioned a couple times the thoughtfulness that you try to do this work with Black, Brown, Indigenous farmers. Can you give an example of what, because that thoughtfulness and the relationship building is the core part of doing this work. What's an example of what that thoughtfulness looks like in practice?
Yeah, for sure. So number one is implementing and executing more of a research-based first step towards anything. So getting a lay of the land and partnering with organizations who have equity in the communities that you're trying to reach. So when I joined the SMC, I kind of revamped our inclusion and racial justice work with a working group that met monthly, and then also lining up strategic partners who had those relationships and trust. You know, that's a big thing in as it pertains to historically underserved farmers and ranchers. So, and then we approached it more from a high-level strategic focus on capacity building. I know that's one of those buzzwords that we all have heard, but it's very real. You know, if you're farming on, you know, low acres, maybe you might be on 10, 20 acres, and it's just you and your wife, you really don't have the capacity to even consider this additional revenue stream of enrolling in a carbon market program and getting compensated, even if it's legit. So what would it take for you to have the capacity to even consider it? I think that comes through social science research work. It comes through feasibility studies, like what we're doing for phase 2 of our cotton pilot. And yeah, I think that that's kind of the thoughtful approach. Is doing the research and really getting in the weeds, sitting down, talking to farmers, collecting insights, and going from there.
Thank you, and I appreciate that you lifted up kind of partnering with folks that have that trust and relationships is so important. So I want to mention, while we're talking about, you know, the challenges that under-resourced and underrepresented farmers have, I just want to be very clear. We are aware that that farming is challenging for all farmers of all identities. So I just want to be explicit about that. I'd like to just talk for a second about maybe an action that each of you are doing to address systemic change in the way that you're doing your work, and then we'll pass it over to the audience for a couple questions. Gabriel, can we pass it to you about how are you trying to affect system change in the way that you're working?
Yeah, I think for brand workers and for the work that we do, like, you know, the panel is about what are actionable steps to build a more just food system. And for us, the actionable step is organizing. Like, worker organizing is the actionable step. There is no situation in which you choose to organize where you don't take on some measure of risk as a worker in U.S. society. It's just kind of built into the system. You are taking a very profound risk. But we do what we can to try to mitigate that risk as much as we can using the best practices that generations and generations of organizers have kind of tried and refined and worked on. And so to me, the systemic change is about, like, how do we take this conception in U.S. culture about, like, that we live in a democracy that is largely in our culture very deliberately and strictly confined to the political realm. Like, it's about an electoral process. But where worker organizing is trying to take this conception of democracy that you should have, and all of you should as well, you should have the ability to affect decisions that affect your life. And at work, where we spend a huge chunk of our lives, largely we don't have that. And so saying that workers, if you come together and you can build this power to affect the decisions that affect your life, we're talking about introducing democratic concepts into the workplace. And that, to me, is a very profound, systematic, structural change into how we think about how we shape our society.
Yes, beautiful, thank you. Steph, can we turn it to you? What are maybe an action that you're taking to try to impact systemic change through your work?
I guess I just try to change the system, you know? It's like, you know, it's not simple, but it's also like, well, we know what doesn't work because we see it every day. We see how the choices that have been made for us and sometimes by us are harming us. We're not making the choices that are in our best interest as human beings, actually. And so what do? Like, I talk to people who have either the same experience as me or different experience as me. Like, we all get together and we figure out a different way together. Just because we've been doing it this way for 100 years doesn't mean that we should still be doing that. And I think we're all wise enough to know we have brilliant people in this room. I work with brilliant people. And those brilliant people are entrepreneurial in spirit. And I think most people here are. I think if you're a farmer, you are an entrepreneur. And I think that you have to change your own mind sometimes to be able to think of better ways to do things, and allow yourself to stretch a bit to say, okay, I know this has worked in this way, but isn't there another way that we can do this that will work for everyone and not just for a few people? And I think that is part of it. And also having experience, like I farmed for a couple of seasons and then I realized, like, I don't want to be a farmer. And so I talk to people who are called to farm every day. They wake up early in the morning, they do it. And I have so much respect for farmers because we need farmers' voices louder in the food system than they are. It's an invisible work, you know. A lot of kids don't know where food comes from. So, like, how do we make sure that everybody knows where food comes from? And so we have to change the system to make everybody realize, like, if there are no farms, as we know it right now, I know they're trying to change this, but if there are no farms, there are no food. There's no food. And if there's no farmers, there's no farm.
Thank you. Doug, pass it to you.
Yeah, I would say the way that I'm going about this is advocacy across all of my work. So I'll pivot back over to the other side of my role that's not as focused on the equity, but more just on the member engagement of our ESMC consortium. We talk to a lot of different brands, food brands, beverage, textile companies, and the premise of the conversation is we have sustainability goals and targets we're trying to meet, and we want to partner with you all to help us get there and achieve them. Part of what my role encompasses, though, is owning those relationships, but then also picking their brain and seeing what their interest level is in not just the sustainability targets and impacts that way, but social impacts. Is there an appetite or budget for storytelling, producer storytelling, supporting or making impact in certain regions or communities where there may be heavily impacted or negative impacts to underserved portions of that community? So I'm always just thinking about it at the 360 view of, like, what kind of ways and when we build a project out here in central Kansas and we're enrolling wheat farmers, is there a watershed that's being negatively impacted by runoff? And if so, how can we kind of tie in a more of a reparative approach to building out a program in that community? So, and then the other thing is data. I think I spoke earlier to our market program, Eco Harvest. We pride ourselves on transparency, and we're third-party ag data certified. It's a lot of concerns with these market programs with producer data being collected and then sold off on the back end and not being stored properly. I think that that's a big piece that a lot of folks are not aware of, and they're getting taken advantage of, especially our underserved producers who are coming in, looking at it as an economic opportunity and then getting taken. I think that, just continuing to raise awareness and let folks know that, hey, we're playing kind of a more transparent and clean game at ESMC. That's kind of another way that I'm going about it.
Yeah, that sort of speaks to the importance of following through with stuff, right? Like, you can't do diversity work and just do it for show and just for a year, right? It's like as even the same thing we talked about earlier with farmers, like you can't just say you're going to buy a crop for a year. It's important that this is like a long-term commitment and you follow through whatever you say you're going to do.
Can I add one more thing? One thing that we've been hearing a lot of interest from our buyers, our brands, is interest in offtake agreements that are flexible to producers. I think that that's great to hear, the enthusiasm behind that and appetite for that as brands approach building out regenerative programs. It's just, the flexibility and the issues of climate change and droughts and things that we're seeing that are making it really hard for a producer to say, I can supply you this many bushels of cotton, and next year you don't know what the Farmer's Almanac looks like, So yeah, I just want to add that piece there too, is the flexibility and grace, giving grace to producers as part of your program strategy.
Yes. We're almost out of time. Do we have time for one question from the audience? Or okay. I also want to ask you to ask each other questions, but I'll take one question. Yeah.
Thank you. As an employee for a farmers market organization who has gone through the process of organizing and currently is during undergoing contract bargaining, I can really sympathize with the isolating experience of organizing and also the campaign. And for my organization specifically, it's basically about being geographically isolated since we're working in the 5 boroughs. To Gabriel, what are your experiences when dealing with the obstacle of isolation and how it can impact sometimes morale, decision-making, how we're forced to make early compromises that we don't want to do, but we feel like we're forced to? How do you overcome that with the variety of food workers that you have helped?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your organizing and the work that you've done. For us, organizing is about building trusting relationships with people, because my relationship with my coworker is what's going to drive our work forward. If there's not a level of trust between us, and we know that we're going into this tough fight together, I can't. They're not going to believe that I'm going to steer them in the right direction. I don't believe that they're going to steer me in the right direction. And so fundamentally, I think that we have to build relationships of trust with each other as coworkers and as people that are coming together and trying to organize each other. Without that as the root of the relationship, you do become incredibly isolated. You do find yourself in situations where I don't have the ability to mobilize my coworkers to do what I need them to do. As workers, I feel like we exist in these workplaces where we tend to build up structures to defend ourselves within the workplaces themselves, kind of naturally, organically. We have our little cliques and our little groups of friends and the people that listen to us or the people that we listen to. And a lot of times our work is how do we identify what those structures are and how they exist within the workplace? How do we identify who the leaders of those structures are? And then how do we make plans to recruit those leaders and bring them into our circle of an organizing committee in a way that facilitates us making decisions together? I hope that answers your question to some extent.
No, it's great. I mean, I'm glad that you talked about kind of supporting people in getting into positions of decision making, because that's such an important piece of equity work, that people actually get into different positions of power and not only kind of staying at kind of a entry level place in the food system. So
exactly.
Thank you. All right. This conversation could go on forever, but thank you so much to each of you, and thank you to the audience for being here today. Let's give a round of applause.
That's perfect. Testing. Testing. Hey everyone. Just a quick announcement before you go to the break, which will be till 3:30. We're hosting a career session after the end of the conference, right around 5:15 p.m. We've had a few slots open up, and we want to make sure that all the, whether it's jobs, internships, board seats, or whatever else is getting out there to this community. So if you have a role that you'd like to announce, I'll be up here by the stage. Feel free to come chat with me. It'll be just a 1 to 2 minute announcement. Thanks. Hey everyone, the next session is going to be starting in just a minute here, so please make your way to your seats. Thank you. All right. All right, everybody, we're headed into the tail end of the second day here. Let's keep the energy high. I'm excited to introduce our next panel around funding the missing middle and supply chain infrastructure. So please help me giving a big round of applause for our three panelists. Russell Wallach from Bread Tree Farms, Tara from Terra Regenerative Capital, and Charlie Cummings from Walden Mutual Bank. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Is that okay? So this is supposed to be a fireside chat, but we don't know each other and we don't have a fire. So we came up with some questions that have a little bit of a framework, and then we'll just kind of see where that takes us. So I'll get my questions. To start, Tara and Charlie, would you mind just sharing a little bit about what exactly it is that you do today and how that relates to working on food system infrastructure?
Oh, I'm first. Okay. So I am the co-founder and general partner of Terra Regenerative. We're an ecosystem of businesses. We have a fund that invests in early stage pre-seed, seed, and Series A agribusinesses that aggregate, process, and or distribute regenerative goods. And so that could look like a grain mill or a compost facility or a vertically integrated CPG brand. We have our services business that we use to work with businesses that aren't quite ready for equity investment but are so exciting and are doing the work in this same space. And so we'll come in and help with modeling or thinking about how we're going to help build out that system. And we also work with our portfolio companies to build out, in some cases, regenerative protocols for their conventional farmers that want to come onto the system. And then we also have our foundation, which goes to support professional development as for our founders, as well as technical assistance for the farmer networks that our infrastructure supports.
So my name is Charlie Cummings. I am the founder and CEO at Walden Mutual Bank. Before that, I started a company called Walden Local, which is a brand of pasture-based meat in New York and New England. Very much about middle supply chain infrastructure in that business. We vertically integrated backwards to own and operate a slaughter and processing plant up in Vermont, as well as a cold storage pick-pack facility outside of Boston. And we also do and continue to do all of our own last-mile delivery. And it was in the building of that business that it became clear that we were lending to our entire supply chain because no one else was willing to fund this missing middle infrastructure. And that usually came in the form of prepayments against our own buying commitments, both to production farms and value-added processors of various types. We had this guy making butter for us that we would write him a $250,000 check at the beginning of each butter run to finance the whole thing, and he would give us a 15% discount for the butter as a result. And given that that was about an 8-week process, you can do the math on the equivalent APR on that discount, but it's sort of exorbitant. And so that was really the rationale for starting the bank was there was clearly a gap here. We had a hard time finding the right banking relationship ourselves, a bank that understood the nuances of food and ag-based businesses. And that is really the bank's focus from a lending perspective: food, agriculture, natural resource, other impact-driven businesses, primarily in the Northeast, but we lend across the country as well. Quick plug for the bank. Very few people recognize that banking is one of the most impactful personal consumption decisions you can make as an individual, because it's this out of sight, out of mind thing, but in a more profound way than food, energy, waste, those things where if you don't really think about it when you flip on the lights or throw something away, the negative externalities of your choices are sort of someone else's problem somewhere else. Man, banking is way, way more impactful in that regard because your money is going and doing something somewhere else, and it's levered by several times. And when the largest banks in this country are also the single largest funders of fossil fuel development around the world, like that's what your money is doing at night. And instead, it could be funding this missing middle supply chain infrastructure. See how I tied that right back to this question? So anyhow, happy to dig into either the businesses we finance as part of the bank that are very much in the middle of this value chain or experience in the meat world in particular.
I heard you say, I think a year ago on a podcast, that every $100,000 that you have invested kind of in status quo index funds is roughly equivalent to a single American's carbon footprint. Is that right?
That is right, Russell, and I knew I liked you when I met you, so thank you for that.
I just told a friend that yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the most impactful thing that most of us do is what is our retirement doing or what are our investments doing? It's great to be on stage with you. I also want to say, this is cool. I'm the farmer getting to moderate or lead the conversation with two funders. So this is very subversive. Nice job, Court. So I run Bread Tree Farms with a team of 8 in upstate New York. We are now, I believe, the largest certified organic chestnut operation in the country. And probably a lot of people are not sure why we grow chestnuts. The thing that is really important to remember about the state of agriculture today is it is completely unprecedented in human history. and it doesn't reflect what has been true for most of human history. By some estimates, the food that has been most consumed by human populations in the history of this planet, or more so than wheat, for example, is acorns. So almost probably everyone in this room has an ancestor who depended on trees for staple foods. So trees for flour, oil, sugar, like maple syrup or palm sugar, and even vinegars, like apple cider vinegar. So when you go into your pantry today, most of what you see in terms of the staple foods, what you could get at the bulk section at a co-op, for example, those are coming from annual crops, for the most part, with the exception of things like olive oil. And in every bioregion that has native forests, not necessarily the Great Plains, although even in the Great Plains, the riparian zones had pecans growing and actively managed by native peoples here. Trees have played a role as a staple crop for most of human history. And in some bioregions, like in the Northeast US, in the current context, we've largely forgotten that. So Bread Tree is a chestnut farm today, but kind of fundamentally, our work is about reintegrating staple tree crops into our food system. We choose to do that largely by focusing on building a functional farming operation, a for-profit entity that people on our team can earn equity in, and showing that this is a viable economic model. And I'll get into how that relates to processing infrastructure. Or maybe I'll just pivot into our next question to get into the processing side of things. But we are trying to produce pantry staples from trees, is what Bread Tree does. So why I'm on stage is I'm a farmer, but the problem when you try and grow kind of an unprecedented quantity of a crop that no one processes in the United States except for a few farmers who have built their own processing facilities is you end up needing to understand how to develop supply chain infrastructure, because there aren't really that many brands selling chestnut products, and there aren't any places processing over 100,000 pounds in the United States today for chestnuts. Already the trees we've planted will probably produce between 500,000 and 1 million pounds annually. So we've set ourselves up to do kind of this unprecedented project within our country, so much so that we've actually been to Italy to visit what they do there, where they're moving 15 million pounds a year through a facility, so that we can learn from their wisdom and bring it back here. So today, that's what we're becoming, is on our farm, we're converting 10,000 square feet of former seed potato barns into the largest chestnut processing facility in the country, which will be certified organic. And we've learned a lot along the way, and I'll get into some of the details shortly, but part of the reason now we're pivoting to needing to understand how do we finance these things is we are 3 months into being on pause on a $2.8 million USDA grant that was going to fund this project. And at this point, no one's really getting good news from the USDA, so we're kind of moving into Plan B. So I'll share a little bit about that later, but that's why I'm up here. I'm not just a farmer, but our team is becoming farmers who are processors, who are building a food brand so that we can go to market with staple tree crops. One of the things we thought we would do is, when I first came into this space and I'd see these panels about the missing middle and supply chain, it kind of always seemed like we had come up with this weird cartoon idea that investing in the missing middle is investing in a box with a bunch of pieces of metal, and all of those boxes are the same, and all the pieces of metal are the same, and all the people who run them are the same, and so all the financing structures should also be the same. And that is so clearly not how financing the missing middle works. So I'd like to just hear some examples from you all about specific projects that you have been a part of and what was unique about them. I think if everyone here walked away with 2 or 3 concrete examples of what it actually looks like to do this work, we'd probably all be better than walking away with a cartoon of these, industrial boxes.
Let me start with some philosophical underpinnings that reflect some of my experiences in this space. I've had a lot of conversations about supply chain infrastructure, particularly in meat. And the person on the other side of the table often responds with, well, it's a chicken or the egg thing. And so, what do you do? And it's like, well, thanks for adding nothing to this conversation. You might as well have just said, it is what it is, or any other word that is just a filler. or made an excuse, any other excuse for not doing anything about it. And the reality is, I actually think when it comes to what you're really saying on chicken or the egg, or is it supply or demand? So take like growing chickens, for example. If you look at the Northeast, there's not a lot of places to process chickens. And yet it's a pretty good cash flow business. It's an 8-week turnaround. There's not a ton of CapEx to get started. And so it's a pretty good side enterprise for a lot of different diversified operations. And they'll say, well, I have nowhere to process them, so I'm not going to grow them. And nobody's building a plant because nobody's growing the chickens. So that's where most people stop. At the end of the day, though, what gets plants built is demand. It's not supply. So everywhere I have seen, both in the meat category and a few other categories, and Russell, I think, is an exception to this rule because of the life cycle of the crop that he's dealing with. But in the cases where we're talking about a single season type planning, you cannot build the plant and Field of Dreams style expect people to come. Plants are built when there's a brand that has so much overwhelming demand that the supply chain is forced to be built around it because that brand can no longer exist if it can't provide the supply. And that's been true. Maple Hill Creamery is a good example of that, where so many people were saying, well, you can't build an organic grass-fed milk brand because that supply doesn't exist. There's nowhere to process it. There's no infrastructure. Well, when you built the brand, the infrastructure got built up around the brand because it had to be built. Same with Walden Local, where we were fragmented across 6 different processors. The supply became really inconsistent in the packaging and the quality, and so we just were forced to vertically integrate and do it ourselves. So that's one thing, is I think that unless the demand leads the supply, the infrastructure is never right-sized and it never really quite works.
Can I tag on to that just to emphasize that point? So I think even though we had a little chat about this already, but even though Charlie's calling us out as an exception, I would actually say we support that. We are an example of exactly what you're saying, because we're only building the processing facility because the trees have already been planted. So we have the demand for the facility. We just need to build it before those trees are in full production.
But you need buyers for the nuts.
Yes, but 90% of chestnuts are imported today, and none of those are organic. So we already have the buyers here in the U.S., just no one's supplying to them.
There you go.
So the demand is there. It's just that we are forced to work in multi-decade cycles. That is the nature of our project. And so we have to think about, what does it look like to build this, not because if we build, they will come, but there are hundreds of farmers who already are planting chestnuts, have planted chestnuts, or want to be planting chestnuts. And it makes it work for them if they know that we're going to do the work so that they can sell chestnuts in 5 years or 10 years.
It also makes sense to me that your model, in a similar way that Walden Local made this choice, is vertically integrated at first. It kind of has to start that way. And there's Clay Christensen has some good writing about this, how industries develop and they have sort of tightly coupled infrastructure at first, and then it becomes disaggregated. And so I think that's played out many, many times. But vertical integration at some point also, you've got to recognize as a form of off-balance sheet leverage. So on one hand, you have the opportunity to capture the entirety of the margin, and that's what everybody gets excited about. And you have the ability to completely control the consistency, the quality of the product, and you can innovate. And so they're great. I'm a fervent vertical integrationist, if that's a thing. There are a lot of reasons to do that. But once you own those fixed assets, changes in demand on one side are, I forget what this curve is called, the one that gets bigger as it goes, like they rocket their way through a bunch of assets that you now own. And so the margins are not what they initially appeared, because you're managing those fluctuations across your own assets. So at some point, you need to decide at the manufacturing level, are you optimizing this processing facility for this brand, and then filling in the rest with co-packing opportunities? Or are you building it as a co-packing facility and using the incremental for this brand? Because those are two really different operating models. And at the end of the day, if you do not operate that processing step as its own independent business and be honest around the transfer costs from one to the other, you can really confuse yourself around whether you're making or losing money at that step. So that brings up the third challenge, which is having become vertically integrated, you now risk over-optimizing those assets for the particular brand. So like at some point you'll face this choice where on the bank, for example, we've invested in grain growers, brewers, a malt house, bakeries, millers, flour brands, crackers that are upcycling spent grains for brewery. So we've seen the entire value chain, and we can see grain move through that entire chain. But if you take one step out, like the malt house, for example, those assets are optimized around a particular type of configuration of grain coming in. And as they grew, they can no longer process the same local grain that they did at the beginning because the assets have been optimized around something else. So it's as simple as like they come in a different quantity in a different container. They're not quite the same consistency. It's the same thing we had at our meat processing plant where it turned from a job shop to a continuous flow operation. And so what was once able to process 4 different cut sheets on a single animal can no longer do that because it's moving on a belt. And so everything is now one. So the plant can't really serve a farmer that is bringing 2 or 3 animals at a time anymore. It's got to be like, 10, 20 or a full pot load. So that's where the vertical integration becomes dangerous is at some point you start optimizing around the base load customer, which is either your brand or somebody else's brand. And then it becomes very difficult to utilize that for all the other little players that are the ones that are building the market.
Tara, do you want to talk about an example you're working with?
Sure. The second investment we made was in Cairn Spring Mills, which is a wheat mill up in the Pacific Northwest. The deals that we're seeing a lot of deals similar to this, where you've got an established mill or infrastructure facility that is nearing profitability, but not quite there yet. And so Cairn Spring Mills was operating at a loss for 6 years and looking for to finish out a convertible note to finish out building out that mill and then finish the plans for scaling a commercial scale facility. And so that was our inflection point of coming in, and now today they have completed that. And part of the leverage there was that they had off-taker agreements for sales to get them to profitability. So I think the thing that we're really excited about is seeing these businesses that are established businesses that just need to get to that next level, that growth stage and capital so that they can get to profitability. And it's exciting because as you guys are thinking about the vertical integration, what anchors that business is wholesale B2B. Their largest off-taker is King Arthur that came on later, but they also have their own CPG brand. So as we're looking at it from a fund perspective, we're thinking, well, our risk in this venture is lower than traditional venture investing because we've got sales, we've got off-takers, they're integrated into a community, and then the plus side would be the CPG brand scaling or growing. So, and I think what's also exciting, and we haven't touched on this, but the way we look at it when we came into Cairn Springs is they offer a premium to farmers who are using regenerative practices or soil health practices. And so, as we were coming into this, like why infrastructure and how do you ensure that that infrastructure is going to support regenerative growers? When we came in, we wanted to make sure in any of our investment that we're understanding who's supplying this piece of infrastructure. Up there, they have conventional farmers, organic farmers, and at the time when we were looking, only one regenerative organic farmer. But they are, like I said, offering this price premium to farmers who who will use those practices. And so part of that, of us coming in, was also developing or making sure, we came in and not all of our investments require this, but to help develop the protocols that would be used for those farmers.
Thanks. Those are both great examples, I think, of how it's not just about the facility, but what is the set of relationships, what are the sets of agreements that actually make that facility functional, or the financing structures. So to color that in on our project, one of the ways we pitched our grant to the USDA is basically when you're starting not new, but when you're scaling up a underinvested in crop, you have to work on the front end of what trees should you be planting and how should you plant them and how do you manage those trees. But the other form so that's a version of de-risking, right? We make it less costly for other farmers to get into this work by giving them that information. The other way of reducing risk is creating some market certainty, some sense that if I grow a chestnut, there is going to be a place where I can get it to market, both get it to a edible state, get rid of any fungal concerns or insect concerns, but also that there's going to be someone continuing to build the market that already exists here today. And so some of what we've done, just to talk about kind of the soft work of building a facility, I mean, we're literally gutting a barn. We're doing that part. We're going to buy equipment, but we're also hosting webinars. I'm doing free one-on-ones with farmers so that they understand not just how are we growing chestnuts, but also what is this facility, how is it going to function? So in the example of the crop we grow, when you manage it organically, there is something called a chestnut weevil that lays its eggs within the nut of the chestnut. Now, if you don't harvest that chestnut the day or two after it falls, the weevil hatches, it becomes a worm, and it crawls out of the nut. And then that nut rots. So we really aren't just building a processing facility in terms of the equipment that needs to exist on site, but we have to create a functioning system where we have either empowered farmers to have manual approaches at a small scale where they can be harvesting and aggregating to a box truck that gets those nuts to our facility, or we need to be distributing some of the processing equipment to localized hubs around the Northeast where they're doing a hot water treatment so that they're killing the weevils in an egg state, which is totally a food safe and edible treatment. It's how any chestnut you've ever consumed from Italy or China has been treated. And so there's this whole planning process and engagement process of knowing who the farmers are who have planted trees, who are starting to plant trees or who want to plant trees, where are they located, what is the processing that needs to happen in these kind of co-located spokes, and then what is the processing that actually needs to happen at our farm. There's also farmers who are going to go to market with only their fresh chestnuts, but then they're going to have the nuts that are too small to sell fresh, or the nuts that have a scratch on the shell or a slightly cracked shell, again, that are totally edible and nutritious, but need to be dried and shelled and milled into flour. Some of those farmers are going to invest in fresh processing, and then they're going to say, okay, bread tree, can you pick up our 20% offtake that's going to go into the mill and become chestnut flour? So in that way, in our specific example, I mean, we're really trying to scale up an industry that is only existing at kind of like single farmer at farmers market scale today, but it's requiring a level of coordination and education that honestly is way harder than building a processing facility and way more time intensive. And so to me, that's like a really clear example of why when we're talking about this kind of work, it's actually like as much social work and community development as it is about who's the GC, who's pouring the concrete, and what kind of roof are you going to put on the barn?
Can I just say two things? One is what I love about the people in this room, including you, Russell, it's just like, I didn't know about the weevil, but I already...
That's not smart.
But I already thought you were in like the most impossibly difficult business. And most people in this room I talk to are like, yeah, I was talking to Lucy earlier who works for Row 7, and they are, trying to brand squash and ship it across the country. And it's like, that is the most difficult business I can imagine. It's like, this is cheap, heavy, perishable. Like, it would be a lot easier just to try to get people to click on an ad, which is how a lot of other people are making a lot easier money. So anyway, one observation. Second observation is there are very few people that can as compellingly tell the story you just said around holistic systems development that are also, like, I think tomorrow you're going to be out in the field with no shoes on.
No, that's Noah.
Okay. All right. So you've got a good division of you've got a good division of labor. No, but seriously, like that, I think that's one of the reasons that more middle supply chain infrastructure is not being built, is because there are not a ton of credible operators that can just tell you the story that Russell just did, and then also go out there and do it. And you could find operators that have run big boxes of metal at Cargill, and you try to put them in Russell's soon-to-be Chestnut processing facility, and like that's not going to work. There's actually not a lot of lessons to be learned from that scale a plant that could be applied here. I mean, a handful, but.
And the combination of having the agronomic expertise and visionary approach to a crop or a system, and then pair that with the financial acumen that you need to run that business and get that infrastructure up, are two very hard things to combine together. And I think we've seen that in our experience of and now having deployed capital going, oh, okay, well, this business actually we're going to support with our services business because the idea is great, but we have to get the model right and get it there before we can invest in it. And then, yeah.
I feel like you guys are giving me compliments, but it's also kind of an intervention.
No.
Are you sure
I'm wildly impressed.
Well, the next thing we wanted to move into was, we've kind of already dabbled in this a little bit, but kind of what are some of the lessons learned or takeaways, or what's been some of the most maybe surprising aspects of this work so far for you two and me?
I feel like, so I got into this 4 years ago. I came from a totally different line of work, and so I feel like I've been playing catch up in this all things regenerative. And when we started investing, I think what I'm most excited about or surprised about is just how quickly things are moving, and that the opportunities that are out there that we weren't even seeing 6 months ago. And so businesses that are ready to be invested in, and what I wish is that I had the capital at this moment to be deploying capital, because each week we're getting more deal flow that is at that later stage, and we're still getting things that we want in the services business, like great systems that aren't ready for equity investment, but the deal flow is really exciting.
Do you want to go next, or do you want a second? You look like you're
I think I guess I would just re-emphasize, like there's in a lot of these categories we're talking about, there's this choice of, well, can you build it independently, or does it have to be in a vertically integrated system? And I think in Russell and Noah's case, like, it absolutely has to be a vertically integrated system. But I just want to emphasize like some of the challenges that choice brings up. And so for you guys, for example, I don't know if you've identified this person, but you're going to need to find somebody to run that plant, and again, run it independently from the growing business and run it independently from whatever the branded business ends up being. And it can be underappreciated how different optimizing that middle infrastructure business is than running the brand. So for example, there's a really dumb book, which you don't have to read. I'll summarize the entire thing right here in 2 sentences, called The Goal, but it's often taught in operations management classes. And the entire book is basically like, you have this group of Cub Scouts hiking, and you can't figure out, they all keep like leaving someone behind, and the line is getting too long and you can't see the first one. And so the whole book is like, well, you just take the most overweight, slowest kid and put him in the front of the line, and then the line slows down and they all smash together, and that's the rate at which you can hike. So apply that metaphor to the running of a factory, and you're always trying to identify your slowest point that's holding up the throughput, optimize the plant around that point, try to improve the speed of that point, and then find the next one and do that over and over and over again. That is a very different mindset and a very different set of metrics and frankly, a very different type of operator than someone is like a brilliant brand builder, growth-oriented person. And when you have both of those two things under the same roof, it's just impossibly hard to like balance the two. So anyway, I think that's a challenge for, I feel like we've seen that in a lot of categories within the bank's portfolio, that when you have those under the same roof, they're very difficult to manage at the same time.
I wrote down 3 principles. So I try to think in terms of principles when I can. And these are just things that have kind of shown up in many conversations and in our work. And I think importantly, which I'm going to get to in these principles, just to be very clear, because you've mentioned Noah and I a lot, we are an 8-person team, and this work is only occurring because of the diversity of skills and commitment on our team. If I disappeared today, I actually think this would all still go great. I'm going on a long vacation. And I think that's really important because there's a lot of founder bullshit in the world, and this kind of complex project is a team. So the principles I wrote down are, I've learned that it's actually not that hard to create a sense of like inevitability and momentum in a project. And I think to me, even if our grant disappeared today, the thing that it's done is create this kind of regional coalescence around, oh, this is something that's possible. Like even just that we've had webinars where farmers are coming together and kind of getting this faith that there's enough people here and there's a critical mass and we're going to do it. Obviously, there's 1,000 hard steps along the way, but I think oftentimes we can be quite fickle as humans, and being able to build that momentum makes those hard moments or those challenging decisions so much easier, knowing that you have that kind of willpower. 2 is that I think we often, and this is very important in agriculture, especially as we talk about scaling up, underestimate humanity as a node. And what I mean by that is a node is in a living system is a place where you can have disproportionate impact. So this is not leverage, but like, if I gave everyone in this room the same book, your brains are so complex and your life experience that you bring to that book is so complex that no one would have the same experience of that book. And no one would do the same thing with that information. If we all go read The Goal, it's going to inspire different things for different people. Some of us are going to go to sleep, but we are inherently complex. And so when you are building human organizations, the more you can lean into that every new person you bring to something, you're creating emergent possibility that you can't even predict what's going to come of that. So, for example, we have made very intentional decisions to under-mechanize our tree planting. What that means is over 200 people have planted trees on bread tree land. Most of those people are not full-time employees, but the impact that has emerged from those people getting their hands dirty and like walking away crying from planting trees, like you can't really measure that. And there's no emergent impact from a tractor. We use tractors. We're very happy about the mechanization we've invested in, but if we had mechanically tree planted all of the 20,000 trees that we manage, we would be in a worse place today. And I think that's a really important thing to remember as we think about scaling up. Okay, you can tell this is near and dear to my heart. And then the last thing I had written down is, and I'll keep the acronym because I don't know if this is a PG event, but Living Systems DGAF about your categories. Meaning, what does that mean? Thank you. I think too often when I'm talking to funders, they are constrained by the commitments they have already made about what category their fund fits in. This is the type of work we do. This is the type of investment we make. And there are realities to that. You have LPs, you have people whose money you have taken, and agreements you've made. But before you make those agreements and you decide what category you're going to be in, I would highly suggest talking to the people who are doing the work that you want to fund so that you can actually design the agreements you make with the people whose money you've taken to actually do the work and create the change that you want to see happen in the world. Because I think too often it's working in the other direction, which is I'm constrained by the agreements I've already made, and now I'm out in your field and I don't understand how to fund you because I made bad agreements with the people who gave me money. So when you are building your fund or talking to your investors, reminding them that the systems they want to change really couldn't care less about the structures that they have seen throughout their career.
I think Kelsey said this morning when she was saying that the producers are being asked to make changes in their practices for the system. And so the funders too need to make changes. I was like, yes.
So I think we're at time. I think 4:10 was our end. 5 minutes? Great. So the last thing we were going to do, and this is very tactful of us, is I was just going to ask you guys a question about what do you need from the audience? What would be helpful for people to know about the work you're doing and what your needs are?
I mean, we need funding. We're raising our $50 million fund. We're 10-5 on our way there. We'd like to do a first close at the end of the summer on 25. I think we need the leaders out there that believe in this space to back us and get us there. And we need more deal flow. So we're constantly looking, we're actively diligencing because we want to be ready to deploy when that money does come in. So happy to entertain any and all.
I got 3 things. One, you can all open a bank account at waldenmutual.com. We would love to have you. I bet we pay more than your bank in interest and certainly pay more in impact. 2, we're always looking to continue to build our loan portfolio. So if you know farms or food businesses or other impactful business models, please send them my way. Always happy to chat. And the 3rd thing, I'd just tag on to Russell's second point, which I really liked, his point about, we didn't have to plant these trees so manually. This room needs to be a lot bigger. And so to the extent that we can all just bring more people to this movement, that's really what is necessary here. And in particular, from a capital perspective, everybody tends to think, well, I've got to go find someone who's going to write a $5 million check for this place. But I actually think a meaningful part of your financial model is going to end up being a diversified set of people. Walden Local raised a bond from our customers, our member families at one point, raised about $1 million, and it sold out in about 2 weeks. And people don't realize that as a result of the Jobs Act, which was passed in 2012, there are mechanisms that you can raise quite a bit of money from a lot of individual unaccredited investors. And larger investors will say, well, I don't know why you'd want to do that. Then you have 200 people calling you and asking. And the reality is they don't call you at all. They don't. Like, if I buy a share of Pepsi Cola, I don't expect to be able to get the CEO on the phone. And so similarly, someone writing you a $5,000 or $50,000 or even $100,000 check really doesn't expect much. However, they are delighted and overwhelmed with joy when you invite them to go plant trees with you. And they are like this army that you've built to go out and sort of spread the gospel, if you will, and make the room a little larger. So as you look to finance these things, I'd encourage you to think about that being at least a component of where the money comes from, is a more diversified pool of individuals. And there's a lot of different ways to structure that under the SEC regs, whether it's a intrastate offering or a Reg A offering or Reg C CF or there's a couple others, but people often overlook that as a source of capital, and I think it's actually one of the best sources of capital because it creates a a whole set of new stakeholders for the business that are out there selling it better than you can.
Can we start a 401 Acorn?
Done, yeah.
Done. So our needs are, you all should go honor your ancestors and buy chestnut flour on breadtreefarms.com and then cook with it. It's delicious.
Do you find yourself recommending the Overstory as assigned reading? Yeah.
One of Barack Obama's favorites. That's what everyone tells me. Yeah, it was on his list. Yeah. There are books I recommend first. If you want to read the most interesting book about intentionally managed landscapes in North America, read Tending the Wild. It's like an 800-page tome, almost entirely primary source material of Europeans arriving in California and being blown away at the paradise that Native people had created there.
Or you could just take CBD gummies to go to sleep.
That too. No, it's truly amazing. Everyone I know who has read that book has cried from reading it. It is a truly beautiful understanding of the world that you get to experience. The other needs we have are for you all to come plant trees on May 17th. We had about 85 people plant trees with us last year. I really believe it's going to be over 100 this year. You can come camp out. There's going to be a bunch of little kids running around, have a campfire. That's in Salem, New York, about 3.5, 4 hours north of here. Not South Salem. That's in Westchester.
I'm signed up.
Yeah, Tara's going to be there. And then lastly, it's looking increasingly likely that we will do some kind of capital campaign in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Will be launched. We're kind of coming up with Plan B right now. We very much believe in the economic model of our processing facility, even if we don't have federal funding. The federal funding, all it really did is make us jumpstart building the version we're going to need in 10 to 15 years because we had $2 million to get started with. Probably what instead we will do is build, instead of a £1 million facility, like a 200,000 pound facility over the next 3 years, and then use the cash flows of our maturing business in 29, 2030 to scale that up to £1 million. The reality is, this is, as far as we can tell, and we are very conservative in our projections, the economics of the work we're doing hold as long as people are willing to have delayed cash and are willing to work in decades. And everyone who has a retirement plan already does that. So it's just about having the will to decide what you do with that money. It's not actually all that hard. It's just that we're scared of things we don't know. And so I'm sure many of you will see announcements about that capital campaign. If you're interested in participating in it, happy to talk to you after this. You can always contact us at breadtreefarms.com, but we will probably be looking for some ideally concessionary capital to support a smaller scale development of the facility in lieu of federal funding.
I just add a plug to that. If these guys weren't doing this, nobody would. Like, this is a crazy thing that they are attempting, and it is like a multi-decade, multi-generational investment that, to me, like, that's what makes it so, like, you could make easier money a lot of other ways, you and your whole crew, and I just think the underpinning philosophy of this place is really special, and it needs investors that have the same mentality of, I might describe it as patient urgency. So you are urgently going about the work and have that mentality, but are patient from a return perspective.
Thanks, y'all, for doing this. This was a fun fireside chat. It's the coldest fireside chat I've ever had.
All right. Well, we're going to jump into our next session and our last session before the career session in just a second. But I wanted to take a second to thank our sponsors again. I know I said this before, but it's really true that this event would not have happened this year without them. So, thank you to Zero Foodprint, to Green Cover, to How Good, to SLM Partners, to AEA, and to the whole Propagate team. Really, thank you. Now, I'd like to introduce our last panel session here. It's a really important conversation, and so it is last, but certainly not least. It's the difficulties of measuring soil carbon, and it's a conversation that a lot of people like to ignore because of its complexities, but as you all know, it's so critical. So please help me in welcoming to the stage Kelsey Chan from Yardstick, AJ Kumar from Indigo Ag, Cortland Kelly from Corteva Agroscience, and Dan Kane from Mad Ag.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for being here. My name is Kelsey Chan. I lead our commercial team at Yardstick PBC. Our mission is to make measuring soil carbon in a high quality way easier and cheaper for everyone. And if you're at this conference and in this room, you know that regenerative agriculture has remarkable benefits all across the board. And one of the things that it can help do is draw down carbon from the atmosphere and put it safely into the soil, which can then help create healthier soils, more productive soils, and more resilient soils. So the difficulty, as you can see from the name of this panel, is that actually measuring that in an accurate and practical way can actually be really challenging. So I'm excited to dive in today to this nuanced topic and not only talk about the difficulties of it, but also how we can overcome some of that together. I am excited to moderate this panel because while I am not a scientist, the folks next to me are. So we have the real experts and some of the best people to kind of dive in and share their perspectives. So why don't we start off with everybody giving a quick intro of themselves, some of their work, and how you've intersected with Regen Ag and Soil C.
All right. Thanks for folks who have hung in there to the end of the session. AJ Kumar. I'm the VP of Sustainability Sciences and help lead innovation at Indigo Ag. And as a company, we've got two parts of our business. One is basically probiotics for plants. How do we create microbiome products to support healthy agriculture? The other half of our business is on sustainability solutions. How do we quantify and measure the impacts that regenerative farming has so that we can deliver quantified benefits to folks that are willing to pay for them, whether that's a carbon offset buyer, someone interested in water impacts, someone interested in supply chains with low emissions or low water use grains. My background is in physics. I like to think of it as finding useful signals out of noisy backgrounds. I came from global health and diagnostics and FDA regulated world into the soil world and was like, wow, there's a lot we can do here. So it's been fun. It's been a journey and excited to learn and have been able to work with various folks here. So pass it to Cortland.
Thanks, AJ. Hi, everyone. I'm Cortland Kelly. I'm the other Cortland, which I have never said before in my life. This has been a very trippy experience, I'm going to be honest with you. So I am a soil scientist by training. I did my PhD at Colorado State and did a lot of work on diversified cropping systems, especially in water-limited areas. So how do we reduce bare fallow in cropping systems, specifically in Colorado? Also looked a lot at grazed cover crops, and we had a conversation about that today. So really cool to see how the different economic models to try to integrate regenerative practices, especially in areas where they're less economically feasible. I currently work as the science lead for carbon and ecosystem services at Corteva Agroscience. We are a seed and crop protection company. I am a bit of a black sheep at that company, as some of you might imagine. So I sit over in our digital side of the company, really thinking about data science and other sorts of services. And I'm excited to be in that space because we've had some conversations about there's the early adopters and there's sort of the middle part of the adoption curve. And I think that some of the large agribusiness companies have a role to play in terms of how integrated they are in some of our conventional systems. And so I have a lot of hope for how large programs, and we work closely with Indigo in trying to help farmers realize potential benefits of adopting some of these practices. So really excited to be here.
I'm Dan Kane. I'm the director of MAD Science at MAD Agriculture. I am also a soil scientist, agricultural ecologist by training. Did a master's at Michigan State University and a PhD at Yale School of the Environment. And I focused a lot as an academic on soil carbon, and particularly sort of how do we measure, quantify changes in soil carbon at scale. After being an academic, I moved into the carbon market, really. I worked for a consulting firm for a little while called TerraCarbon that did basically project development support for people who are trying to develop carbon market projects, mostly on the verified carbon standard. So worked a lot with groups like Indigo, Corteva, others that were kind of on the ground trying to actually make it happen, but needed support in terms of the technical aspects of like, how do we actually figure out what happened? How much carbon actually was sequestered? And ended up doing a lot also through that job, writing methodologies about what are the rules around how do we quantify the actual level of change, figure out the level of uncertainty around that estimate, and then turn that into credits. Did that for several years and then moved on to MAD Agriculture. My sort of role now is a lot more expansive, but still kind of can't escape the carbon market world. Still doing a lot of work around sort of methodology, albeit sort of much less connected to actual projects now. So happy to be here.
Thank you. I told you we have the all-star team here. So how we want to do this is I have a couple questions lined up, but let's kind of treat this as a conversation. So feel free to pass the mic back and forth, take the conversation where it goes, and then we can turn it over to the audience for some questions at the end as well. So actually, one more thing, because I think there's varying levels of familiarity in the audience of Soil C, feel free to sprinkle on also a little extra context just to kind of get people on the same page, especially if the topics are getting a bit technical. So the first question from me is, when you think about detecting soil organic carbon change as relates to regenerative practices, what is the number one most overlooked challenge in your eyes that, as a community, maybe we can pay a little bit more attention to? Dan, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Yeah, so my take on this is that, every kind of approach to measurement has some degree of uncertainty. We just, we have to deal with that. And the importance of that uncertainty really kind of goes down as you're getting bigger and bigger changes, right? It's sort of the relative level to the amount of change that you're seeing, and maybe you're trying to credit, it just gets smaller and smaller as the change gets bigger. So for me, it's sort of the biggest barrier is actually time, really. We have to sort of develop projects that are more patient and willing to deal with the fact that it takes several years to really accrue anything and distinguish signal from noise. In these projects. I think we've heard sort of variations on that theme from a bunch of different folks today, and I think it really applies here too. So what that means in terms of, kind of what does this work look like? Don't know, but honestly, I think a big piece of it ends up being, that we just have to be more patient. We have to sort of actually wait for these practices to kind of take effect and lead to the kinds of changes that, are meaningful, and that doesn't happen in a year. And I think a lot of the space wants it to happen in a year so they can kind of get a really fast return on investment, and it's just not realistic. So in the same way that I think a lot of folks have been talking about that from different angles in terms of, like ROI from the production angle, it's the same in the carbon space. And I think that's one of our biggest barriers. How do we sort of either shift expectations or shift financial instruments too in the carbon market, so that they embrace that reality and center it.
So I'll jump in because I think mine actually relates to this idea of time, because I think, the physics nerd in me likes to think of space and time as all connected. So I think what I think of overlooked is scale. Like, how do we think about the right measurement at scale? Because I think, when you bring something together at a very large scale, you can actually see a signal over a very short amount of time. Versus if you're looking at a very small thing, you have to watch that for a longer time to see a significant change. And so the tools and how we think about measurement and how we think about measuring soil carbon on a single field or a single farm may be very different, and it has to be very different than how we think about measuring it on a project at the millions of acre scale or maybe on a national scale. And the good news is we've got lots of tools around how to do this kind of thing. Yesterday we heard about some projects from the Rockefeller Foundation looking at the impacts of school meals on children. They didn't go and measure every single kid's nutritional value and take a blood sample from every single one of them or measure their height every year. We have statistical techniques, ways to think about sampling and all this that we can apply to get good measures in public health and other things, and we've relied on to roll out medicines and vaccines and other things that have saved millions of lives, and we can do the same with soil. So I think scale is a big overlooked tool.
So Dan and AJ already talked about space and time. I'm going to take it in a little bit of a different direction, and it's actually my own journey with trying to think of the answer to this question, where I first had a very technical answer, which I will say out loud, and then no one will know what I'm talking about, except for the soil scientists in the room. But so my first thought was, equivalent soil mass and soil depth sampling, which is, we won't get into that today. But I wanted to bring it to something that I think is even more important, which is, what's overlooked is really the challenge of disentangling what a scientific debate is versus sort of what is really uncertain, like what really, is there's a lack of agreement on. And so there's disagreement in the soil carbon community about some of these elements, but there's general consensus on a lot of key things. What Dan said, that soil carbon can increase with practices, but it does take time. What AJ said, that with the proper statistical techniques, you can detect changes at really large scales, and that these regenerative practices do have a lot of benefits. And whether or not they're soil carbon, accrual at this particular rate in a particular place, that is a very complex scientific question. But we do know that on average, these practices have a benefit, and it's going to be in the carbon space, but there's a lot of other benefits as well. And so just making sure that we keep our eye on understanding, that some of the complexities that are in the scientific debate have a lot to do with just this innovation happening at a scale in the private sector. Folks like ESMC and Indigo are doing a lot of really great work scaling these methodologies that are just different than how the academic community operates. And so there's just a little bit of a mismatch of scale and understanding of what's going on in this really rapidly developing space.
Thank you. And I think to tie together all the answers that you all gave is, it's a little bit around the expectations around, how quickly and how much do we expect soil carbon to change, and then how can we actually measure from those? So I'd like to dig in, just pull the thread a tiny bit more of practically when you're seeing projects, scale and seeing those expectations. What do you see as the blockers, I guess, so far to people being able to do projects that span over more time or do projects at scale? And, how do we kind of remove some of those blockers so more projects have the chance to grow?
I'll jump in with one. I think, thinking about, we've heard from so many great producers and farmers, Kelsey and Rick and Keith and John, all today we're talking about various aspects of farming, and farming is hard. It takes a lot of capital, it takes a lot of tough work to do it. So one of the biggest challenges is when you're doing a project that takes a lot of time, takes a lot of scale, the time between the farmers are taking it, the risk, they're putting cover crop in the ground, they're doing something, they're making a change, adopting a new system, to then we collect all the data, we get it through verifiers, we get it through a carbon registry, then we get a payment. That can be a long time. And if there's ways we could get capital to help reward those farmers up front, de-risking some of that for them, and then get it paid back later when we can get credits paid for or something like that, that can really help unlock more systems change in this area. So I think that's a huge place for finance and banking to play a role too.
Yeah, I'm gonna add on to that, and if maybe for sprinkling context, as you said, we've been talking about kind of projects, programs, and that's sort of functionally how a lot of these markets work, is that a group like Indigo, say, they get a bunch of farmers together aggregate them into one large project, and they're crediting based on like what's the net effect of every farmer altogether in this project. And so that's where they sort of like using, kind of statistical methods that are tried and true in ecology and biogeochemistry. That's kind of what works. And so for me, like the projects, like the elements of a project that are really like the human management elements, like are some of the hardest pieces that I've seen. It's basically like, well, how do you write a contract that's fair and interesting to a farmer, delivers some kind of benefit to them, but also doesn't put you as the project developer who kind of manages all the risk just way over your skis in terms of like, yeah, we could give somebody an upfront payment, but if we can't actually make any, return on investment in terms of carbon credit sales to make good, on our debt, having made that payment, it's risky. So it's like things like MRV, they're hard, but they're honestly sometimes not the hardest part of the project at all. It has much more to do with, sort of managing contracts, managing people, helping people kind of learn, transition into practices, kind of all these things that like really require not sort of technical solutions, but sort of logistical managerial solutions that really distinguish the best projects. So,
Thank you. Next up, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the different reasons for measuring soil carbon. So I feel like we were getting a little bit into the space of like voluntary carbon markets, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about the different contexts with which you intersect with measuring soil carbon in your work, whether it's scope 3, whether it's making land management decisions, and then how you see similarities and differences between measuring soil carbon in these different contexts and reasons. Courtland, do you want to go first?
Yeah, thanks, Kelsey. So we mentioned the voluntary carbon market. Measuring carbon is obviously very important there. Some of the other places that, as Corteva we're thinking about is how can we help farmers make better decisions around, things like genotype selection or planting rate. There's some elements of management that are really driven by soil carbon. I think there's probably a general understanding in this room, but just for the sake of context, there's a lot of really good research that shows that soil carbon is really a great integrating measurement that captures a lot of the elements of soil health, right? There's chemical, physical, biological, and soil carbon kind of spans all of them. And so that's why when, if you're going to choose to measure something, soil carbon or soil organic matter is a really great integrating one. So we're thinking about how to better use that within our decision support tools to help farmers be more profitable and then also, this is something that's very much in development, and a lot of folks in this room will be excited, are thinking about this, but are there ways to be more efficient on the land that is in production so that the edge of field and the margins can be used for something else, and things like biodiversity and habitat preservation. So there's a lot of interesting things in this space that I'm really excited about, and hopefully we can get there.
In terms of, what we think about in terms of these different markets and measurements of carbon, I'd say there are, I think when I talk to various, folks in the field, like they'll say, okay, carbon farming, or like, what is a carbon market? And most folks, I think, will commonly think of that as anything that you're getting paid for creating ecosystem services. So I usually start with who is buying it. And depending on who is buying it, how you measure it and what you're trying to measure and deliver is vastly different. So if I'm doing what I think about, and someone will say VCM, voluntary carbon market, this is someone buying a carbon credit or a carbon offset, carbon removal credit. There's many terms that people keep doing as we shift shape to different times. And so what's common in this, though, is that usually there's, you're looking for some change that happened as a result of an action in a project or something that a farmer did or someone did that wouldn't have happened otherwise without sort of the financing and sort of the promise of something to come from that. And so what you're trying to measure there is what's the change in the soil carbon that happened as a result of that action that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So if I just measured carbon this year and next year, it's going to change. I can tell you that no matter what. It'll go up or down. It might be because of the weather. It It might be because of what your cash crop you grew, or it might be because you started adopting regenerative practices. Unless I have some kind of a control plot or like a counterfactual, and that's where we use modeling and some other tools to develop, okay, what would have happened in that difference? That's a carbon credit. That's what's important for VCM. When we work with brands also, though, that are trying to say reduce their, the footprint of their supply chain. So we work with, folks like Anheuser-Busch who are looking for rice that's grown with less water and less methane emissions. So we help them find rice that's been grown with lower emissions, because they're looking at it from, here's my footprint. Here's how much I use this amount of rice in a year, and each 100-weight of rice has this much carbon intensity associated with it if it's produced conventionally. If I can source more of that from regenerative farmers, I can drop my overall carbon intensity. So that's more about just getting it from where you are. So that's a great place for some of the long-term adopters, some of the folks you heard from earlier today, to get value for the impact they've already put in the ground, because they're already producing grain at a much lower carbon intensity. But that's a different measure than what I was talking about for the carbon offset market. And then there's like ethanol markets and other things too. So there's multiple of these things. The good thing is, if we've got all the data and the information that we can use, it's a matter of accounting, it's a matter of quantification, it's math. We can do that. But you need to get the right measurement to the customer. So always start with, who's my customer, how do I do that? And then the last thing I'll say on that is, try to not make it super complex for the farmers, right? I'm not asking the buyers to figure out all the complexities of farming that all of our farmers know. I'm not going to ask our farmers to have to figure out all of the different regulations and tools that those buyers are looking for. That's what I think a role we try to play is, to help be that person in the middle to help connect those two worlds and make it easy for both.
Thank you. Dan, did you have anything to add with that?
Yeah, it's one of the other reasons is just research. Kind of understanding this sort of suite of practices and things that we're doing. What is their impact? Like research outputs from carbon markets are a real thing, and it's been an interesting time to see that sort of help us advance knowledge. There's a lot that's sort of been generated in there that just was not really happening in the academic space, because there's not the same kind of access to farmland or incentives to do things. So that's a big piece of it, and I think it's particularly interesting too, because so much of our knowledge is based on these sort of controlled experiments and university farms, things like that, that are really interesting and probably indicative of what's happening if you introduce XYZ practice relative to some baseline condition or control condition. But does that always translate when you move out into the field and you sort of meet the realities of production environments? You're dealing with massive spatial and soil variability. You're dealing with topography. Most agronomic experiments are on like the flattest part of land that the university owns, because that's really easy to manage. So I think there's a big reason now to sort of try and move that stuff out of these university controlled contexts into sort of more applied contexts, and really see do our assumptions hold or don't they, and what does that mean? So at least for us, like at MAD, that's a motivating reason to measure soil carbon too.
Thank you. As a service provider for soil carbon measurement, we talk to a lot of different folks who are all at different points in their journey. And some of the people who are, earlier on, they have a lot of questions about, like, how do I even get started? And some of the key challenges that come up are either complexity or cost, honestly, are the two big ones that come up a lot. So I'd like to just get some advice from you all on, for somebody who's thinking about engaging with a soil carbon project, what are some things they can pay attention to first? What are some questions that they can ask or things that they can look into to try to make a bit more sense of something that's so complex? Whoever wants to go first.
All right. So I think, again, it depends on the audience, right? I think if you are on the producer side of the equation, I think, and you're looking to say, I want to, how do I participate in this? I want to make sure that I'm not missing out on a new market. What's right, and how do I try it out? I mean, I think we've heard earlier, similar to like if you're just starting a new practice, don't try to do it on everything. Pick maybe a small amount of acreage to try some stuff out with and see if it works instead of just putting the whole farm in. But ask questions about, for the different programs, okay, what's the track record? Has this been around for a while? Have they issued credits? Have they sold to a company? Have they, has this program actually delivered results yet? Doesn't mean you shouldn't go with an earlier stage one. It just means that if you are, just know that there's more risk there. Who is buying, right? If someone says they're going to pay you for carbon, it's worth understanding who's buying on the other side. In some cases, if it's the same company that's buying the credits that's also producing it, you may want to know what their incentives are aligned there. But in other cases, if you've got credible buyers on the other side and folks that have a sense for rigor and are willing to pay a premium, that means you're probably going to be able to get more of that on your side too. But also ask, how much do you get as the producer? Not all programs are the same. I take great pride in the fact that we've made it a point that our farmers get the majority of the carbon credit price that we can get in the market. In our carbon program, it's 75% of sales go to the producers. But that's going to be different for everyone. And then last is just read the contract to understand what the details are, because they vary a lot in terms of duration, in terms of are there penalties if you go out, who's taking on the risk, right? And I think understanding where those bits lie is crucial to make a good decision. I'll say quickly on the buyer side of stuff, if you're thinking about getting into a carbon program, maybe you're a company or you're a brand, try to think again about track record and look for, is the science vetted? If someone's coming to you and telling you that they can get you many, many tons for, dollars and cents, it's probably too good to be true. And you should question that and try to get quotes like you would anything. Like get quotes from a bunch of folks. The folks that are bidding the highest and lowest, probably not the best ones. You want to find the one that's, got the good reputation and it makes sense based on what the actual physical science says.
I'll just say really quick, AJ, great points. AJ is very well versed in this. Another great resource is to remember that a lot of carbon projects are registered online, and the Berkeley Carbon Project keeps track annually of all registered projects. You can also look at registries. So if you're interested in seeing the stats on a particular project, is this a reputable project developer? Have they generated credits? There are public databases that you can use to take a look. So just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. All right, so as we're wrapping up kind of the predetermined question section, I wanted to do one last one, which is if you were to leave the audience with one final message about measuring soil carbon and how it relates to regenerative agriculture, whatever message you want to send, what would that be? And Dan, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Yeah, I think the message I'd want to leave folks with is I imagine a lot of folks have been in rooms here where sort of maybe carbon comes up and soil carbon as a climate solution and additional revenue stream to farmers comes up. And there's always sort of like a balance of hyper enthusiasm as well as people who are just like, well, it just doesn't work. Like it's not going to. We don't actually do that much. I think the message I'd leave folks with is, to echo what Cortland was saying, that, yeah, there is enough evidence and consensus around like, yes, this could be a climate solution. There's probably too much enthusiasm, or it's tempered a lot over the past few years around like, what's the actual scale of it? Are we going to completely reverse climate change through this? No, we're not. But it's part of a sort of huge stack of natural climate solutions that are helpful and necessary. And the other piece I'd say is on this sort of, for the haters, like the folks who say this isn't going to be possible, is that it really is. MRV and quantification, it is hard. Like no one's going to tell you that it's not. It is pricey. But that's not the sort of only limitation. Just because it's both those things doesn't mean that it's not necessarily worth doing. And there are ways to sort of manage those costs, manage those uncertainties, and sort of figure them out while also still being able to implement projects. It just, it's hard, but, it is doable. So I think, don't get overexcited. It's not going to sort of like be the silver bullet solution that everybody's looking for, but also can't be overly pessimistic about it sort of never working or never being scalable. It's a slog, but it can happen. I mean, Indigo is proof of that, so.
Building off of what Dan said, I think
the time, let's go back to space and time again. The time element with the soil solutions is really critical, right? I'm sure folks have been keeping track of other geologic and technical carbon drawdown solutions, and they are, they have a lot of scaling capacity, but they are dependent on a lot of things, and we don't really have a lot of the time to just wait and not do anything. So I've got a colleague who's done a lot of really great work showing how important short-term carbon sequestration is, even if it's not permanent. Even if it's turning over on the 5 to 10 year time cycle, is still really critical for preventing early stage warming, and causing all those positive feedback loops. So I think keeping in mind that not only is the soil carbon and regenerative solutions available now, they're relatively low cost. They also don't rely on a renewable energy grid like a lot of these really high energy technical solutions that we tend to overlook, that there's a lot of dependence of other systems that these would rely on. And then, of course, the co-benefits, right? We haven't really talked a ton about that today, which I'm sort of surprised by, but a lot of these practices, they increase soil fertility, soil health, but the co-benefits of improving water, reducing, chemical leaching to the environment, as well as other biodiversity elements are real, and often should be sometimes the focus. And so we often deal in carbon because that's what corporates are interested in right now. But we know that unlike a lot of other solutions and technical solutions, regenerative ag and soil carbon has a lot of other benefits. The carbon, it turns out that organic matter has carbon in it.
I guess, yeah, I'd echo a lot of what's been said there too by both Cortland and Dan, but, bottom line is it's here now. Like almost 1 million tons of carbon removal credits for soil have been issued by the Climate Action Reserve now. Not in 10 years, not in 5 years, now. And that's going to grow because the work that growers around the world are doing and the work that folks are doing to quantify and measure that and to put that out there. So what we need is that, that demand signal, that support to say, no, this is actually worth it. And we need, sure, we need direct air capture and other things too, but this is important. The work that these farmers are doing is important. We're going to value that and we're going to help support them in that transition. That's a key.
Thank you. All right, with that, we have a few minutes left, I think, if anyone in the audience has any questions.
Thank you. When I look at your title, it says difficulty of measuring soil carbon. So I'm a regenerative farmer. We do soil tests every year for 25 years. One of the most important parameters that we look is soil organic matter, which is about 58% carbon. Last year, we gained 0.9% in 1 year. So when I saw this, I said, maybe these guys, they don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're sending me feel-good numbers. So I was waiting for you to say why it's so difficult to measure actual, soil organic matter carbon, but I never heard that answer.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's funny that was the title, and I think we all sort of at some point said, "Oh, well, it's doable." Yeah. I would say I think some of the sort of where does this get hard is how do you deal with, the sort of variability, the uncertainty that's inherent in doing this, right? So, you may see like a difference, maybe sort of, is that difference sort of, how, is there any error around what you saw, right? That sort of maybe means, okay, yeah, it's not exactly 0.9, it might be sort of somewhere higher, lower, it could be a range of things. So I think a lot of the difficulty that comes in here has to do with sort of managing all these sort of really sort of complex sources of uncertainty, and doing that in a way that we can get closer and closer to a number that is, like the best estimate of the truth. I think that is sort of where the difficulty really lies. It's sort of not so much in sort of some of the things like laboratory methods or things like that. We have a lot of that sort of, not fully sorted, but well sorted. And so the difficulties really come into, we know all these things. How do we manage them effectively so that, we know that that 0.9 number, say, is real, or maybe it's less than that because, you just happened to sort of get a spot that had naturally higher organic matter than the point that was measured last year because they're in two different locations. All these kinds of things that we have to really just figure out, control for, all that kind of stuff.
Jump in real quick. So just to clarify, I realize we jumped over that, so that's a great question. There's the measuring an actual soil sample, which, as Dan said, we're pretty dang good at measuring the carbon. We're pretty good at the organic matter. It's cheaper, but it's not quite as exact. It's really the field scale, and it's like if you have 20 acres, what is the carbon on your field right now, and what is it going to be in 5 years? That's where it gets really hard. And so AJ and the Indigo Group, as well as Yardstick, have done a lot of work figuring out, on a really large basis, how many samples do you need to know, okay, this field has this amount of carbon. But that's where it kind of gets tricky. If you just have one sample in the kind of the same place in 2 different years, you can't, that's a lot more challenging to interpret. So that's where we kind of skipped over that part, so sorry everyone. It's really like on the acre scale where it gets hard because it's variable.
So I'm also a regenerative farmer, and like Ivo, I am also puzzled by similar things. So the sampling method, maybe this is a very naive question, right? But when I do my soil tests, instructions are you scrape the grass off, you take your sample down, whatever it is, 6 inches or something like that. Then you remove all the bugs that you see, then you remove all the grass roots, then you remove all the tree roots, then you remove... So I'm like, okay, I'm taking out all the carbon that I see. I know there's more left, right? So what have I got? Well, look, microbes, whatever. And I guess my question is what actually is it that you want to measure? Because for me as a farmer, if I've got roots of my cover crop in that sample, I want to count those because I'm going to turn them in. If I'm trying to measure for carbon credits, I want to take a deep core sample. If there's a freaking groundhog in there, he counts. He's in the, or a tree root, that counts. I planted that tree. It's sequestering carbon. Guess what? There's carbon in organic matter, right? So, what actually is it that you tend? And is there consensus around it? Enlighten me, because all the instructions I received for my soil test, I'm like, I'm not sure this is measuring what I wanted to measure.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would not recommend sending a groundhog to the laboratory. Having run a lot of samples, I wouldn't want to see him show up in a baggie at the lab. Yeah, so generally, kind of when we talk about measuring soil carbon, what we're measuring is like what we'd call in the science world like fine earth fraction, or basically the component that's basically associated with like mineral soil, that's the common terminology. So it doesn't include things like roots or sort of large pieces of particulates or organic matter. So roots, leaves, bugs, groundhogs. And that's kind of, intentional. I think one of the reasons is that at least, and this is a sort of extremely debatable topic, that tends to be sort of a more kind of slower turnover, slightly more permanent pool. Those roots, that is a source of carbon. You talk about turning them in, they're going to decompose, right? And a portion of that will be moved, right, hopefully into a stable carbon pool that's relatively protected from decomposition by bugs, microbes, fungi, et cetera. And so that is what we focus on when we're talking about carbon markets, right, is these pools that have some degree of kind of continuity, of permanence. You may have heard that term in relation to carbon markets. Doesn't mean that, what those roots or the sort of plant matter, like tree, and tree roots, like just methodologies in the carbon market, count tree roots as a more permanent pool. Woody perennial biomass is how it's always referred to. So you could do a project and that would be, more creditable as well. But if you're talking about kind of green matter, stuff that decomposes, really what these methodologies are looking at is what portion of that sort of gets stuck in the soil, if you will, and sort of it contributes to the overall increase of the mineral soil organic matter. If that's the right approach, it's a really interesting, debatable topic. You know, I had one of my professors love to sort of teach soil science and soil carbon cycles with an analogy of like a bank account, right? You know, and like that tree roots might be the portion of your bank account that's like, you know, basically liquid cash, as opposed to like what's in your savings or something like that. You know, it sort of turns over at a faster rate on like an annual basis because you're spending it to do a bunch of different things with it. So, you know, the tendency and the bias in carbon markets is to focus more on, to, you know, extend the analogy, maybe overextend it, is the portion that's in savings as opposed to the sort of liquid portion. But there's a lot of interesting ideas around, you know, maybe we should try and figure out how to kind of credit really short-term storage because, one, it's happening, it matters, it might be happening on annual cycles, but it's part of a you know, a potential approach to climate solution. Does it fit these markets and finance mechanisms? That's kind of hard to know, like, and particularly where we're already dealing with these sort of problems with time. But, you know, I don't know, maybe someone will come up with a really clever solution to give you credit for groundhogs and roots and things like that.
Is this on? Hello? Oh, yeah. Hi. I'm going to ask a naively provocative question inspired by my two colleagues. All the uncertainties and challenges that are kind of generic that you referenced, notwithstanding, we have 4 companies in front of us. Do your methodologies tend to coincide with one another? Are you looking at the same things and finding similar results? Because that's one of the challenges I've heard is that there are so many people doing this work. Are they all consistent? And I know that's an overwhelming question, but can you at least speak to that tendency rather than an absolute answer?
I can chime in here very quickly just as a group that works with a lot of different groups that measure soil carbon. And I would say over the past couple of years, that was something that was top of mind for me as well. When I first came into the space, whoa, there's a lot of people doing this in a lot of different ways. But I would say personally, from my experience, over the last couple of years, I have seen convergence to a couple of key methodologies and ways that people will measure soil carbon, and so that there's a little bit more standardization across the board of like, hey, if this other group is measuring and they're under the same methodology that we're under, we know that we're sort of following similar lab practices, we're following similar ways of making sample plans, and it makes things just a little bit more apples to apples. So I have seen that in the last couple of years, and would love to pass it to anyone else who has thoughts.
Yeah, and I think this is where standards matter a lot. So in the voluntary carbon market and offset side of the world, I think in soil carbon there's 2 dominant methodologies, the Climate Action Reserve Soil Enrichment Protocol, which is the methodology we've had credits issued under, and then there's the Vera, is the VM42 methodology. And they're both actually fairly similar methodology as well, and it was, you know, 2 different working groups, but also like a lot of knowledge that there was stuff happening on both sides. So trying to build something common, even if they're different registries, there's some commonality there. And what I've seen is, you know, the registries demand a certain amount of transparency. You have to put out a monitoring report. You have to validate your models and your quantification externally. So even if you're using a different biogeochemical model, you have to show the performance against previous studies and all that work. And so, you know, the first time, anytime a new methodology or anyone else comes out with their product, their credits get issued, I get the buzz and I'm immediately digging deep into all of their documentation. And, you know, I'll say both, you know, my competitive streak is always like, someone else is in there too. But I'm also actually pretty pleased to see the quality of the science I see coming from others too. I think there was one, like, Anthesis recently got some credits with the Roth steam model in South Africa. That was really cool. AgriCapture has gotten some credits in the US as well on rice projects. And so, you know, we look and see, and they're using DNDC, a different model than we've used a version of DayCent. So different approaches, but if you put the science, you put the data out there, all approaching it in a similar way.
I'd say, yeah, I think I'd echo that. Everybody's got a lot of different approaches, and, like even just on this stage, Yardstick uses an approach called, soil spectroscopy. That's their kind of technological solution. Indigo does a lot of work in modeling. And so I think everyone sort of expects that, yeah, they're not going to give you the exact same answer, but there really has been a lot of work, both sort of in terms of standards, scientific research, that they are kind of converging in ways that is heartening. Is that happening across the board? No. I mean, there's some work that's been put out there that's put out just eye-popping results that are like, I don't even know that that's really physically possible. But again, to echo what AJ said, that is kind of the importance of standards here, is that I kind of liken it in a lot of ways to peer review in the scientific, world, which of course, flawed process, but it is sort of a check on, people sort of putting out things that have not been really well considered. And so as this space has matured, I think we've moved from, a space where people can use different tools that give wildly different answers to some degree of kind of convergence, and the variability between these sort of different approaches is probably more attributable to sort of things that we understand, right? Around like, well, okay, we know that this model makes this kind of assumption. That's why it sort of gives us a slightly different answer. We can test it against sort of other kinds of ground truth information, and then, quantify that uncertainty and move on. So everybody's going to have slightly different answers based on, your preference of sort of technology and like who are you placing a bet on, and some kind of way. But it's a lot less messy, I think, than it was probably 5 years ago. So.
And also just echoing that a little bit, the convergence of the methodology, and specifically on this and how the soil carbon is being measured, we are really lucky for all the work that a lot of these registry groups are doing to have a better understanding of how to do that. And so some of these, as Dan said, these kind of wild numbers, now you can look at, ideally they're transparent about how they're doing their measurements, and then you can sort of compare those against what is the goal, kind of the standard of the industry, and see if it's aligning.
Thank you, everybody. I think we are definitely up on time now, so thanks so much for being here, and thanks to the panelists.
Thank you, guys. All right, so Court and I are going to go into some closing remarks, and I'm going to start with a little personal story about how the two of us met. So, oh yeah, you're not speaking. So, the two of us went to NYU, and we both studied entrepreneurship, and so my parents told me when I went to NYU, we went during COVID, they're like, take advantage of every single thing you can possibly do. So I was on every event that had the word entrepreneurship in it. I think I even went to the Women's in Entrepreneurship Zoom. And on all of those Zooms, I see everybody's pictures, right? Because this is during COVID, everybody's online. And I see a little fish. So everybody has their faces, and then there's a fish. And I see the fish again, and again, and again. I'm like, who the heck is this fish? And so under the fish was Cortland Meyerson. And so I Zoomed DM him, and I'm like, who are you, dude? Like, are you not showing your face? So he was always asking these long-winded questions. And those of you who know him know exactly what I'm talking about. And so, anyways, I said, want to get a beer? And I don't even drink, and I don't know why I said that. But the two of us started hanging out, and then I told him about my beef jerky company, Jackson's Beef Jerky, which I started in high school, and then he told me about Cortland's Cookies. So we bonded over both having high school companies. And so then the two of us together, he was like, hey, there's this whole regenerative agriculture thing, and the farm that you're sourcing the beef from is regenerative. Like, maybe we can take a bid at, winning one of these little accelerators. So instead of winning the little accelerator, we won about $15,000 to by NYU's premier entrepreneurial accelerator called the Stern Venture Fellowship. We ran it for the summer and then into the fall of our junior year or sophomore year. And it was to the point where the two of us really got our experience in entrepreneurship because we were cooking jerky from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. on the weekends and then coming back to school. And so as we were expanding the company, and finally it just got to the point where the two of us, we just broke even. We were like, we're just there, maybe we can pitch for some venture funding. We can just expand. And then we're like, wait, like we're both in college. Like are we just wasting our educations? So anyways, Cord had the bright idea as after we stopped for like a week or so, we were both sober and down. He's like, let's start a conference company. I'm like, oh, dude, seriously? It's like, let's start it in regenerative agriculture. I'm like, all right, fine, we'll go talk to a bunch of people. If this is absolutely necessary, then we will start it. And I think I had a conversation with 213 people. I still have the list, and just asked them, hey, what do you do? How can we help? Who can I connect you with? Right? There's 3 questions. And after I went through this whole list, I was like, all right, Cord, there's no conferences on the Northeast. You want to start it? Fine. So 5,000 emails later, we hosted last year's conference, and it was amazing. And I see a lot of familiar faces. And, conferences, we went to our first conference together in Minneapolis. I ironically almost got mugged next to the Jack Link's store, actually. And I can't describe to you the incredible feeling that I get when I am able to connect and see so many people that are doing so many great things. And so I want you all to give yourselves a round of applause right now. A little louder than that. And so the two of us get our phone numbers. We want to connect you with anybody. We could have been a little bit more diligent about sharing the attendee list 100%. But, if you reach out to us and just say, how can we connect with this person, that person, like it's encouraged. This is about connection at the end of the day. And, we're small enough. We're in that sweet spot of size, right? We will double in the next couple of years, right? Like this will be a much, much, much bigger room, and everybody who went to the first conference knows that. And so I really want to take advantage of this beautiful time when we are small and are able to be, kind of intimate and yeah, I really thank all of you guys. So thank you.
I think this. Yeah, I mean, I'll just add quickly onto that it is this community why we continue to do this. And so we're so grateful that you're here. And, these one-off events that are important, they start conversations. The amount of action they drive is less clear. And so it's important to stay in the conversation. So I hope you, like Jackson said, I hope you stay in touch with us. I hope you stay a part of this community and in touch with everyone else here. And I hope you keep joining us at these events and for these conversations, because we're only building. Yeah, and so, like Jackson's saying, our next event is in May 19th and 20th in Rhode Island. We're talking about agroforestry, silvopasture, ocean farming, the land-to-sea connection. It's a whole lot, but it's going to be a really interesting conversation. And then, of course, we'll have the State of Regenerative Agriculture in September, so I hope you join us there as well. And, that's really all I have. Yeah, you got one.
And then Regenerative NYC next year, and then Regenerative Amsterdam, and then Regenerative California. And Cord says he's going to organize them all, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's end. You want to end with that?
Yeah. Well, just on a closing note here, thank you all so much for coming. And for those of you who are interested in the career session, we'll be hearing from the Ann Saxby Legacy Fund. We'll be hearing from Bread Tree Farms and Long Future Farms. And, there's a lot of great opportunities out there. If anyone else has anything to share, you're welcome to come up afterwards. And with that, I think we'll release you to the world. Thank you. Now, we're going to give everyone just a second to file out who's not going to stay for the career session. And then I'm going to hand this mic over to Christina from the Ann Saxby Legacy Fund. Regenerative Amsterdam. Nice. Thanks again, Cortland, for everything.
the screen.
Hi, guys. Yeah. Oh, yes. This now. Hey. Hi, everyone. If you want to hear about careers, we'll kick it off because I know it's been an amazing 2 days and we're all excited to go process this.